1. We parked the car in front of the parish jail and listened to the rain beat on the roof. The sky was black, the windows fogged with humidity, and white veins of lightning pulsated in the bank of thunderheads out on the Gulf. "Tonto Lamone's gonna be waiting for you," Lester Benoit, the driver, said. He was, like me, a plainclothes detective with the sheriff's department. He wore sideburns and a mustache and had his hair curled and styled in Lafayette. Each year he arranged to take his vacation during the winter in Miami Beach so that he would have a year-round tan. And each year he bought whatever clothes people were wearing there. Even though he'd spent his whole life in New Iberia, except for time in the service, he always looked as if he'd just stepped off a plane from somewhere else. "You don't see her, do you?" he said and grinned. "No." "We can go in the side door and bring 'em down the back elevator. She won't even know we've been there." "It's all right," I said. "It's not me that's got the problem. If you don't feel good about it, you should have asked off the assignment. What's the big deal, anyway?" "It's not a big deal." "Then blow her off. She's an old nigger." "She says T-Bow didn't do it. She says he was at her house, helping her shell crawfish the night that guy got killed." "Come on, Dave. You think she's not going to lie to save her grandson?" "Maybe. You're damn straight, maybe." Then he looked off in the direction of the park on Bayou Teche. "It's too bad the fireworks got rained on. My ex was taking the kids to it. Happens every year. I gotta get out of this place." His face looked wan in the glow of the streetlight through the rain-streaked window. His window was cracked at the top to let out his cigarette smoke. "Let's do it," I said. "Give it a minute. I don't want to drive in wet clothes all the way up there." "It's not going to let up." "I'll finish my cigarette and we'll see. I don't like being wet." "Hey, tell me on the square, Dave. Is it delivering T-Bow that bothers you? Or do we have some other kind of concerns here?" The streetlight made shadows like rivulets of rain on his face. "Have you ever been to one?" I asked. "I never had to." "Would you go?" "I figure the guy sitting in that chair knew the rules." "Would you go?" "Yeah, I would." He turned his head and looked boldly at my face. "It can be an expensive experience." "But they all knew the rules, right? You snuff somebody in the state of Louisiana, you get treated to some serious electroshock therapy." "Tell me the name of one rich man the state's burned. Or any state, for that matter." "Sorry. I'm not broken up about these guys. You think Jimmy Lee Boggs should have gotten life? Would you like him back around here on parole after 10 and a half? "No, I wouldn't. I didn't think so. I'll tell you another thing. If that guy tries anything on me, I'll park one in his mouth. Then I'll find his mother and describe it to her on her deathbed. How's that sound?" "I'm going in now. You want to come?" "She gonna be waiting," he said, and grinned again. She was, in a drenched print cotton dress, sun-faded and colorless from repeated washings that clung to her bony frame like wet tissue paper. Her mulatto hair looked like a tangle of gray gold wire, her high yellow skin as though it were spotted with brown dimes. She sat alone on a wood bench next to a holding cell next to the elevator from which her grandson, Thibault Latiolais, whom she'd raised by herself, would emerge in a few minutes with Jimmy Lee Boggs, both of them manacled in waist and leg chains. Her blue-green eyes were covered with cataracts, but they never left the side of my face. She'd worked in one of Hattie Fontenot's cribs on Railroad Avenue in the 1940s. Then she'd spent a year in the women's penitentiary for stabbing a white man through the shoulder after he beat her up. Later, she worked in a laundry and did housework for $20 a week, which was the standard full-time salary for any Negro in South Louisiana, wherever he or she worked well into the 1960s. Tante Lamone's daughter gave birth prematurely to a baby that was so small it fitted into the shoes box she hid it in before she put it in the bottom of a trash barrel. Tante Lamone heard the child's cries when she went out to use the privy the next morning. She raised Thibault as her own, fed him cush-cush with a spoon to make him strong, and tied a dime around his neck with a string to keep illness from traveling down his throat. They lived in an unpainted shack whose gallery had totally collapsed, so that the steps looked as if they led into a gaping, broken mouth in an area people called Niggertown. Each spring, my father, who was a commercial trapper and fisherman, hired her to shell crawfish for him, though he could scarcely afford her meager salary. Whenever he caught mullet or gar in his nets, he dressed it and dropped it by her house. "I ain't eaten that, me," he would say to me, as though he owed an explanation for being charitable. I could hear the elevator coming down. A uniformed jailer at a small desk was finishing the paperwork on the transfer of the prisoners from the parish jail to Angola. "Mr. Dave," Tante Lamone said. "Tell 'em up there they're already being fed," the jailer said. "There ain't anything wrong with 'em either. The doctor checked out both of 'em." "Mr. Dave," she said again. Her voice was low, as though she were speaking in church. "I can't help, Tante Lamone," I said. "He was at my little house. He didn't kill no red bone," she said. "Somebody gonna take her home," the jailer said. "I told all them people, Mr. Dave, they ain't listen to me. What for they gonna listen to a old nigger woman worked in Miss Hattie's crib? That's what they say. Old nigger putain, lying for Thibault." "His lawyer's going to appeal. There are a lot of things that can be done yet," I said. I kept waiting for the elevator doors to open. "They gonna electrocute that boy," she said. "Tante Lamone, I can't do anything about it," I said. Her eyes wouldn't leave my face. They were small and wet and unblinking like a bird's. I saw Lester smiling to himself. "A car gonna take you home," the jailer said to her. "What for I going home, me? Be home by myself in my little house," she answered. "You fix something hot, then you get out of them wet clothes," the jailer said. "Then tomorrow you talk to Thibault's lawyer like Mr. Dave says." "Mr. Dave no better," she said. "They gonna burn that little boy, and he ain't done nothing wrong. That Redbone pick on him, make fun of him in front of people, wake him so hard he couldn't eat when he got home. I fix chicken and rice, everything nice, just the way he like it. He sit down all dirty at the table and stare at it. Put it in his mouth like it ain't nothing but a bunch of dry bean. I tell him go wash his face and arm, then he gonna eat. But he say, 'I tired, Grandmama. I can't eat when I tired.' I say, 'Tomorrow Sunday, you gonna sleep tomorrow, you. Then you gonna eat.' He say, 'He coming for me in the morning. We got them field to cut.' Where everybody when that little boy need help?" she said. when that Redbone roll up a newspaper and swat him like he a cat. Where them police? Them lawyer den? I'll come over to your house tomorrow, Tante Lamont, I promised. Lester lit a cigarette and smiled up into the smoke. I heard the elevator motor stop, then the door slid open, and two uniformed sheriff deputies walked Thibault Latiolet and Jimmy Lee Boggs out in chains. They were dressed in street clothes for the trip up to Angola. Thibault wore a shiny sports coat the color of tin, baggy purple pants, and a black shirt with the collar flattened out on the coat. He was 25, but he looked like a child in adult clothes, like you could pick him up around the waist as you would a pillow slip full of sticks. Unlike his grandmother's, his skin was black, his eyes brown, too big for his small face so that he looked frightened even when he wasn't. Someone in the jail had cut his hair but hadn't shaved the neck, leaving a black, wiry line low on the back of his neck that looked like dirt. But Jimmy Lee Boggs was the man who caught your eye. His hair was silver, long and thin, and it hung straight back off his head like thread that had been sewn to the scalp. He had a jailhouse pallor, and his eyes were elongated and spearmint green. His lips looked unnaturally red, as though they'd been rouged. The curve of his neck, the profile of his head, the pink-white scalp that showed through his thread-like hair reminded me of a mannequin's. He wore a freshly laundered T-shirt, jeans, and ankle-high black tennis shoes without socks. A package of Lucky Strikes stuck up snugly from one of his pockets. Even though his hands were manacled to the waist chain and he had to shuffle because of the short length of chain between his ankles, you could see the lean tubes of muscle move in his stomach, roll in his arms, pulse over his collarbones when he twisted his neck to look at everyone in the room. The peculiar light in his eyes was not one you wanted to get lost in. The jailer opened a file cabinet drawer and took out two large grocery bags that were folded and stapled neatly across the top. The name Boggs was written on one, Latiolet on the other. "Here's their stuff," he said, and handed the bags to me. "If y'all won't stay up there tonight, you can get a per diem." "Look at what you send up there, you," Tante Lamont said. "Ain't you shamed? You put that little boy in chains. You pretend he like that other one, 'cause you conscience be bothering y'all at night." "I had that boy in my jail 8 months, long before he got in this trouble," the jailer said. "So don't be letting on like Thibault never done anything wrong. For taking from Miss Adore junkyard, for giving his grandmama an old window fan ain't nobody want. That's why y'all had him in y'all's jail." "He stole Mr. Dory's car," the jailer said. "That's what he say," Tante Lamont said. "I hope I don't have to pay rent here tonight," Lester said, and brushed cigarette ashes off his slacks by flipping his nails against the cloth. Then Tante Lamont started to cry. Her eyes closed and tears squeezed out of the lids as though she were sightless. Her mouth trembled and jerked without shame. "Good God," said Lester. "Grandmama, I be writing," Thibault said. "I be sending letters like I write down the street." "I gotta go to the bathroom," said Jimmy Lee Boggs. "Shut up," the jailer told him. "That boy innocent, Miss Adeve," she said. "You know what they gonna do to Corneille, you. He gone to the Red Hat." "Y'all get out of here. I see she's all right," the jailer said. "Fuck yes," Lester said. We went out into the dark, into the rain and the lightning that leapt across the southern sky and locked Jimmy Lee Boggs and T-Bow into the back of the car behind the wire mesh screen. Then I unlocked the trunk and threw the 2 paper bags containing their belongings inside. At the back of the trunk, fastened to the floor with elastic rope, were a 30-06 scoped rifle in a zippered case and a 12-gauge pump shotgun with a pistol stock. I got in the passenger's side, and we drove out of town on the back road that led through St. Martinville to Interstate 10, Baton Rouge, and Angola Pen. The spreading oaks along the 2-lane road were black and dripping with water. The rain had slackened, and when I rolled my window partly down, I could smell the sugar cane and the wet earth in the fields. The ditches on both sides of the road were high with rainwater. "I gotta use the can," Jimmy Lee Boggs said. Neither Lester nor I answered. "I ain't kidding you. I gotta go," he repeated. "You should have gone back there," I said. "I asked. He told me to shut up." "You'll have to hold it," I said. "What'd you come back to this stuff for?" Lester said. "I'm into some serious debt," I said. "How bad?" "Enough to lose my house and boat business." "I'm going to get out one of these days. Buy me a place in Key Largo. Then somebody else can hold the freight." "Hey, Boggs, didn't the mob have enough work for you in Florida?" "What?" Boggs said. He was leaning forward on the seat, looking out the side window. "You didn't like Florida? You had to come all the way over here to kill somebody?" Lester said. When he smiled, the edge of his mouth looked like putty. "What do you care?" Boggs asked him. "I was just curious." Boggs was silent. His face looked strained, and he shifted his buttocks back and forth on the seat. "How much did they pay you to do that bar owner?" "Nothing," Boggs said. "Just doing somebody a favor?" Lester continued. "I said nothing because I didn't kill that guy. Look, I don't want to be rude. We got a long trip together. But I'm feeling a lot of discomfort back here." "We'll get you some Pepto-Bismol or something up on the interstate," Lester said. "I'd appreciate that, man," Boggs said. We went around a curve through open pasture. T-Bow was sleeping with his head on his chest. I could hear frogs croaking in the ditches. "What a July 4th, Lester said. I stared out the window at the soaked fields. I didn't want to listen to any more of Lester's negative comments, nor tell him what was really on my mind, namely that he was the most depressing person I'd ever worked with. "I tell you, Dave, I never thought I'd have an assignment with a cop who'd been up on a murder beef himself," he said, yawning and widening his eyes. "Oh? You don't like to talk about it?" "I don't care one way or the other." "If it's a sore spot, I'm sorry I brought it up." "It's not a sore spot." "You're kind of a touchy guy sometimes." The rain struck my face, and I rolled the window up again. I could see cows clumped together among the trees, a solitary dark farmhouse set back in a sugar-cane field, and up ahead an old filling station that had been there since the 1930s. The outside bay was lighted, and the rain was blowing off the eaves into the light. "I got something bad happening inside me," Boggs said. "Like glass turning around." He was leaned forward on the seat in his chains, biting his lip, breathing rapidly through his nose. Lester looked at him behind the mesh screen in the rearview mirror. We'll get you the Pepto. You'll feel a lot better. I can't wait. I'm gonna mess my pants. Lester looked over at me. I mean it. I can't hold it, you guys. Ain't my fault, Boggs said. Lester craned his head around and his foot went off the gas. Then he looked over at me again. I shook my head negatively. I don't want the guy smelling like shit all the way up to Angola, Lester said. When you transport a prisoner, you transport the prisoner, I said. They told me you were hard-nosed. Lester, we're stopping, he said. I'm not cleaning up some guy's diarrhea. That don't sit right with you, I'm sorry. He pulled into the bay of the filling station. Inside the office, a kid was reading a comic book behind an old desk. He put down the comic and walked outside. Lester got out of the car and opened his badge on him. We're with the sheriff's office, he said. Prisoner needs to use your restroom. What? The kid said. Can we use your restroom? Yeah, sure. You want any gas? No. Lester got back in the car, leaving the kid standing there, and backed the car around the side of the station out of the light to the men's room door. T-Bow was awake now, staring out into the darkness. In the headlights I could see a tree-lined coulee with cane brakes along its banks behind the station. Lester cut the engine, got out of the car again, unlocked the back door, and helped Boggs out into the light rain by one arm. Boggs kept breathing through his nose and letting the air out with a shudder. I'll unlock one hand and give you 5 minutes, Lester said. You give me any more trouble, you can ride the rest of the way in the trunk. I ain't giving you no trouble. I told 'em all day I was sick. Lester took his handcuff key out of his pocket. Check the restroom first, I said. I've been here before. There's no windows. Lay off me, Robicheaux. I let out my breath, opened my door, and started to get out. All right, Lester said. He walked Boggs to the restroom door, opened it, flipped on the light, and looked inside. It's a box, like I said. You want to look? Check it. Bullshit, he said. He unlocked Boggs' right hand from the manacle attached to the waist chain. As soon as Boggs' hand was free, he combed his hair back over his head with his fingers, looked back at the car, then walked inside the restroom with the short, mincing steps that the leg chain would allow him. He clicked the bolt behind him. This time I got out of the car. What's the matter with you? Lester said. You're doing too many things wrong. I came around the front of the car toward him, and the headlights were still on. Look, I'm in charge of this assignment. You don't like the way I handle it, you write up a complaint when we get back. Boggs has killed 3 people. He killed the bar owner with a baseball bat. Does that tell you something? Yeah, that maybe you're a little bit obsessive. You think that might be the problem here? I unsnapped the holster on my .45 and banged on the restroom door with my fist. Open it up, Boggs, I yelled. I'm on the toilet, he said. Open the door. I can't reach it. I got the shits, man. What's going on? Boggs said. You're fucking unbelievable, Lester said. I hit the door again. Come on, Boggs, I said. I'm going to get some cigarettes. You can do what you want to, Lester said, and walked toward the front of the station. I stepped back from the door, rested my palm on the butt of the .45, and kicked the door hard under the knob. It didn't give. I saw Lester turn and stare at me. I kicked it again, and this time the lock splintered out of the jamb, and the door crashed back on its hinges. My eyes saw the paper towel dispenser torn apart on the wall, and the paper towels scattered all over the floor even before I saw Boggs, his knees squatted slightly in a shooting position, The links of chain crimped tightly into his body, one manacled hand frozen against his side like a bird's claw, his right arm outstretched with a nickel-plated revolver. His spearmint green eyes were alive with excitement, and his mouth was smiling, as though we were in this joke together. I got the .45 halfway out of my holster before he fired. The report was no louder than a firecracker, and I saw sparks from the barrel fly out into the darkness. In my mind's eye I was twisting sideways, raising my left arm in front of my face and clearing my holster with the .45. But I don't think I was doing any of these things. Instead, I'm sure that my mouth opened wide in disbelief and fear as the round struck me high up in the chest like a fist that was wrapped in chainmail. My breath exploded out of my lungs, my knees caved, my chest burned as though someone had cored through sinew and bone with a machinist's drill. The .45 fell uselessly from my hand into the weeds, and I felt my left arm go limp, the muscles in my neck and shoulder collapsing as though all the linkage were severed. Then I was stumbling backward in the rain toward the coulee, my hand pressed over a wet hole in my shirt, my mouth opening and closing like a fish's. Lester had a .38 strapped to his ankle. He'd once told me that a cop he knew in Miami Beach carried his weapon in the same fashion. His knee came up in the air, his hand dropped toward his shoe, and in the light from the filling station front window, his face looked absolutely white, frozen, beaded with raindrops, just before Jimmy Lee Boggs doubled him over with a round through the stomach. But I wasn't thinking about Lester, nor in honesty can I say that I cared about him at that moment. Amid the pistol shots and the pop of lightning on the horizon, I heard a black medic from my outfit say, "Sucking chest wound, motherfucker. Close it, close it, close it. Chuck gotta breathe through his mouth." Then I crashed backward through a canebrake and tumbled down the slope of the coulee through the reeds and tangle of underbrush. I rolled on my back, my ears thundering with bugles and distant drums, and my breath came out of my mouth in a long sigh. The limbs of oak trees arched over the top of the coulee, and through the leaves I could see lightning flicker across the sky. My legs were in the water, my back covered with mud, the side of my face matted with black leaves. I felt the warmness from the wound spread from under my palm into my shirt. "Get in there, you son bitch," Boggs said up in the darkness. "Mr. Boggs," I heard Thibault say. "Get the car keys and open the trunk," Boggs said. "Mr. Boggs, there ain't no need to do that. That boy too scared to hurt us." "Shut up and get the guns out of the trunk." "Mr. Boggs," I heard a sound like someone being shoved hard into a wall, then once again the report of the pistol, like a small, dry firecracker popping. I swallowed and tried to roll on my side and crawl farther down the coulee. A bone-grinding red-black pain ripped from my neck all the way down to my scrotum, and I rolled back into the ferns and the thick layer of black leaves and the mud that smelled as sour as sewage. Then I heard the unmistakable roar of a shotgun. "Try some Pepto-Bismol for it," Boggs said, and laughed in a way that I'd never heard a human being laugh before. I slipped my palm away from my chest, put both of my hands behind me in the mud, dug the heels of my shoes into the silt bottom of the stream, and began to push myself toward a rotted log webbed with dried flotsam and morning-glory vines. I could breathe all right now. My fears of a sucking chest wound had been groundless, but it seemed that all my life's energies had been siphoned out of me. I saw both Thibault and Boggs silhouetted on the rim of the coulee. Boggs held the pistol-grip 12-gauge from the car trunk at port arms across his chest. "Do it," he said, took the nickel-plated revolver from his blue jeans pocket and handed it to T-Bow.
"Sir, let's get out of here."
"You finish it."
"He dying down there. We ain't got to do no more."
"You don't get a free pass, boy. You're leaving here as dirty as I am."
"I can't do it, Mr. Boggs."
"Listen, you stupid nigger. You do what I tell you, or you join the kid up in the can." In his oversized clothes, T-Bow looked like a small stick figure next to Boggs. Boggs shoved him with one hand, and T-Bow skidded down the incline through the wet brush, the branches whipping back across his coat and pants. The pistol was flat against his thigh. He splashed through the water toward me. I ran my tongue across my lips and tried to speak, but the words became a tangle of rusty nails in my throat. He knelt in front of me, his face spotted with mud, his eyes round and frightened in his small face.
"T-Bow, don't do it," I whispered. "He done killed that white boy in the bedroom," he said. "He put that shotgun up against Mr. Benoit's face and blowed it off."
"Don't do it, please," I said.
"Close your eyes, Mr. Dave. Don't be moving, neither."
"What?" I said, as weakly as a man would if he were slipping forever beneath the surface of a deep, warm lake. He cocked the pistol, and his bulging eyes stared disjointedly into mine. "Some people say that you review your whole life in that final moment. I don't believe that's true. You see the folds in a blackened leaf, mushrooms growing thickly around the damp roots of an oak tree, a bullfrog glistening darkly on a log. You hear water coursing over rocks, dripping out of the trees. You smell it blowing in a mist. Fog can lie on your tongue as sweet and wet as cotton candy, the cattails and reeds turning a silver green more beautiful than a painting in one flicker of lightning across the sky. You think of the texture of skin, the grainy pores, the nest of veins that are like the lines in a leaf. You think of your mother's powdered breasts, the smell of milk in her clothes, the heat in her body when she held you against her. Then your eyes close, and your mouth opens in that last strangled protest against the cosmic accident that suddenly and unfairly is about to end your life. He was crouched on one knee when he pulled the trigger. The pistol went off 10 inches from my face, and I felt the burnt powder scald my skin, the dirt explode next to my ear. My heart twisted in my chest. I heard T-Bow rise to his feet and brush his knees.
"I done it, Mr. Boggs," he said.
"Then get up here."
"Yes, sir. I'm moving."
I remained motionless. My hands turned palm upward in the stream. The night was filled with sound, the crickets in the grass, the rumble of thunder out on the gulf, the cry of a nutria far up the coulee. T-Bow laboring up through the wet brush. Then I heard the car doors slam, the engine start, and the tires crunching over the gravel out onto the 2-lane road. It rained hard once more during the night. Just before dawn, the sky cleared and the stars were bright through the oak branches overhead. The sun came up red and hot above the tree line in the east, and the fog that clung to the bottom of the coulee was as pink as blood diffused in water. My mouth was dry, my breath foul in my own nostrils. I felt dead inside, disconnected from all the ordinary events in my life, my body trembling with spasmodic waves of shock and nausea, as though I lay once again on the side of a trail in Vietnam, after a bouncing Betty had filled my head with the roar of freight trains and left me disbelieving and voiceless in the scorched grass. I heard early morning traffic on the road and car tires cutting into the gravel. Then a car door opened and someone walked slowly along the side of the filling station.
"Oh, Lord God, what somebody done," a Negro man said.
I tried to speak, but no sound would come out of my voice box. A small Negro boy in tattered overalls, with the straps hanging by his sides, stared down at me from the lip of the coulee. I raised my fingers off my chest and fluttered them at him. I felt one side of my mouth try to smile, and the web of dried mud crack across my cheek. He backed away from the coulee and clattered through the cane, his voice ringing in the hot morning air. Chapter 2. Three months later, I spent much of my day out on the gallery at home. The days were cool and warm at the same time, the way they always are during the fall in southern Louisiana, and I liked to put on a pair of khakis, a soft flannel shirt, and my loafers and sit on the gallery and watch the gold light in my pecan trees, the hard blue ceramic texture of the sky above the marsh, the red leaves floating like rose petals on the bayou, the fishermen on my dock shaking sacks of cracked ice on their catches of sac-a-lait and big-mouth bass. Sometimes, after a couple of hours, I would walk down through the grove of pecan trees and across the dirt road to the dock and bait shop and help Baptiste, the Negro man who worked for me, count the receipts, seine the dead shiners out of the aluminum bait tanks, or paint sauce picante on the split chickens and links of sausage that we barbecued in an old oil drum I'd cut long ways with an acetylene torch and welded hinges and metal legs on. It was a good season that year, and I made a lot of money renting boats and selling bait and beer and serving barbecue lunches to the fishermen who came in at noon and sat around my Southern Belle spool tables with beach umbrellas set in the centers. But I would tire of my own business in a short while and walk back up on the gallery and look out at the round shafts of light in the trees and the gray squirrels that ran through the piles of leaves around the trunks. My left shoulder and arm and upper chest didn't hurt me any more when I moved around, or even when I turned onto my left side in my sleep. I was all right unless I picked up a lot of weight suddenly with my left hand. Sometimes I unbuttoned my shirt and fingered the round scar that was 1.5 inches below my collarbone. It was the size of a dime, red, indented, rubbery to the touch. In an almost narcissistic fascination with my own mortality, I would reach over the top of my shoulder and touch the rubbery scar that had grown over the exit wound. The bullet had gone through me as clean and as straight as an arrow shaft. On some afternoons I unfolded a card table on the gallery and took apart my guns, a double-barrel 12-gauge, a .25 caliber hideaway Beretta, and the .45 automatic that I'd brought home from Vietnam, and oiled and wiped and polished all the springs and screws and tiny mechanisms. Then I'd oil them again and run bore brushes through the barrels before I reassembled them. I liked the heavy weight of the .45 in my palm, the way the clip snugged up inside the handle, the delicate lines of my fingerprints on the freshly oiled metal. One day I loaded the clip with hollow points, walked down to the duck pond at the back of my property, eased around into the chamber, and sighted on a broad green hyacinth leaf. But I didn't pull the trigger. I lowered the automatic, then raised it and aimed again. The afternoon was bright and warm, and the grass in my neighbor's pasture was dull green in the sunlight. I lowered the .45 a second time, released the clip from the magazine, slipped it into my back pocket, pulled back the receiver, and ejected the round in the chamber. I told myself that the pistol's report, which was a deafening one, would be unsettling to the neighbors. I walked back to the house, put the .45 under some shirts in my dresser drawer, and took no more interest in it. I didn't handle the nights well. Sometimes, after supper, I took Alifair, my adopted daughter, to Veazey's in New Iberia for ice cream. Later, we would drive back down the dirt road along the bayou in the waning twilight, the fireflies lighting in the sky, and I would begin to feel a nameless apprehension that seemed to have no cause. I would try to hide my self-absorption from her, but even though she was only in the second grade, she always read my moods accurately and saw through my disguises. She was a beautiful child, with a round, tan face, wide-set Indian teeth, and shiny black hair cut in bangs. When she smiled, her eyes would squint almost completely shut, and you wouldn't guess that she'd witnessed a massacre in her Salvadoran village, or that I'd pulled her from a pocket of air inside a crashed plane carrying illegal refugees out on the salt. One evening, on the way home from the ice cream parlor, I could feel her eyes watching the side of my face. I looked over at her and winked. We'd bought some new Curious George and Baby Squanto Indian books, and she rode with them stacked on her knees. "Why you always thinking about something deep?" she said. She wore her elastic-waisted jeans, pink tennis shoes, and a USL T-shirt with the words Ragin' Cajuns printed on it, and an oversized Houston Astros ball cap. "I'm just tired today, little guy. A man in Veazey said hello to us, and you didn't say anything." "I guess I didn't hear him." "You don't smile or play anymore, Dave. It's like something's always wrong." "I'm not that bad, am I?" She looked straight ahead, her cap bouncing with the bumps in the road. "Al?" I said. But she wouldn't turn her head or reply. "Hey, Baby Squanto, come on." Then she said in a quiet voice, "Did I do something that made you sad?" "No, of course not. Don't ever think a thing like that, little guy. You're my partner, right?" But her face was morose in the purple light, her dark eyes troubled with questions she couldn't answer. After I said her prayers with her and kissed her good night, I read until very late, until my eyes burned and I couldn't register the words on the page, and the darkness outside was alive with the cries of night birds and nutrias in the marsh. Then I watched the Late Show on television, drank a glass of milk, and fell asleep with my head on the kitchen table. I woke during the night to the sound of Alifair's slippered feet shuffling across the linoleum. I looked up, bleary-eyed, into her face. Her pajamas were covered with smiling clocks. She patted me on top of the head as she would a cat. He waited for me in my dreams. Not Thibault Latiolais or Jimmy Lee Boggs, but a metamorphic figure who changed his appearance every night but always managed to perform the same function. Sometimes it was old Victor Charlie, his black pajamas glued against his body with sweat, his face strung with human feces out of a rice paddy, one bulging walleye aimed along the iron sights of a French bolt-action rifle. When he squeezed the trigger, I felt the steel-jacketed bullet rip through my throat as easily as it would core a cantaloupe. Or I would see myself down a narrow, unlighted brick passageway off Dauphine in the French Quarter. I could smell the damp stone, the mint and roses growing in the courtyard, see the shadows of the banana trees waving on the flagstones beyond the piked gate that hung open at the end of the passageway. My hand tightened on the grips of the .45. The mortar between the bricks and the wall felt like claws in my back. I worked my way up to the courtyard entrance, my breath ballooning in my chest. Then suddenly the scrolled iron gate swung into my face, broke two of my fingers as if they were sticks, raked the .45 out of my hand, and knocked me backward into a pool of rainwater. An enormous black man in a child's T-shirt, in lavender slacks at least 3 sizes too small for him, so that his scrotum was outlined like a bag of metal washers, squatted down with a .410 shotgun pistol resting on his thigh, and looked at me through the bars of the gate. He was toothless, his lips purple with snuff, his eyes red-rimmed, his breath rank with funk. "Your time to beg, motherfucker," he said. "That's right. Beg for your worthless shit-ass life." Then he smiled, lifted the point of my chin with the shotgun barrel, and cocked the hammer. I would awake on the couch, my T-shirt and shorts damp with perspiration, and sit in a square of moonlight on the edge of the couch, my head bent down, my jaws clenched tight to keep them from shaking. I was given full pay during my 3 months' leave, and when I returned to work, I was assigned to restricted duty. I stayed in the office most of the time. I interviewed witnesses for other detectives, or sometimes I investigated traffic accidents out in the parish. I did a great deal of paperwork. I was treated with the deference you often see extended to a wounded and recuperating officer. The attitude is one of kindness, but perhaps a degree of fear is involved also, as though mortality is an infectious condition that must be treated by isolation. My life became as bland and unremarkable as the season was soft and warm and transitory. Then, on a wind-blown afternoon, with leaves flying in the air, I drove to Lafayette in my truck to see Minos P. Dautrieve, an old friend and DEA agent who is now assigned to the Presidential Task Force on Drugs. He loved to fish, and because I didn't want to talk with him at his house with his wife or children somewhere on the edge of the conversation, I asked him to bring his spinning rod and drive with me to the levee at Henderson Swamp. I stopped at one of the bait and boat rental shacks below the levee and bought 2 poor boy shrimp sandwiches and a long-necked bottle of Jack's for him and a Dr. Pepper for me. We walked down to a grassy place on the bank, across from a row of willow islands that acted as a barrier between the channel along the levee and the swamp itself, which was actually an enormous wetlands area of bays, canals, bayous, oil platforms, and flooded stands of cypress and willow trees. He flipped his Rapala out to the edge of the willow pads that grew on the opposite side of the channel. Minos had been All-American Honorable Mention when he played forward for LSU, and he still wore his hair in a college boy crew cut, mowed so close that the scalp glowed. He was as lean, flat-stomached, and tapered-looking as he had been when sports writers named him Dr. Dunkenstein. He'd been a first lieutenant with Army intelligence in Vietnam, and although he was often flippant and cynical and defensive about his role as a government agent, he had a good heart and a hard-nosed sense about right and wrong that sometimes got him in trouble with his own bureaucracy. I sat down on the incline and tore a long-bladed stem of grass along the spine. I told him about the strange sense of ennui that characterized my days. It's like being in the middle of a dead zone. It's like suddenly there's no sound, like all movement has stopped. "It'll pass," he said. "Doesn't feel like it. You got 2 hearts in Nam. You came out of it all right, didn't you? And that was different. The first wound was superficial. The second time I didn't see it coming. There's a difference when you see it coming. I never got hurt.
So maybe you're asking the wrong guy, but I've got a feeling that something else is bothering you. I dropped the torn grass blade between my knees and wiped my fingers on my pants. I feel like I begged, I said. I don't understand. You begged Boggs before he shot you? No. When T-Bow climbed down into the coulee and cocked the .38 in my face, I had to swallow when I said it. Sounds to me like you did just fine. What were you supposed to do? You had a round through your chest. You had to lie there in the dark with your own thoughts while a couple of guys talked about killing you. Then you had to depend on the mercy of a black kid who'd already been sentenced to the electric chair. I don't think I would have come out of that altogether intact. In fact, I know I wouldn't. He flipped his lure out again and retrieved it in a zigzag motion just below the water's surface. Then he set the rod down on the bank, took our sandwiches and drinks out of the paper bag, and sat down beside me. Listen, partner, he said, you're a brave man. You proved that a long time ago. Stop trying to convince yourself that you're not. I think what we should be talking about here is nailing Boggs. Like cooling out his action, dig it? Like blowing up his shit. How'd he get the gun in the can, anyway? He had a girlfriend in Lafayette, a dancer. She blew town the same day he escaped, but she left her fingerprints all over the towel dispenser. Where y'all think he is now? Who knows? He left the car in Algiers. Maybe he went back to Florida. How about the black kid? Disappeared. I thought he'd show up by now. He'd never been anywhere, and he's always lived with his grandmother. Catch him, and he might give you a lead on Boggs. He might be dead, too. Minos opened a bottle of Jack's with his pocket knife, put the cap inside the paper bag, and drank out of the bottle, staring out at the long, flat expanse of gray water and dead cypress. The sun was red and low on the western horizon. I think it's time to put your transmission into gear and start hunting these guys down, he said. The rules of the game are kick ass and take names. I didn't say anything. It's pretty damn boring to be a spectator in your own life. What do you think? He said. Nothing. Bullshit, what do you think? He hit me in the arm with his elbow. I let out my breath. I'll give it some thought, I said. You want any help from our office? You got it. All right, Minos. If the black kid's alive, I bet you nail him in a week. Okay. You know, Boggs will show up, too. A guy like that can't get through a day without smearing shit on the furniture somewhere. I think I'm getting your drift. All right. I'm crowding the plate a little bit, but I don't want to see you sitting on your hands anymore. The lowlifes are the losers. They get up every morning knowing that fact. Let's don't ever let them think they're wrong, partner. He smiled and handed me a poor boy sandwich. It felt thick and soft in my hand. Across the channel I could see the ridged and knobby head of an alligator, like a wet brown rock among the lily pads. The next day I read all the paperwork on Thibault Latiolette and talked to the prosecutor's office and the detective who did the investigation and made the arrest. Nobody seemed to have any doubt about Thibault's guilt. He'd worked for a redbone named Hippolyte Broussard, a migrant labor contractor who had ferried his crews on rickety buses from northern Arizona to Dade County, Florida. I remembered him.
He was a strange-looking man who had moved about in that nether society of people of color in southern Louisiana, blacks, quadroons, octoroons, and redbones. You would see him unloading his workers at dawn in the fields during the sugarcane harvest, and at night he would be in a Negro bar or pool room on the south side of town or out in the parish, where he paid off the laborers or lent them money at high interest rates at a table in back. Like all redbones, people who are a mixture of Negro white and Indian blood, he had skin the color of burnt brick, and his eyes were turquoise. His arms and long legs were as thin as pipe cleaners, and he wore sideburns, a rust-colored pencil mustache, and a lacquered straw hat at a jaunty angle on his head. He worked his crews hard, and he had as many contracts with corporate farms as he wanted. I'd heard stories that workers, or even a whole family who gave him trouble, might be put off the bus at night in the middle of nowhere. Nobody doubted why Thibault had done it, either. In fact, people were sympathetic with his apparent motivation. For one reason or another, Hippolyte Broussard had made Thibault's life as miserable as he could. It was the way in which Thibault had killed him that had caused the judge to sentence Thibault to the electric chair. It was misting slightly when I drove down the dirt road into the community of Negro shacks out in the parish where Tante Lamone now lived. The shacks were gray and paintless, the galleries sagging, the privies knocked together from tar paper, scrap lumber, and roofing tin. Chickens pecked in the dirt yards, the ditches were littered with garbage, the air reeked of somebody cooking cracklings outside in an iron kettle, which produces an eye-watering stench like sewage. On the corner was a clapboard juke joint, with tape crisscrossed on the cracked windows, and because it was Friday afternoon, the oyster shell parking lot was already full of cars, and the roar of the jukebox inside was so loud it vibrated the front window. Tante Lamone's house was raised off the ground on short brick columns, and a yellow dog on a rope had dug a depression under the edge of the house from which he looked up at me and flopped his tail in the dirt. Flies buzzed back in the damp shadows beneath the raised floor. I knocked on the screen door, then saw her ironing at a board in the corner of her small living room. She stopped her work, picked up a tin can, held it to her lips, and spit snuff in it. "They think they seen you? I'm going to tell where that little boy at," she said. "I ain't seen him. I ain't talked with him. I don't even know Thibault alive. That's what y'all done to us, Mr. Dave. Don't be coming round here pretending you are a friend, no." "Will you let me in, Tante Lamone?" "I done told them policemen I tell you. I ain't seen him, me, and I ain't helping you, me." "Listen, Tante Lamone, I don't want to hurt Thibault. He saved my life. It's the white man I want. But they're going to catch Thibault sooner or later. Wouldn't you rather I find him first so that nobody hurts him?" She walked to the screen and opened it. Her dress was wash-faded, almost colorless, and it flapped on her body and withered breasts as shapelessly as a rag. "You gonna lie now, 'cause I old nigger?" she said. "You catch that boy. They're gonna carry him up to the Red Hat. They're gonna strap him down, put that tin cap on his little head, cover up his face with cloth so they ain't got look at his eyes. Let all them people watch my little boy suffer, watch the electricity burn up his body. I was on Camp I, Mr. Dave, when they used to keep women's there. I seen them take a white man to the Red Hat. They had to pull him along the ground from the car, pull him along like a dog wrapped up in chains. Then all them people sat down like they was at the ballpark them and watched that man die." She raised the tin cup to her lips and spit snuff in it again, then picked up her iron and began pressing a starched white shirt. She smelled of dried sweat, Copenhagen, and the heat rising from the ironing board. The walls of her house had been pasted with pages from magazines, then overlaid with mismatched strips of water-streaked wallpaper. The floor was covered with a rug whose thread had split like crimped straw, and the few pieces of furniture she owned looked as though they'd been carted home a piece at a time from the junkyard where Thibault used to work. I sat down on a straight-backed chair next to her ironing board. "I can't promise you anything," I said, "but if I find Thibault, I'll try to help him. Maybe we can get the governor to commute his sentence. Thibault saved the life of a police officer. That could mean a lot, Tante Lamont." "Did the life of that pimp mean a lot?" "What?" "Hippolyte Broussard, a pimp, and he was going to make Thibault do it, too." "I never heard that Broussard was involved with prostitution." "White people hear what they want to hear." "I didn't see anything like that in the case record, either. Who'd you tell this to?" "I ain't told nobody. Ain't nobody asked me." "Where was he pimping, Tante Lamont?" "Out of the juke, there on the four corner," she said, and nodded her head toward the outside of the house. "Out in them camps where them farm workers stay at." "And he wanted Thibault to do it too?" "He make Thibault drive them girls from the juke down to the camp. Thibault say, 'I can't do that no more, Hippolyte.' And Hippolyte say, 'You gon' do it. 'Cause you don't, I gon' tell your P.O. you been stealing from me and you gon' back to jail. And it don't matter Thibault do what he say or not.' Hippolyte kept making him feel awful all the time, sticking his thumb in that little boy's seat in front of all them people. Shame him till he come home and cry. If that man ain't dead now, I go killin' myself, me." "Tante Lamont, why didn't you tell this to somebody?" "I told you. They ain't asked me. You think them people in that courtroom care what a old nigger woman say?" "You didn't tell anybody because you thought it would hurt Thibault, that people would be sure he did it." It started raining outside. The hinged flap on the side window was raised with a stick, and in the gray light her skin had the color of a dull penny. She mashed the iron up and down on the shirt she was ironing. "I could tell lots of things about that juke up the four corner. About the traitor woman run that place with Hippolyte. About them crib they got there. Ain't nobody interested, Mr. Dave. Don't be telling me they are, no. Just like when I up in camp in Angola. On the Red Hat gang, they run them boys up and down the levee when they wheelbarrow. Beat them every day with the Black Betty, shoot them, and bury them right here in the Mississippi levee. Everybody knowed it. Nobody care. Ain't nobody care about Thibault or what I got to say now." "You should have talked to somebody. They didn't give Thibault the chair because he killed Hippolyte. It was the way he did it. Thibault in this house, shelling crawfish right here," she said, and tapped her finger on the ironing board. "All right. But somebody drove the bus off the jack on top of Hippolyte. Thibault's fingerprints were all over the steering wheel. His muddy shoe prints were all over the floor pedals. Nobody else's. Then, while Hippolyte was lying under the brake drum with his back broken, somebody stuffed an oil rag in his mouth so he could spend 2 hours strangling to death." "Wasn't long enough." "Where is Thibault?" "I ain't gonna tell you no more. Waste of time," she said, took a cigarette from a pack on the ironing board and lit it. She blew the smoke out in the humid air. "You're a white man. Colored folk ain't never gonna be your business.
You come running now 'cause you need T-Bow catch that white trash shot you. You just see a little colored boy can help you now, but you can't be knowing what he really like. How he hurt inside. How much he love his grandmama. How much he care for Dorothea. And what he willing to do for that little gal. You don't be knowing none of these things, Mr. Dave. Who's Dorothea? Go up to Juke. Ask her who she is. Ask her about what T-Bow do for her. You that's gonna take him up to the Red Hat.
I said goodbye to her, but she didn't bother to answer. It was raining hard when I stepped off the gallery, and drops of mud danced in the dirt yard. Down the street at the Four Corners, the clapboard facade of the juke joint glistened in the gray light, and the scroll of neon over the door, which read Big Mama Gula's, looked like purple smoke in the rain that blew back off the eaves. The inside was crowded with Negroes, the air thick with cigarette smoke, the smell of dried sweat, muscat, talcum powder, chitlins, gumbo, flat beer, and bathroom disinfectant. The jukebox was deafening, and the pool players rifled the balls into side pockets, shouting and slamming the rack down on the table's slate surface. Beyond the dance floor, a Zydeco band with an accordion, washboard, thimbles, and an electric bass was setting up on a small stage surrounded by orange lights and chicken wire. Behind the musicians, a huge window fan sucked cigarette smoke out into the rain, and their clothes fluttered in the breeze like birds' feathers. Too deep at the bar, the customers ate boudin and pickled hog's feet off paper plates, drank long-necked jacks and wine spochiotti, a mixture of muscat and whiskey that can fry your head for a week. I stood at the end of the bar, saw the eyes flick momentarily sideways, then heard the conversations resume as though I weren't there. I waited for the bartender to reach that moment when he would decide to recognize me. He walked on the duckboards to within 3 feet of me and began lifting handfuls of beer bottles between his fingers from a cardboard carton, fitting them down into the ice bin. There was a thin, dead cigar in his mouth. "What you want, man?" he asked without looking up. "I'm Detective Dave Robicheaux with the Sheriff's Department," I said, and opened my badge in my palm. "What you want?" His eyes looked at me for the first time. They were sullen and flecked with tiny red veins. "I'd like to talk to Dorothea. She's working the tables. She's real busy now." "I only want a couple of minutes every time. Call her over, please." "Look, man, this ain't the place. You understand what I'm talking about?" "Not really." He raised up from his work and put his hands flat on the bar. "That's her out yonder by the band," he said. "You want to go out there and get her? Is that what you want?" "Ask her to come over here, please." "Listen, I ain't did you nothing. Why you giving me this truck?" The men next to me had stopped talking now and were smoking their cigarettes casually and looking at their own reflections in the bar mirror. One man wore a lavender pork pie hat with a feather in the brim. His sports coat hung heavy on one side. "Look, man, you got a car outside?" the bartender asked. "Yeah." "Go sit in it, and I'll be sending her," he said. Then his voice changed. "Why you be bothering that girl? She ain't did nothing." "I know she hasn't." "Then why you bothering her?" he asked. Before I turned to go outside, I saw a big black woman in a purple dress looking at me from the far end of the duckboards. Her hands were on her hips, her chin pointed upward. She took the cigarette out of her mouth and blew smoke in my direction, her eyes never leaving my face.
In the dim light, I thought I saw blue tattoos scrolled on the tops of her breasts. The rain clattered on the roof of my car and streamed down the windows. At the back of the juke joint, beyond the oyster shell parking lot covered with flattened beer cans, were two battered house trailers. Two men who looked like Latins in denim work clothes and straw hats drove up in a pickup truck and knocked at one of the trailers, their bodies pressed up against the door to stay out of the rain. A black woman opened the inside door and spoke to them through the screen. They got back in their truck and left. I saw one of them look back through the rear window as they pulled onto the dirt road. 5 minutes later, the bartender appeared in the front door of the juke joint with a small Negro girl at his side and pointed at my car. She ran across the parking lot toward me with a newspaper spread over her head. When I pushed open the passenger door, she jumped inside. She wore black fishnet stockings, a short black waitress's skirt, and a loose white blouse that exposed her lace bra, but she looked both too young and too small for the job she did and the type of clothes that she wore. It was her hair that caught your attention, black and thick and brushed in soft swirls around her head, almost like a helmet that made her toy face seem even smaller than it was. She was frightened and wouldn't look at me directly. "You know I'm a police officer?" I said. "Yes, sir." "T-Bow saved my life, so I don't want to see him hurt. The man I'm after is named Jimmy Lee Boggs. He killed 2 people and took T-Bow with him when he escaped. You know all that, don't you?" "Yes, sir. I knows that." "You don't have to call me sir. If T-Bow can help me find this man Boggs, maybe I can help T-Bow." She nodded her head. Her hands were motionless on top of the wet newspaper in her lap. "Did he tell you where Boggs dropped him off?" I said. "Sir?" Her eyes cut sideways at me, then looked straight ahead again. "When you talked to him, did he say anything about Jimmy Lee Boggs?" "I ain't talked to T-Bow." "I bet you have," I said and smiled. "No, sir, I ain't. Nobody know where T-Bow at. Tante Lamont don't know. Ain't nobody know." "I see. Look here, Dorothea. I'm going to give you a card. It has my phone number on it. When you talk to T-Bow, you give him this number. You tell him I appreciate what he did for me, that I want to help him. He can call me collect from a payphone. I won't know where he's living. All I want to do is find Jimmy Lee Boggs." She took the card in a small hand. She looked out at the rain, her eyes quiet with thought. "How you gonna help him?" she said. "We can get his sentence commuted. That means he won't go to the electric chair. Maybe he can even get a new trial. The jury didn't hear everything they should have, did they?" "What you mean?" "About Hippolyte Broussard. Was he a pimp?" "Yes, sir." "Did he try to make T-Bow a pimp, too?" "He make him drive the bus with the girls out to the camp." "What else did Hippolyte do?" "Sir?" "Did Hippolyte do something to you?" Again her eyes cut sideways, then looked straight ahead. I could see her nostrils quiver when she breathed. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to," I said. "But maybe T-Bow had a good reason to kill Hippolyte. Maybe other people might think so, too." She squeezed her fingers and looked down at her lap. "He say I got to get on the bus," she said. "Who?" "Hippolyte. He say I got to go out to the camp. Thibault say I ain't going, even if Hippolyte hit him and knock him down in the dirt. Hippolyte say I going, or I ain't waking here no more.
So that's why he killed Hippolyte?
I ain't said that. I ain't said that at all. You asked me what Hippolyte done to me.
I looked out at the trailers behind the parking lot. Is somebody bothering you now, Dorothea? I said. Does anybody try to make you do something you don't want to?
Gross Mama's good to me.
Did she make you do something you don't want to?
I wait the table. I pass the mop on the floor before I go home. She don't let no men's bother me. She pass for me in the morning, carry me to work. Tell me not be worrying all the time about Thibault. He gonna be all right. He coming back one day. Gross Mama know.
How does she know that?
She a traitor. She got power. That's why Hippolyte's scared of her. He got the gree-gree. That man you looking for, Jimmy Lee Boggs, you ain't got to worry about him, no. He got a gree-gree, too. He gonna die, that one.
Wait a minute, Dorothea. You knew Boggs?
I seen him with Hippolyte back yonder by that trailer, right there. Gross Mama say they both got the gree-gree. They carried in 'em just like a worm. Sir?
What?
Sir?
What is it? And you really don't need to call me sir.
I want to ask you something.
She looked at me full in the face for the first time. Her lipstick was on crooked.
You ain't lying? You can really help Thibault?
I can try, if you'll let me. Do you know where he is, Dorothea?
Gross Mama want me back inside now. Friday a real busy day.
If you talk to Thibault, tell him I said thank you.
I gotta be going now.
Wait a minute. I have an umbrella, I said. I popped it open in the rain and walked her to the entrance of the juke joint. Then she walked hurriedly past the men staring at her from the bar toward her station by the dance floor. I'd promised to take Alifair to the open-air restaurant at Cypremore Point for Blue Point crabs, a weekly ritual whose aftermath made the waitresses cringe. Alifair, in a white bib with a big red crawfish on it, went about disassembling the crabs with wood mallet and nutcrackers in such clumsy intensity that the plank table had to be washed down later with a hose. I tried never to disappoint her or see her hurt any more than she'd already been hurt by the drowning of her real mother in the crashed plane and the death of Annie, my second wife. But since I'd been shot by Jimmy Lee Boggs, I'd become an ineffectual caretaker in my own home rather than a parent, and I had no idea when I would put everything back in the proper box and see the worry and uncertainty go out of Alifair's eyes. And I knew absolutely that that moment wouldn't come of its own accord. So I drove down to a cafe on the blacktop, called the house, and asked Clarice, my mulatto housekeeper and babysitter, to give Alifair her supper and to stay with her until I got home. I talked with Alifair and told her I'd take her out for ice cream later and we'd go to Cypremore Point for crabs the next night. I sat at the counter and ate a plate of red beans, rice, and breaded pork chops, and drank coffee until over an hour had passed. Then I headed back to the juke joint. It had stopped raining now, and the air was clear and cool.
the sky dark except for a lighted band of purple clouds low on the western horizon. I drove through the parking lot to the back of the building, the flattened beer cans and wet oyster shells crunching under my tires, and through the big fan humming in the back wall I could hear the Zydeco band pounding it out. Mon mange bien, mon bois bon vin, ça pas coûter moi à rien. Ma fille aimait gumbo filet, moi l'aime ma fille aussi. I parked by one of the trailers and walked up on the wood steps. Back under a solitary spreading oak tree was the pickup truck I'd seen earlier. Only one man was in the cab now. The trailer was made out of tin and had been covered with thick layers of green paint. Curtains were pulled across the windows, but a light was on inside. The inner door was closed and the screen was latched. I tapped on the screen with my knuckles and looked back over my shoulder at the man in the truck. He looked away from me. "Sheriff's Department," I said, and tapped again. There was no answer, but I heard movement inside. "Open up," I said. Still no answer. I grasped the handle to the screen door firmly and jerked the latch out of the jamb, then opened the inner door, which was unlocked, and stepped into the trailer. The musky, thick odor of marijuana stuck at my face like a fist. The woman whom I'd seen in the trailer door earlier lay on a narrow bed in a pink bra and pink panties, her head reclining on a pillow, one arm propped casually behind her head, her free hand holding a joint over an ashtray on a small nightstand. She put the joint to her lips, looked me straight in the face, and took a long, deep hit, ventilating the edges of the paper until the ash was a bright red coal in the gloom of the trailer. But the dark-skinned man in denim and work boots, his straw hat clenched against his thigh, his belt buckle still hanging down over his fly, was obviously terrified. His eyes were riveted on the badge in my palm. "It's not a bust, partner. Rest easy," I said. He continued to stare wide-eyed at me. His hands were square with calluses, his fingernails half-mooned with dirt. "You speak English?" I said. Then to the woman, "Does your friend speak English?" "You do it the same way in Mexican or in English, honey," she said. "It's time for you to take off, partner," I said. But he didn't understand. I folded up my badge and slipped it in my back pocket. "You can go now. We don't need you for anything. There's no problem. No problema. Your friend is waiting for you," I said. I took him gently by the arm and opened the door for him. "Adios," I said. This time he realized what he was being offered, and he was gone into the darkness like a shot. I closed the door behind him. "You're a very cool lady," I said. She took a slow, easy hit on the reefer and let the smoke curl out of her mouth into her nose. "I guess I just don't scare you too much," I said. She flexed herself on the bed and drew one knee up before her. Her toenails were painted red. "You gonna do what you gonna do, ain't you?" she said. "Possession can be serious stuff in Louisiana." "Honey, if you was interested in arresting me, you wouldn't be tapping on no door." "You're pretty hip, too." "Won't you tell me what you want, sweetheart? Somebody told you the blackberry got the sweet juice?" "Was Hippolyte Broussard your pimp?" "That's a bad word. Like it mean I doing something I ain't supposed to." I turned a straight-back chair around backward and straddled it. "Let's understand something," I said. "I don't care what y'all do here. I'm after a white man named Jimmy Lee Boggs. I'll do just about anything to find him. I feel that way about him because he shot me. Are we communicating here?" She smiled lazily in the smoke. "So you the one," she said. "That's right. And let's get rid of this distraction, too." I took the roach out of her fingers and mashed it out in the ashtray. "Did you know Boggs?" "I seen him." "Where?" "He come see Hippolyte." "Why?" "Where you been, honey? You ever see black folks who ain't got to give part of their money to white folks? You ain't dumb. You just pretend you. I think you just here to see me." She smiled again and stretched both her arms over her head. "Did Boggs come see Grossmama Gula? That white trash mess with Grossmama. Snakes be crawling out his grave." I heard the screen open on the spring. Then the inside door raked back on the buckled linoleum floor, and the black woman in the purple dress with the scrolled blue tattoos on the tops of her breasts stood in the doorway, one hand on her hip, a flowered kerchief curled in her fingers. "You taking up too much of people's time," she said. "You got Jelly Roll on your mind, or you think bothering my women's gonna clean that man out of your head?" "What?" I said. She told the woman on the bed to dress and get up to the juke and help wait tables. She picked up the ashtray with the roach in it and threw it outside into the darkness. "Wait a minute. What did you say?" I said. She ignored me. "And tell that drunk nigger giving Al trouble when I get back up there his skinny ass better be gone," she said to the other woman, who buttoned her jeans, pulled on her blouse, and went out the door. Grossmama Gula's face was big and hard-boned like a man's, her eyes deep-set and dark, so that they had a cavernous quality under the broad forehead and thick brows. I had heard stories about her from other Negroes: the juju woman who could blow the fire out of a burn, stop bleeding by pressing her palm against a wound, charm worms out of a child's stomach, cause a witch to invade the marriage bed, straddle the husband, and fornicate with him until his eyes crossed and he would remain forever discontent with his wife. "What did you say?" I repeated. "Policeman's after Jelly Roll just like everybody else. You want it, you come ask me first. Don't be bothering my women's." "That ain't what on your mind, though. You got Jimmy Lee Boggs crawling around in your head. Jelly Roll ain't gonna get him out you. He lying there waiting." Is this supposed to impress me? She opened a cabinet over the stove, took out a jelly glass and a pint bottle of rum, poured herself 3 fingers, sat down at a small breakfast table, and lit a cigarette. She drank down the rum, inhaled from the cigarette, blew smoke out over her hand, and studied her knuckles as though I weren't there. "What you want?" she said. "For openers, take a break on the traiteur routine." "What you mean?" "You talked with Dorothea. You knew I was looking for Boggs. You seen my picture in the newspaper, or you figured out I was one of the men he shot. Think what you want. I ain't got the problem. What I think is you're operating a place of prostitution." She smoked and flicked her ashes and waited for me to go on. "I don't bother you?" I said. "You won't carry me up to the jail, that's your business. These people pay my bond and make sure I stay open." "Was Jimmy Lee Boggs cutting into Hippolyte's in your action?" "Darling, there ain't nobody cutting into my action." "I don't believe you, Grossmama. There isn't a hot pillow house in South Louisiana that doesn't have to piece off its action to New Orleans." She poured rum into her glass again, then as an afterthought looked at me and pointed a finger at the bottle. "No thanks," I said.
She screwed the top slowly onto the bottle. "Looky here," she said. "You don't care about them Dagos in New Orleans, about what some niggers be doing down here on Saturday night. You want that man 'cause he hurt you, 'cause he walking round in your sleep at night. You wake up tired in the morning, can't open and close your hands on the side of the bed. You dragging a big chain all day long. Food don't taste no good. Women's just something for other men's. You can tell the whole round world I lying, but me and you knows better." I stared at her woodenly. She continued to smoke idly. "I ain't seen him since they arrested him for killing that man with the ball bat," she said. "He in New Orleans, though." "How do you know?" "He gonna die over there, in a black room with lightning jumping all over it. Don't mess with it, darling. Come down see gross mama when you wake up with that bad feeling. She make you right," she said, and squared her shoulders so that the tattoos on her breasts stretched like a spider web. Chapter 3. The next morning, Alifair and I raked and burned leaves under the pecan trees in my front yard. It was a perfect blue-gold autumn day, and the smoke from the fire hung in the spangled sunlight and drifted out across the bayou into the cypress trees. A little over 2 years earlier, my wife Annie and I had been seining for shrimp just the other side of Marsh Island when we saw a twin-engine plane trailing a column of thick black smoke across the sky. It pancaked into a trough, dipped one wing into a wave, and cartwheeled like a child's stick toy across the water. While Annie called the Coast Guard on the emergency channel, I went over the side with an air tank and weight belt and swam down into the greenish-yellow light to the plane, which had come to rest upside down in a trench. Through the window, among the drowned bodies undulating in their seats, I saw Alifair kicking her legs and fighting to keep her head afloat inside a wobbling envelope of trapped air. Her small mouth looked like a guppy's above the waterline. Later, Annie and I would find the bruise marks on her legs where her mother had held her up in the air pocket while she herself lost her life. I gave Alifair my mother's name, and after Annie's death I legally adopted her. But even now I still knew little of the Central American world which she had fled, except that memories of it had given her nightmares for a long time, and she thought of manual labor almost as play. She loved to work in the yard with me. She held the rake handle midway down and scoured the ground bare with the tines. Her elastic-waisted jeans grimed at the knees, her face hot and bright with her work. She wore her yellow T-shirt with a smiling purple whale and the words "Baby Orca" embossed on it. But it was too small for her now, and her arms looked fat and round in the sleeves. It was too good a day to dwell on Jimmy Lee Boggs and gross Mama Gula and a lot of mojo claptrap, so Alifair and I took the jugboat and headed out Southwest Pass onto the Salt. It was called a jugboat because it had been used by a marine seismograph company to lay out and recover the long rubber-coated cables and instruments, or jugs, that recorded the vibrations off the substrata after an explosion was detonated in the drill hole. It was narrow and long, built for speed, with a low draft, a big Chrysler engine, 2 screws, and the windowed pilot's cab flush on the stern. I'd outfitted it with gearboxes, ice bins, a small galley, a bait well, winches for my trawling nets, iron rod and reel sockets for trolling. In the middle of the deck, I bolted down a telephone company spool table with a collapsible Cinzano umbrella set in the center hole. The day was warm. the ground swells long and gentle and rolling, so that when they crested, the wave broke into a thin froth and blew in the wind. I kept the bow into the wind and idled through the swells while Alifair set the rods into the sockets, spun out the lines behind us so the lures bounced in our wake, clicked on the drags, and threw Chum overboard as if she were flinging shot. High up against the blue dome of sky, brown pelicans drifted in formation on the wind stream. Then suddenly their wings would collapse, cock into their sides like fins, and they would plummet with the speed of an aerial bomb into the water and rise from the foam with a menhaden or flying fish dripping from their pouched beak. In the middle of a long green trough, I saw a greasy slick on the water and smelled the fecund odor of speckled or white trout in a big school. I cut the engine, threw the anchor, and let the jugboat swing back against the tension in the rope. We reeled in our lines and rigged them with heavy teardrop weights, bait hooks, and big corks. Alifair's two-handed cast sent a lead weight and hook singing past my ear. The clouds in the west looked like strips of flame above the green horizon when we headed back through the pass into Vermilion Bay. The ice bin was loaded with gaff-top catfish and speckled trout, gutted and stiff and laid out in cold rows, their mouths hooked open, their eyes black and shiny as glass. Alifair sat on my lap and steered us between the buoys into the channel. When I touched her head with my chin, I could feel the sun's heat in her hair. "Let's take some to Baptiste tonight," she said. "That's a good idea, little guy." She twisted her head around and grinned up at me. "Then maybe rent a movie," she said. "You got it, Al." "Buy some boudin and fix some Kool-Aid, too?" "That's actually been on my mind all day." "All right, big guy." We were happy and tired when we drove down the dirt road under the oaks toward my house on the bayou. Our clothes were flecked with fish blood and membrane, our skin salty and dry from the wind and the sun. It had been a fine day. I was determined that it would remain so, even though I saw Minos Dotriev's car parked by my gallery, and Minos sitting on my front step. Alifair rinsed the fish in the sink while Minos and I went out in the backyard and sat at my redwood picnic table under the mimosa tree. The moon was up and I could see my neighbor's sugar cane in the field. "I got a proposal for you," he said. "What's that, Minos?" "You know I'm on that presidential task force on drugs?" "Yeah." "It's an election year and everybody wants to stomp the shit out of the drug dealers. Never mind the fact that we've had our budgets cut for years, but that's all right. It's all rock and roll anyway. We'll cripple up as many lowlifes as we can and let somebody else worry about the rest, right?" Minos: "Okay, take it easy. You tried to turn up that black kid? It's all dead-end stuff. His grandmother and his girlfriend probably know where he is, but they're not saying. I ended up last night talking with a traiteur woman named Big Mama Gula in a hot pillow joint. That's a long way from Jimmy Lee Boggs. Look, I think your life's been too dull. So I talked with some people on the task force, and then I talked with the Iberia sheriff. We want to put you inside the mob." "What?" "You're the perfect guy." "Are you out of your mind? Hear me out." "No. I went back with the sheriff's department to pay off some big debts. I got shot. You think I want to go undercover now?" "That's why you're the perfect guy, Dave. It wouldn't be undercover. You resign from the department, we set you up in New Orleans, give you a lot of money to flash around the lowlifes. Then we put out the word with a couple of our snitches that you were encouraged to resign. You're a burnout. Maybe you've been on the pad." I was shaking my head, but he kept talking. There's a new player in New Orleans we want to nail real bad. His name's Anthony Cardo, also known as Tony C. and Tony the Cutter. No, he's not a shank artist. He's supposed to have a schlong that's 1.5 feet long. The Johnny Wad of the Mafia. He grew up across the river in Algiers, but he's got operations in Miami and Fort Lauderdale. In fact, we think he's a linchpin between the dope traffic in South Florida and southern Louisiana. I'm not interested. Look, it'd be a 3 or 4 week scam. If it doesn't work, we'll mark it off. It won't work. Why not? They won't buy a cop who just turned in his badge. Yeah, they will. They'll buy you, he said, and tapped his finger at the air. I have a feeling you're about to say something else complimentary. Let's look at your record, fair and square, partner. You're almost fired from the force in New Orleans. You have an alcoholic history. You've been in your own drunk tank. You were up on a murder charge, for God's sake. All right, it was a frame, and that situation with the New Orleans PD was a rotten shake, too. But like I told you when I first met you, it makes Sacco read material. How about your old homicide partner? What's his name? Cletus Purcell. He didn't have any trouble going to work for the wise guys, did he? They bought him toenails the hairline. He's clean now. He owns a club on Decatur. That's right. But he still knows the greaseballs. They come in his place. It's a free country. You've got to conduit into the mob, Dave. They'll buy it. Not interested. It's no more complicated than a simple stain. I told you, you are talking to the wrong guy, Minos. There's another factor. We think Jimmy Lee Boggs might be back in New Orleans. Why? Telephone tap. Last week, one of Tony Cardo's people was talking about bringing in a mechanic from Florida to take care of a guy who held back 20 thou on a sale. Then yesterday, somebody did this black street dealer with a baseball bat in Louis Armstrong Park. Sound familiar? Why would he go back to a state where he's already been sentenced to the chair? Doesn't make any difference where he is. There are warrants on him in 3 other states, and the FBI's after him as an interstate fugitive. Number 2, he'll go where Tony Cardo tells him to go. I'm not up to it. You have to get somebody else. That's it, huh? Yeah. He looked at me reflectively in the moonlight. I could see his scalp glisten through his thin crew cut. How you feeling? He said. Fine. You're a good cop, Dave. The best. After he was gone, I sat by myself in the yard a while and tried to put my thoughts into separate envelopes. Then I gave it up and went inside to eat supper with Alifair at the kitchen table. So the days went by, and I watched the leaves fall and my neighbor harvest his sugar cane, which was now thick and gold and purple in the fields. Each evening I jogged 3 miles down the dirt road to the drawbridge on the Bayou, the air like a cool burn on my skin, and as the sun set over the bare field behind my house, I did sit-ups and stomach crunches in my backyard, curled a 50-pound dumbbell with my right arm, a 10-pound bar with my left, and sat down weary and glazed with sweat in the damp grass. I could feel my body mending, the muscles tightening and responding in my upper chest and neck the way they had before a bullet had torn through the linkage and collapsed it like a broken spider web. But to be honest, the real purpose in my physical regimen was to induce as much fatigue in my body as possible. Morpheus gifts used to come to me in bottles. Beam, Black Jack Daniels straight up with a frosted schooner of Jacks on the side, while I watched the rain pour down in the neon glow outside the window of an all-night bar not far from the Huey Long Bridge. In a half hour I could kick open a furnace door and fling into the flames all the snakes and squeaking bats that lived inside me. Except the next morning they would writhe with new life in the ashes and come back home, stinking and hungry. Now I tried to contend with my own unconscious and the dreams it brought, with a weight set, a pair of Adidas shoes, and running shorts. Then one evening, a week after Minos had appeared again, a pickup truck with 2 cracked front windows, crumpled fenders, and a bumper that hung down like a broken mouth bounced through the depressions in my drive, the tailgate slamming on the chain, the rust-gutted muffler roaring like a stock car racer. Tante Lamone's head barely extended above the steering wheel. Her chin was pointed upward, her small hands pinched on the wheel, her frosted eyes pinpoints of concern as she tried to maneuver through the trunks of the pecan trees. Dorothea sat next to her, one hand propped against the dashboard. "She want to tell you something," Tante Limon said. "Come in," I said, and I opened the truck door for her. "We ain't got to do that." "Yeah, you do," I said. They both followed me up onto the gallery. I opened the screen door. I wondered how many times Tante Limon had walked through a white person's front door. Once inside, neither of them would sit until I told them to. "What is it?" I said. "Ax her," Tante Limon said. I looked at Dorothea. She wore an orange polyester dress and a straw purse on a strap, but her black pumps were scuffed and dusty. "T-Bo say maybe he can find out where that man's at," she said. "You talked to him?" She looked at her hands in her lap. "You got to promise something, Mr. Dave," she said. "T-Bo say you're a good man. Tante Limon say your daddy good to her, too. It ain't right if you try to trick T-Bo, no." "What do you mean?" "You told me T-Bo can call you collect from a pay phone, but you can find out where he's at that way, can't you?" "You mean trace the call?" "That's right. I seen him do that on TV. You gonna do that to T-Bo, sir?" she said, and looked down at her lap again. "If he'll call me, I'll promise not to do that, Dorothea. Look, I can't tell T-Bo what to do, but isn't it better that he talk to somebody like me who knows something about his case, who owes him a debt, than let some other cops hunt him down as an escaped killer?" "T-Bo say that man mean all the way through. He tell T-Bo anybody stopped him and T-Bo open his mouth, he shoot everybody there and he shoot T-Bo first." "Where does he think Boggs is?" "He say he keep talking about the Italians, how they owe him a lot of money, how they gonna take care of him, how if T-Bo smart, he stay in New Orleans and sell dope. All the time T-Bo sitting in back, scared that man gonna find out he ain't killed you in the coulee." "Tell him to call me at home. I'll write down my number." "He gonna find out where that man at first." "No, you shouldn't do that." "That little boy got courage," Tante Limon said. "People ain't never see that in him. All they see is a little throwaway baby in a shoebox him. Like when he took Mr. Dory car. He ain't stole it. Our truck was broke and I didn't have no way to go to the charity in New Orleans. Me going blind. Couldn't see to light my stove in the morning.
He come flying around the corner, and Mr. Dory car couldn't even drive. Smashed right over the church mailbox. Policemen come out, put handcuffs on him, shove him in their car with their stick like he's a raccoon. Ain't nobody ever asked why he done it. You tell him I said to stay away from Boggs. That's not his job. That ain't what you said before, Tante Lamone said. I didn't tell him to go looking for Boggs. No, sir. You say, Thibault, he help you find that man, you help Thibault, Dorothea said. That's what you tell me at the juke out there in your car, out in the rain. When I tell that to Thibault, I say I don't know what to think. He say, Mr. Dave a white man, but he don't never lie. Then both of them looked at me silently in the half-light of my living room. Tante Lamone's frosted turquoise eyes were fixed on me with the lidless glare of a bird's. A therapist once told me that everyone has a dream box in his head. He said that sometimes an event provides us with a rusty key to it that we can well do without. Jimmy Lee Boggs had turned all the tumblers in the lock, and I discovered that, like a perverse nocturnal demiurge, he had taken my 10 months in Vietnam from me, reactivated every fearful moment I'd lived through, and written himself into the script as a player. The sun is hot in the sky, but I can't see through the thick canopy of trees overhead. The light is diffused to yellow-green through the sweating vegetation, as though I'm looking at it through water. The trunks of the banyan trees are striped with moisture. The blades of elephant grass, which can leave your skin covered with paper-thin cuts, are beaded with wet pinpoints of light. I lie flat on my chest in the grass, and the air is so humid and superheated I can't keep the sweat out of my eyes. My forearm only rubs more sweat and dirt into them. I can feel ants crawling inside my shirt and belt, and ahead of me, where the elephant grass slopes down to a coulee, a gray cloud of mosquitoes hovers over a dead log, and a red centipede, as thick as a pencil and 6 inches long, is wending his way across the humus. I can smell the sour odor of mud, stagnant water in the coulee, the foul reek of fear from my own armpits. An 18-year-old kid named Voodoo from West Memphis, Arkansas, lies next to me, his bare chest strung with bandoliers, a green sweat-soaked towel draped from under the back of his pot. His ankle is broken, and he keeps looking back at it and the boot that he's worked halfway off his foot. His sock looks like rotted cheesecloth. The whites of his eyes are filled with ruptured blood veins. They got Martinez's blucher. Don't go out there, Lieutenant. They're waiting for you in the tree line, he says. They'll hang him up in a tree. He at the bottom of the ditch. You can't get him out. They're waiting for you, Lieutenant. I seen him. The rivulets of sweat leaking out of his pot and running down his face and shoulders look like lines of clear plastic against his black skin. I crawl on my stomach through the grass with the barrel of the .45 lifted just above the mud. The underside of my body is slick with green-black ooze. My elbows, knees, and boots make sucking sounds with each movement forward. My face is alive with cuts and mosquitoes. Behind me I hear Voodoo easing a clip into his rifle. The grass thins at the edge of the coulee, and down the incline Martinez lies crucified in a half-inch of water, his flak jacket blown off his chest, his face white with concussion, his dented pot 20 yards down from him. He has long eyelashes like a girl's, and they keep fluttering as he looks up at me. His mouth opens and closes as though he's trying to clear his ears. The ground on the other side of the coulee is flat and clear for 30 yards back to a line of rubber trees. The sunlight here is bright and hazy, and I shield my eyes with my hand and try to look deep into the shadows of the rubber trees. The air is breathless, the reeds and elephant ears along the bank absolutely still. I drop over the lip of the coulee and slide erect down the embankment with my boot heels dug into the mud. Martinez tries to speak, but I see the sucking chest wound now and the torn, wet cloth of his undershirt that flutters in the cavity from the release of air. He sounds like a man strangling in his own saliva. I try to lift him on my shoulders and hold one of his arms and legs in front of me, but my knee folds and we both go down in a pool of muddy water that's hotter than the air. Then I see them walk out of the rubber trees against the sun. They look no bigger than children. Their black pajamas stick wetly to their bodies. Their faces are skeletal and filled with teeth. One of them squats down and aims Martinez's blicker at me. A man behind him shakes cigarettes out of a pack of Lucky Strikes for his friends. They are all laughing. My .45 lies somewhere in the clouded water. My boots are locked in mud. I hear Voodoo firing, but it makes no difference at this point. I stare at my executioner, my body painted with the tropical stink of his country, an unformed prayer wheezing like sand from my throat. The short, fat barrel of the grenade launcher recoils upward in his hands with a deep-throated roar, and a moment later I'm caught in an envelope of flame, and I feel a pain in my chest like jagged iron twisting its way through tendon and bone. Then I'm on all fours, like a dog, vomiting blood on my hands, and in the smoke and smell of burnt powder I stare up the embankment at where the small men in pajamas should be but aren't. Instead, Jimmy Lee Boggs takes his package of Lucky Strikes from his blue jeans pocket and lights one. His mannequin-like head is perfectly still as he puffs on his cigarette and lets the smoke drift from his lips. Then he flips the butt in an arc out on the coulee, works his way down the embankment, and finds my .45 in the water. He works the receiver and knocks the barrel clean of mud on his jeans. He casually points it behind my ear, lets the iron sight bite into my scalp. You thought the zips were gonna get you, but I'm the one can make you cry, he says. I woke up with the sheets twisted across my chest, my body hot in the cold square of moonlight that shone through the window. Outside, the pecan trees were black against the sky. I lay awake until dawn, when the light became gray, then pink, in the flooded cypress on the far side of the bayou. Then I tried to sleep again, but it was no use. I helped Baptiste open up the bait shop, and at 8 o'clock I drove to work at the sheriff's office and began processing traffic accident reports, my eyes weak with fatigue. That afternoon, 4 days after Tante Limon and Dorothea's visit, I drove to Minos Dautriev's house in Lafayette. He lived in the old part of town on the north side, a neighborhood of Victorian homes, deep lawns, enormous live oak trees, iron tethering posts, gazebos, screened galleries, and cascading leaves. He'd grown up in a shotgun farmhouse outside of Abbeville, but I always suspected that inside his cynicism he had a jaded reverence for the ways of late 19th century Southern gentility. We sat on cushioned wood lawn chairs in his backyard and drank lemonade amid the golden light and the leaves that scratched across the flagstones or floated in an old stone well that he'd turned into a goldfish pond. "You already talked to the sheriff?" he asked. "He says it's between me and you. I'll be on lend-lease to the Presidential Task Force, but my salary will still come from the department. Evidently, everybody thinks this task force is big stuff right now." "You're not impressed?" "Who cares what I think?" "Come on, you don't believe we're winning the war on drugs?" He was smiling. He had to squint against the yellow orb of sun that shone through the oak limbs overhead. "The head of the DEA says the Contras deal cocaine. Reagan and the Congress give them guns and money. It's hard to put all that in the same basket and be serious about it," I said. He stopped smiling. "But there's one difference," he said. "No matter what those guys in Washington do, we still send the lowlifes up the road, and we trash their operation everywhere we can." "All right. I'm not making my point very well, though." "Yes, you are. Look, I respect your agency. I appreciate its problems. Respect's not enough. When you work for the federal government, you have to obey its rules. There's no area there for negotiation." "This whole business was your idea, Minos. It's a good idea, too. But let's look at your odometer again. Sometimes you've had a way of doing things on your own. Maybe that's a matter of perception. You remember that guy you busted with a pool cue in Bow Bridge? They had to use a mop to clean up the blood. And the guy you cut in half through an attic floor in New Orleans? I won't mention a couple of other incidents. I never dealt the play, you know that. I can see you've had a lot of regret about it, too. I'm just not interested in the past anymore. There are some people who aren't as confident in you as I am. Then let them do it." He smiled again. "That happened to be what I told him," he said. "It didn't light up the room with goodwill. But seriously, Dave, we can't have Wyatt Earp on the payroll. You're the skipper. If I do something that causes problems for your office, you cut me loose. What's the big deal? You know, I think you have another potential. Maybe in scholarship. Like reducing the encyclopedia to a simple declarative sentence." I set my empty glass on a table. The wafer of sun was low in the sky now, the air cooler, the leaves in the goldfish pond dark and sodden. A neighbor was barbecuing, and smoke drifted over the garden wall into the yard. I leaned forward in the chair, one hand pinched around my wrist. "I think your concern is misplaced," I said. "When I got hurt the second time in Vietnam, it was $1 million wound. I was out of it. I didn't have to prove anything because there was no place to prove it. This one's different. It's ongoing. And I don't know if I'll measure up. I don't know if you have the right man." I saw his eyes move over my face. "You're going to do fine," he said. I didn't answer. "Like I said, it's not much more complicated than a simple sting," he continued. "We take it a step at a time and see where it leads. If it starts to get nasty, we pull you out. That has nothing to do with you. We don't want any of our people hurt. It's not worth it. We figure the shitbags all take a fall sooner or later. Look, this is the way it's going to work. We've got an apartment for you on Ursulines in the quarter, and the word's going to be out on the street that you're fired and dirty. There are 5 or 6 dealers around there you can approach to make a buy. Nothing real big right now, 4 or 5 keys, maybe a $50,000 buy. They're not going to trust you. They'll jerk you around, give you a lot of bullshit probably, maybe test you in some way. But these are low-level, greedy guys who are also dumb, and they get a hard-on when they see money. You set up the score, we let it go through, then we move up to bigger things. Where's all this money coming from? It's confiscated from drug deals. Don't worry, we'll get it back. Anyway, once these guys are convinced you're the real article, you tell them you want to reinvest your profits. Then, we offer them some serious guilt. They don't want the action, you tell them you can make the score in Houston. Tony Cardo hates the guy who runs the action out of Houston. The word is he screwed Tony's wife in a bathroom stall at the Castaways in Miami. We're talking about a real class bunch here. The goal, though, is to get Cardo involved in the deal. He's a weird fucking guy. I had to laugh. What's your idea of normal? I asked. No, this guy's special. He not only looks weird, he's deeply fucked up in the head. Maybe it's his background. His mother used to shampoo corpses for funeral homes. What? That's how she made her money. She washed the hair of corpses for a mortician. Finally, she bought her own funeral parlor in Algiers. Tony C. must not have liked it, though, 'cause he put it up for sale 2 days after he inherited it. What if I run across Jimmy Lee Boggs? You let us handle him. We'll figure out a way to have him picked up without compromising you. There's one other thing. Thibault Latiolet, the black kid who escaped with Boggs, he's in New Orleans. He told his girlfriend he's going to try to find Boggs for me. Why does he want to do that? I sent word to him that I'd help him if he'd help me. I didn't mean for him to go looking for Boggs, though. You worry too much. Just a sting. Hey, you're going back to New Orleans. Chapter 4. I took Alifair to stay at the home of my cousin Tuta, a retired schoolteacher in New Iberia. It wasn't easy. I carried her suitcase and her paper bag of Curious George and Baby Squanto books and coloring materials up onto the gingerbread porch and sat down with her in the swing. The sun was bright on the lawn. Bumblebees hummed over the hibiscus and the pale blue hydrangeas in the flower bed. It's not going to be for long, little guy, I said. I'm going to call you almost every night, and Tuta will take you out to feed your horse. If I can, I'll come back on a weekend. She looked out blankly at the dew shining on the grass. It's a business trip, Alifair. It's just something I have to do. You said we wouldn't leave New Iberia again. You said you didn't like New Orleans anymore, that it was full of dope and bad people. That doesn't mean we have to be afraid of those things, does it? Now, come on, we're not going to let a short trip get us down, are we? Guys like us are too tough for that. Her face was sullen. I took off her Astro's cap and set it sideways on her head, then looked down into her face. Trust me on this one, Alf, I said. My cousin came out on the porch. I squeezed Alifair against me. Her body felt hard and unyielding. Okay, little guy? Her eyes were blinking, and I touched her face with my hand. "Hey, you remember what my father used to do when he had a problem?" I asked. He'd grin right in its face, then give the old thumbs-up sign. He'd say, "You mess with us, coon-ass, we're going to spit right in your mouth." She looked up at me and smiled faintly. My cousin held the screen for her. "Dave?" Alifair said. "Yeah?" "When you come back, it's going to be like it was?" "What do you mean?" "Playing and joking like we always did. You always coming home full of fun." "You bet. I just have to clear up some problems, that's all." "I can go with you. I can cook meals, I can wash clothes in the machine." "Not this time, Al." Tuta took Alifair's hand in her own. "Dave, those bad people, they're not going to hurt you again, are they?" Alifair said. "You remember what Baptiste did when that gator got inside his fishnet and tore it up?" I said. She thought, then grinned broadly. "That's right," I said. "He grabbed the gator by its tail, swung it around in the air, and threw it all the way over the levee. Well, that's the way we handle the bad guys when they give us trouble." I hugged her again and kissed her forehead. "Goodbye, little guy," I said. "Bye, Dave." Her eyes were starting to film, and I walked down to the picket gate before I turned and glanced back at her. She stood in the open screen door, one of her hands in Tuta's, her ball cap low on her ears. She looked back at me from under the bill of her cap and raised her thumb in the air. I left Baptiste to manage the bait shop and boat dock, and on Halloween I moved into my apartment on Ursulines in the Quarter. Most people identify the Quarter with the antique stores on Royal, the sidewalk artists around Jackson Square, and the strip joints and T-shirt shops on Bourbon Street. But it has a residential and community life of its own. A Catholic elementary school, a city park, small grocery stores with screen doors, wood floors, ceiling fans, display coolers loaded with cheeses, sausages, and skinned catfish, and bins of plums and bananas set out on the sidewalk under the colonnade. My apartment was inside a walled courtyard that you entered through an iron gate and a domed brick walkway. The flower beds were thick with blooming azalea and camellia and untrimmed banana trees, and the people who lived in the second-story apartments had placed coffee cans of begonias and hung baskets of impatiens along the balcony. My place was on the first floor, and it had a bedroom, a small kitchen, a bath with a shower, and a living room. Like those of most residences in the Quarter, its walls were marked with all the historical attempts of its owners to adapt to technological change. The gas lamps had been removed and plastered over at the turn of the century. Bricks had been torn out of the walls to replumb and rewire the kitchen and the bath. Big hand-twist electric switches stuck out of the plaster but turned on no light. I opened the windows and began to hang my clothes in the closet. Maybe I should have felt good to be back in New Orleans, where I'd been a policeman for 14 years in the 1st District, but it felt strange to be alone in a rented apartment with the late afternoon light cold and yellow on the banana trees outside. Or maybe it was simply a matter of age. Solitude and the years didn't go well with me, and even though I'd lived over half a century, I had concluded that I was one of those people who would never know with any certainty who they were, that my thoughts about myself would always be question marks, My only identity would remain the reflection that I saw in the eyes of others. I could feel myself slipping inside that dark alcoholic envelope of depression and regret that for long periods had been characteristic of my adult life. I finished putting my shirts, underwear, and socks in the dresser drawers, stripped down to my skivvies, and did 10 one-armed chins on an iron pipe in the kitchen, 40 leg lifts, and 50 stomach crunches, and got into the shower and turned the water on so hot that my skin turned red and grainy through my suntan. I dried off and combed my hair in the mirror. I'd lost 15 pounds since Boggs had shot me. My stomach was flat. The love handles round my waist had almost disappeared. The scar tissue where a bouncing Betty had gotten me in Vietnam looked like a spray of small gray arrow points that had been slipped under the skin on my right thigh and side. I still had my father's thick black hair and mustache, except for the white patch above my ear, and if I didn't pay attention to the lines in my neck and around my eyes and the black peppery flecks of skin cancer on my arms, I could still pretend it was only the bottom of the fifth. Question: where do you score a few grams of coke in New Orleans? Answer: almost anywhere you want to. But where do you score 1,000 grams? A kilo? The question becomes more complicated. Minos had accused me of being simplistic. Later I would wonder when he'd last been on the street with his own clientele. It was dusk when I got to the address on Esplanade on the edge of the quarter. The air was crisp. The dry palm fronds on the neutral ground clattered in the breeze, and costumed Negro children with jack-o'-lanterns ran in groups from one high, lighted gallery to the next. The man I was looking for lived in a garage apartment behind a columned one-story wood house on the corner, which, like many New Orleans antebellum homes, was built up high above the lawn because of floods. But the wood doors on the drive were padlocked, and the iron gate that gave onto the side yard wouldn't open either. I could see a man working underneath an automobile in the drive with a mechanic's lamp attached to an extension cord. I shook the gate against the iron fastenings in the brick wall. The man slid out from under the car on a creeper. A lighted cigar lay on the cement by his head. One eye squinted at me like a fist. "What do you want?" he said. "I'm looking for Lionel Como." "What do you want?" "Are you Lionel Como?" "Yeah, what do you want?" "Can I come in?" "The latch is inside at the top of the gate," he said, and picked up a crescent wrench off the cement to begin working under the car again. I entered the yard and walked through flower beds filled with elephant ears and caladium and waited for him to slide back from under the car again. He didn't, so I had to squat down to talk to him. "I want to make a buy." "Buy what?" he said, blinking at the rust that fell out of the car frame into his eyes. He wore jeans and a purple and gold LSU jersey with the sleeves cut off at the shoulders. His arms were big and covered with tan, and he had a deep red U.S. Navy tattoo on one bicep. His head was square, his dark hair crew-cut. He chewed gum, and there were lumps of cartilage behind his ears. "I want some pure stuff. No cut, good price," I said. "I hear you're the guy who can help me." "Pure what? What are you talking about, buddy?" "What the fuck do you think I'm talking about?" He stopped working, removed a piece of grit from his eyelashes with his thumb, and looked at me. The backs of his hands were shiny with grease. "Who sent you here?" he said. "Some people in Lafayette." "Who?" "People I do business with. What do you care?" "I care, man." "What's your name?" "Dave Robicheaux." He pushed the creeper out from under the car and raised himself up on one elbow. He was maybe 25 and had the neck and shoulder tendons of a weightlifter. "You're talking about dope, right? Skag, reefer, stuff like that," he said. He picked up his cigar off the cement and puffed it alight. "I'm talking about cocaine, partner. 10,000 key. I can take 5 keys off you." "Cocaine?" he said. "That's right." "That's interesting. But number one, I'm not your partner because I don't know who you are. Number two, I don't know where you got my name or this address, but you got the wrong information, wrong person, wrong house. You see Tony Cardo?" "Who?" "Look, I don't mean to offend you, but the bozo routine is wearing thin. You tell Cardo there's some oil people in Lafayette with lots of money to invest. He doesn't want the business, that's fine. You don't want to pass on the information, that's fine. We can get what we need out of Houston. You know where Cleet's Club is?" "No." "You know where Joe Berta's Golden Star is on Decatur?" "Yeah." "It's 2 doors up from there. If you want to do some business, leave word at the bar. Make sure the gate latches on your way out," he said. The next 2 people whose names and addresses Minos had given me were equally unproductive. One was a bar owner who was in jail in Baton Rouge, and the other a wrestling promoter had died of AIDS. At 11 that night I walked down Bourbon, and the roar of noise from the bars and strip joints, amid the Halloween revelers, the Midwestern conventioneers, breathless, red-faced college kids who spilled beer from their paper cups down the front of their clothes, and the Negro street dancers whose clip-on taps rang like horseshoes on the cement. Bourbon is closed to automobile traffic, so that the street itself is like an open-air zoo, but by and large it's a harmless one. The girls still take off their clothes on the runways, and hookers work out of taxicabs in the early morning hours. Occasionally a cop will cool out a drunk with a baton in a side street bar, and the burlesque spielers in candy-striped vests and straw boaters can conjure up visions right out of adolescent masturbation, but ultimately Bourbon offers the appearance of sleaze to the tourists with the implicit understanding that it contains no real threat of injury to them. In fact, the man I wanted to find ran a T-shirt and souvenir shop, and he was as innocuous in dress and manner as an ice cream salesman. He walked out from behind a curtain in back after his clerk told him I wanted to talk to him, and his oval face was pink and shining, his thin red hair combed back with water, his mouth wide with a grin, his neck powdered with talcum. He wore a white suit and a silver silk shirt, and his appearance gave every indication of a harmless, happy fat man, except that on second glance you noticed that his chest was as broad as his stomach, that he wore gold chains around his neck, that his eyes took your inventory and didn't smile with his mouth. "I know you," he said, and shook his finger playfully at me. "You're a police officer." "No, you used to be one, right here in the quarters." "That's right." "You were a lieutenant." "That's right." "You probably don't remember me, but I used to see you and your partner over at the Acme. He used to come in at lunch for oysters. What's his name? He's got a club here now."
"Cletus Purcell."
"Yeah. I was in his place the other day. Real nice. I think he's gonna make it."
"Could I talk to you in private?"
He looked at the ruby-studded gold watch on his wrist. "Sure thing," he said, and held back the curtain for me. His office was a small, cluttered room in the back, with a desk, 3 chairs, and old jazz posters on the brick walls. He sat in the swivel chair behind the desk and tapped the bottom of a poster with his finger. "See that name there?" he said. "You gotta look close, but that's me, Uncle Ray Fontenot. I play trombone right down the street at Chalky Bonanno's Dream Room. You remember him?"
"Sure."
"You remember those 2 colored guys who used to tap dance on the stage there? Pork chops and kidney beans?"
"I want to score 5 kilos of uncut coke. You deliver good stuff at the right price, we'll be doing more business later." He peeled the cellophane off a package of Picayune cigarettes.
"Not too many ex-cops come in here with that kind of statement," he said.
He'd never stopped smiling. "Forget the ex-cop business. It all spins."
"Oh, don't misunderstand me. I'm not knocking a man trying to make a little money. But your information's dated. That's what I'm trying to say."
"How's that?" He tilted back in the swivel chair, his silver shirt tight across his broad chest and stomach, his eyes bright and squinted with goodwill.
"I always had problems with weight and high blood pressure," he said. "I smoked reefer every night to keep my blood pressure down. Then I'd go out and eat a whole pizza by myself. I got on prescription diet pills. Then I started using some stuff that was a little more serious. Finally, I was in the business myself, you know what I mean? So whoever gave you my name wasn't all wrong. But I bottomed out, went into treatment a year ago. Only problem I got now is I eat all the time."
"You're in a 12-step program?"
"What?"
"You're out of the business?"
"That's about it."
"Tell me, when you give a guy like Tony C. the deep six, what do? Just drop around one day and say, 'I bottomed out, Tony. I'm out of the business. See you around. You don't like it, fuck you.'" This time the words bit into some nerve endings behind that pink and smiling face. He lit his cigarette and blew smoke at an upward angle into the air.
"I never met the gentleman,"
he said, his eyes crinkling again. "I see. Sorry to have wasted your time. I'll run along now, Mr. Fontenot. Say, the next time you give somebody that treatment shuck, you might find out what a 12-step program is." He tipped his ashes into an ashtray and looked pleasantly into his cigarette smoke without seeing anything. "Tell Tony C. his distribution in southwestern Louisiana is lousy," I said. "I can double or triple it, but I've got nothing to prove. There's some guys in Texas who want to branch out."
"Then maybe that's who you should deal with."
"They've got a bad reputation. But maybe you're right. If I meet Tony C., I'll tell him what you said."
"Now, wait a minute."
"I don't blame you for bullshitting me, Mr. Fontenot. But if you get serious, leave a message for me at Cleet's Club. I'll be back in touch." I walked back through the T-shirt shop and out into the neon lights and cacophony of jazz and rock bands on Bourbon Street. I was tired, unshaved, weary of the people I'd been with, my ears thick with the sound of trumpets and trombones and electric guitars, yet I didn't want to return to the apartment and be alone. I walked to the Café du Monde for coffee and beignets, but it had already closed.
So I sat on an iron bench in front of the cathedral in Jackson Square and watched the moon rise in the sky. The air was heavy with the smell of camellias, and the magnolia and banana trees that grew along the piked fence behind me made shifting patterns of shadow and light on the cement. A wind came up off the river, and it started to mist. Then a shower clattered across the banana leaves in the square and blew in a spray under the lighted colonnades. I walked home on a quiet street away from the noise of the tourists, keeping close under the scrolled iron balconies to avoid the rain. It was warm and muggy the next morning, as it can be in southern Louisiana well into the Christmas season, and I had breakfast and read the Times-Picayune at the Café du Monde before the crowds of tourists came in, then walked across the square past the sidewalk artists and went inside the cathedral briefly, because it was All Saints' Day. Later I found 2 more of the contacts Minos had given me. One was a bail bondsman who told me to get out of his office, and the other was a woman who ran an occult bookstore that smelled of soiled cat litter. Her face was white with makeup, her eyes stenciled with purple eyeliner, her cigarette breath devastating. For 15 minutes I pretended to examine her racks of books while she carried on a conversation with her customers about telepathic communication with UFOs and a hole in the dimension that exists in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle and operates like a drain in an enormous sink. Finally, I bought a book on cats and left. I called New Iberia that night to check on Alifair, and the next morning I walked over to Cleet's Club on Decatur, across from the French Market. For years, Cleet had been my partner in the 1st District. He'd learned his law enforcement methods from an uncle who'd walked a beat in the Irish Channel. Bust 'em or smoke 'em, Cleet always said, and had literally terrorized the lowlifes in the 1st. All you had to do was mention to a pimp or house creep or jack-roller that Cletus Purcell would like to interview him, and he'd be on the next bus or plane to Miami. Then Cleet got into debt to the Shylocks, ruined his marriage with whores and his stomach with booze and aspirin, and finally went on a pad and took $10,000 from some drug dealers and right-wing crazies to get rid of a federal witness. Later, he would run house security at a casino in Nevada and become the bodyguard for a mid-level Mafia character, an ex-con by the name of Sally Dio. But eventually, what I thought of as Cleet's most essential characteristics, his courage and his loyalty to an old friend, had their way, and he managed to walk away reasonably intact from all the wreckage in his life. He was at the back of the bar, loading the stainless steel cooler with bottles of long-necked Jacks. He looked up and smiled when he saw me. His body always looked too big for his clothes. He loved pizza, poor boy sandwiches, deep-fried shrimp and oysters, dirty rice, beignets, ice cream, which he would eat with a tablespoon by the half-gallon. He was convinced that he could control his weight by pumping iron every other night in his garage, and limit his ulcer damage by smoking Lucky Strikes through a cigarette filter and drinking his scotch with milk. "What's happening, Streak?" he said. "I had a feeling you'd be by." "How's that?" "I'm hearing weird stuff about you, Mon." "Somebody leave a message for me?" "No." "Then what did you hear?" He stood erect from his work, flexed the stiffness out of his back, and grinned at me. His skin was ruddy, his hair sandy and combed straight back on his head, his green eyes intelligent and full of humor. A scar that was the color and texture of a bicycle tire patch ran down through one eyebrow and across the bridge of his nose. "How about you sprung for some oysters and I'll fix you a drink?" he said. "I don't have time." "Yeah, you do." Then he turned to a Negro who was sweeping between the tables by the dance floor. "Henry, Go down to Joe Brady's and get us a couple of dozen on the half shell. The Negro went out, and Cleet fixed me a tall glass of shaved ice, 7-Up, Collins mix, candied cherries, and orange slices. He poured a cup of coffee for himself behind the bar, then came around and sat down beside me. The club was empty, the front door open. The light outside was bright under the colonnade. "What the fuck are you up to, Straight?" he said. "I've got an apartment over on Ursulines. I haven't bounced back too well since that guy put a hole in me." "You like listening to drunks break bottles out in the street all night?" "It's not bad." "I bet. How many queers are in your building?" "Lay off it, Cleet." "Then tell me why I'm hearing these weird stories." "I don't know what you've heard." "That an ex-homicide roach is trying to score 5 keys of coke. That he got canned from the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department because he was taking juice. That he's floating Tony C's name around town." "Word spreads." "Among some people I'd stay away from. Kind we used to mash into the cement." "The kind you used to mash." "I'm not kidding you, partner. I heard this bullshit from 3 different guys." "Who?" "I can't control who drinks at my bar. There's some connected guys that come in here. They know I used to work for the Dio family out in Vegas and Tahoe, so they're always inviting me back to their booth. You got to see it, Dave, to appreciate it. About 6 of 'em, all guys, cram into the vinyl booth back there on Saturday night. They all sit, so all of 'em can look out at the dance floor and flash their bucks and shake hands with everybody like they're celebrities. I'm talking about guys who couldn't put spaghetti on a plate without a diagram." "Those are Cardo's people?" "One way or another. He pieces off a lot of his action so all the greaseballs stay happy. You ever meet him?" "No." "One of his broads lives in the Pontabla. He brings her in sometimes for a drink. He looks like somebody slammed a door on his head." "When does he come in?" "He's not a regular." "What's the woman's name?" "Who knows? I got a proposition for you, though." Emery, the black barman, brought in a tin tray loaded with oysters on the half-shell, slices of lemon, and a bottle of Tabasco sauce. I gave him $6 for the restaurant bill and $1 for himself. He went into the back of the club and began stacking cartons of empty beer bottles in a storage room. "Let me in on it," Cleet said. There was a bead of light in his green eyes. "On what?" "The sting, man." He seasoned one of the oysters, squeezed lemon on it, cupped the shell in his hand, and let the mussels slide down his throat. He smiled, and the juice ran down the corner of his mouth. "I figure it's probably a DEA gig. They've got the gelt. They can afford another player." I didn't say anything. "Here's what you tell them," he said. "I can cover your back. I know most of the dealers on a first-name basis. I can open doors. Right now, you probably got a couple of street snitches doing your PR. You don't buy my cover?" "Are you kidding?" He started laughing. I thought it was pretty good. "It is, for anybody who doesn't know you. But you're talking to old Cletus here, so save the shuck for the lowlifes and the meltdowns. I ain't putting you on, man. I'd love to get back in it. I'm thinking of opening up a PI office in the quarter. A lot of it is running down bond jumpers and doing bullshit for attorneys, but so what? I can keep my hand in. Carry a piece again.
Make life more interesting for some of the shitbags. Call up the DEA in Lafayette. Tell them what you told me. Wouldn't that be something? Me and you working together again? You remember when we blew up Julio Segura's shit in the back of his caddy? I looked out at the sunlight under the colonnade. Hey, I don't feel bad about smoking a pimp and a drug dealer, he said. I think it's a mainline perk of the business. There's nothing like the smell of cordite to clear up your sinuses. You almost got us killed. Well, who's perfect? Well, let's be serious a minute, man. He pushed at an oyster with his fork. There were deep acne scars on the back of his red neck. His big shoulders were bent and his shirt was stretched tight across the wide expanse of his back. I don't know what kind of info you're operating on, but this is what I hear. Cardo's out for the big score. Florida's already locked up, so's Texas. So he wants to control the Louisiana coast. He's got some nasty types working for him, too. Guys who paint the ceiling when they do a job on somebody. You don't want him to think you're a competitor. Look, Dave, they say he's different from the other greaseballs. He's not predictable. He does strange stuff that nobody can figure out. Last time he brought his broad in here, a Marine gunnery sergeant sat on the stool next to him. Cardo says, give me and the lady another Collins and give the gunny what he wants. Then they start talking about Vietnam and Cherry Alley in Tokyo. This is in front of his broad, can you dig it? All the time I'm washing glasses about 2 feet away, so Cardo stops talking and says to me, you got a question about something? What? I say. You look like you're getting an earful. You got a question? He says. You're only in the crotch once, I say. You cracking wise or something? He says. I'm not doing anything. It's a Marine Corps expression. I was in the Corps myself, I say. He starts grinning and points both fingers to his chest and says, you think you got to tell me what it means? And this broad starts making these clicking no-no sounds with her mouth. Come on, you explaining to me what the fuck that means? He says. Somebody appointed you to explain these things to other people? So I said, no, I'm just telling you to enjoy your drink. I walked back to my office. It was about that time I started thinking about changing my line of work. Have you heard of a guy named Jimmy Lee Boggs? Contract man out of Florida? That's the one. What about him? He's the guy who put a hole in me. Somebody told me he might be back in New Orleans. Cleet smiled. That's the bait they used to get you into the sting, huh? He said. They saw you coming, Streak. That guy's long gone now. Maybe. Get me in on it, man. I don't call the shots on this one, Cletus. Here's my telephone number and address, but don't give them to anyone, okay? Just keep any messages I get and I'll check back with you. You need somebody, watch your back. Don't trust the feds to do it. You heard it first from old Cleet. I don't know if any of this is going anywhere anyway, I said. A few more days of this and I might be back in New Iberia. He put a matchstick in his mouth. His hands were big and square and calloused around the edges, the nails chewed back to the quick.
Don't underestimate their potential, he said. Most of 'em wouldn't make good bars of soap, but turn your back on them and they'll take your eyes out. That afternoon I talked to another of Minos's contacts, a Negro bartender on Magazine. His head was bald and waxed, and he wore gray mutton-chop sideburns that looked as though they were artificially affixed to his face. He was as passive, docile, and uncurious about me as if I'd been selling burial insurance. His eyelids were leaded, and his head kept nodding up and down while I talked. He told me, "See, I ain't in the business no more myself. I had a bunch of trouble cause of it. Had to go out of town for a little while, you know what I mean? But somebody come in and want the action. I tell 'em you in town. You want another 7-Up? No, this is fine. How about some hard-boiled eggs? No, I'm fine. I got to go in the kitchen. Start my stove now. Thanks for your time. You were up at Angola? Where's that at?" he said. His eyes looked speculatively out into space. The next morning I walked over to the Café du Monde again and had coffee at one of the outside tables. Across the street the spires of the cathedral looked brilliant in the sunlight, and the wind off the river ruffled the banana trees and palm fronds along the black iron-piked fence that bordered the park inside Jackson Square. I finished reading the paper, then walked back to the apartment and called Cleet's bar for messages. There were none. I called Minos's office in Lafayette. "Don't be discouraged," he said. "I think maybe I'm not cut out for this." "Why?" "I was a homicide cop. I never worked vice or narcotics." "It's a different kind of gig, isn't it?" "Look, busting them is one thing, pretending to be like them is another. Have a few laughs with it." "It's not funny, Minos. You got me into this stuff, and it's not paying off. I've got another problem, too. The reliability of your information." "Oh?" "I find out that people are either dead or in jail or they're crazy and run bookstores that smell like cat shit. If our information was perfect, these guys wouldn't be on the street. We get it from snitches and cons cutting deals and wiretaps on pathological liars. You know that." I struck out. "You don't think any of these people are dealing now?" "Maybe a couple of them, but they didn't buy my act. It's like throwing chum overboard to a school of barracuda. They just have to smell the blood." "How about another metaphor?" "Just hang in there. Takes time. I'm ready to pull the plug. Give it 2 more days." "All right. Then that's it, Minos. Now, I want to pick a bone with you about this guy Purcell." I had to wince a little on that one. "He called you?" I asked. "He called the office. The call finally got referred to me. He said he was calling at your suggestion. He figured out the scam. I didn't tell him anything he didn't already know. He's got some idea he should go undercover for the DEA." "Maybe it's not a bad idea," I said. "Are you serious? He's got a rap sheet that's longer than some cons. He was charged with a murder. He worked for the mob. The National Transportation Safety Board thinks maybe he caused a plane crash that killed a bunch of greaseballs. Cleet's had a checkered career. It's not going to include working for the DEA. What do you hear on Boggs?" Nothing. Look, I'm coming over to New Orleans for the next 3 weeks. After today, call me at the office there. I'll be staying at the Orleans Guest House on St. Charles. Think about putting Purcell on the payroll. He knows more about the lowlifes than any cop in New Orleans. Yeah. Not many ex-cops can produce letters of reference from the Mafia. You really come up with some good ones, Dave. That afternoon, a message was left for me at Cleet's bar, but it wasn't what I was expecting. It was written in ballpoint in a careful hand on a flattened paper napkin, and it read, Dear Dave, I was surprised to learn that you were back in New Orleans. I'd heard that you'd returned to New Iberia to live. I was surprised to hear some other things, too, but maybe life has changed a lot for both of us. I'd love to see you again. I've thought about you many times over the years. Call or come by if you feel like it. I live in the Garden District. It's a long way from Bayou Teche, huh, Cher? Your old friend, Bootsy Mouton Jacano. Her telephone number and street address were written at the bottom. Sometimes the heart can sink with a sense of mortality and loss as abrupt as opening a door to a shop filled with whirring clocks. Chapter 5. If her name is Bootsy Mouton, and it sends you back to 1957 and the best summer of your life. It was after my sophomore year at Southwestern Louisiana Institute, and my brother and I worked all summer on an offshore seismograph rig to buy a 1946 canary yellow Ford convertible that we waxed and rubbed with rags until it had a glow like soft butter. One night at a dance out on Spanish Lake, I saw her standing by herself under the oak trees by the water's edge, the light from Japanese lanterns flickering on her honey-colored hair, her moist brow and olive skin, the lavender dress she wore with a spray of white flowers pinned above the breast. She kept lifting her hair off her neck in the warm breeze that blew across the water and pulling at the straps of her dress with a thumb. Would you like to dance? I said. I can't. I have a fresh sunburn. We went crabbing at Cypremore Point today. You want a drink or a beer or a Coke or something? Somebody went to get one for me. Who? The boy I came with. Who's that? She looked at me quizzically. Her eyes were dark, her mouth parted and red in the shadows. A boy from Lake Charles, she said. I don't see anybody from Lake Charles here. What kind of drink do you like? A vodka Collins. Don't move, I'll be right back, I said. She lived on the lake out by the little town of Burke, which was composed mostly of Negro tenant farmers. I told her that I wanted to come out to her house that night after her date dropped her off. I was insistent, aggressive, rude, I suppose, but I didn't care. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever met. Finally, her date got angry and petulant and left with a group headed for Slick's Club in St. Martinville, and I drove her home down the blacktop highway between the sugarcane fields, the breeze drowsy with the scent of jasmine and magnolia and blooming 4 o'clocks, the moss-hung oaks and cypress etched against the moon out on the lake. 2 weeks later, we lost our virginity together. A man always remembers several details about that initial experience, if he has it with someone he loves. I recall the warmness of the evening, the washed-out lilac color of the sky, the rainwater dripping out of the cypress trees onto the motionless surface of the lake, the banks of scarlet clouds in the west that glowed like fire through the cracks in the boathouse wall. But the image that will always remain in my mind was her face in that final heart-twisting moment. Her eyes closed, her lips parted silently, and then she looked up at me like an opening flower and cupped my face in her hands as she would a child's. It should never have ended, but it did, and for no reason that I could ever explain to her. Nor could I explain it to my father, a priest in whom I trusted, or myself. Even though I was only 20 years old, I began to experience bone-grinding periods of depression and guilt that seemed to have no legitimate cause or origin. When they came upon me, it was as though the sun had suddenly become a black cinder and had gone over the rim of the earth for the last time. I hurt her, pushed her away from me, wouldn't return her telephone calls or answer a poignant and self-blaming note she left on our front screen. Even today I'm hard put to explain my behavior. But I felt somehow that I was intrinsically bad, that anyone who could love me didn't know who I really was, and that eventually I would make that person bad too. It wasn't a rational state of mind. A psychologist would probably say that my problem was related to my mother's running off with a bourrée dealer from Morgan City when I was a child, or the fact that my father sometimes brawled in bars and got locked up in the parish jail. I don't know if theories like that would be correct or not, but at the time there was no way I could think myself out of my own dark thoughts, and I became convinced that the happy times with Bootsy had simply been part of the summer's rain-spangled illusion, as transient and mutable as the season had been warm and fleeting. When she wouldn't be dissuaded, I took out another girl, a car hop from up north who wore hair rollers in public and always seemed to have sweat rings under her arms. I took her to a lawn party given by Bootsy's aunt and uncle on Bayou, where she got drunk and called the waiter a nigger. Later that night I got into a fist fight at Slick's, tore the fenders off my car on the drawbridge over the Teche, and woke up in the morning handcuffed to the bottom of the iron ladder on the Bow Bridge water tower, because it was during Crawfish Festival and the small city jail was already full. As I looked up at the white sun, smelled the hot weeds around me, and swallowed the bile in my throat, I didn't realize that I'd just made the initial departure on a long, alcoholic odyssey. Then the years passed, and I wouldn't see her again until I came home from the war. In the meantime, I committed myself totally to charcoal-filtered bourbon in a 4-inch glass with a sweating Jacks on the side. And finally, I didn't care about anything. Now she lived on Camp Street in the Garden District. Her married name was Giacano, the same as that of the most notorious Mafia family in New Orleans. I told myself that I should put her note away and save it for another time when I could afford a futile pursuit of the past. But I seldom listened to my own advice, and that evening I rode the old iron streetcar down St. Charles under the long canopy of spreading oaks, past yards filled with camellias and magnolia trees, sidewalks cracked by oak roots, without having called first, and found myself on camp in front of a narrow 2-story white-painted brick home with twin chimneys, a gallery, and garden walls that enclosed huge clumps of banana trees and dripped with purple bugle vine. She answered the door in a one-piece orange bathing suit and an open terry-cloth robe, and explained with a flush that she'd been dipping leaves out of the pool in the back. Her Cajun accent had been softened by the years in New Orleans, and she was heavier now, wider in the hips, larger in the breasts, thicker across the thighs. She brushed the gray straight up in her honey-colored hair so that it looked as though it had been powdered there. But Bootsy was still good to look at. Her skin was smooth and still tanned from the summer. Her hair cut short like a girl's and etched on the neck with a razor. Her smile was as genuine and happy as it had been 30 years before. We walked through her house and onto the patio and sat at a glass-topped table by the pool. She brought out a tray of coffee and milk and pecan pie. The water in the pool was dark and glazed with the evening light, and small islands of oak leaves floated against the tile sides. She'd been widowed twice, she told me. Her first husband, an oil field helicopter pilot, had flown a crew out to a rig south of Morgan City, then hit a guy wire and crashed right on top of the quarter boat. 5 years later, she'd met her second husband, Ralph Giacano, in Biloxi. "Have you ever heard of her?" she asked. "Yes," I said, and tried to keep my eyes veiled. "He told me he had a degree in accounting and owned half of a vending machine company. He didn't have a degree, but he did own part of a company," she said. I tried to look pleasant and show no recognition. "I found out some of the other things he was involved in after we were married," she said. "Last year, somebody killed him and his girlfriend in the parking lot of the Hialeah racetrack. Poor Ralph. He always said the Colombians wouldn't bother him. He was just a small businessman." "I'm sorry, Bootsy." "Don't be. I spent 2 years feeling sorry for Ralph while he mortgaged his house, which was mine from my first marriage, and spent the money in Miami and Las Vegas. So now I own his half of the vending machine business. You know who owns the other half? The Giacanos were always a tight family. I guess I can't surprise you with very much." "Ralph's uncle was a guy named DDG. He's dead now, but 3 years ago he hired a contract killer to shoot my brother. Jimmy's doing okay now, but for a while I thought I was going to lose him. I didn't know. Maybe it's time to get away from your in-law. When you sell to the Giacanos, it's 20 cents on the dollar, Dave. Nobody else is lining up to buy into their business either. Get away from them, Bootsy." Her eyes glanced into mine, and there was a curious bead of light in them. "I don't understand this," she said. "What?" "You're telling me to get away from them. Then I'm hearing this strange story about you." I looked away from her. "You hear a lot of bullshit in the streets," I said. "This is from my in-laws, Dave. They work for Tony Cardo." I didn't answer and tried to grin good-naturedly. Her eyes peeled the skin off my face. "They say you're dirty. Don't they have a wonderful vocabulary?" she said. I pushed at a piece of pie crust on my plate with my fork. "They say you want to deal," she said. "You have to make up your own mind about people." "I know you, Dave Robicheaux. I don't care what you've done in your life, this stuff isn't you." "Then ignore what they say, Bootsy, and stay out of it." "I'm worried about you. I work with these people. You can't believe how they think, what they're capable of doing." "Yes, I can." "Then what are you doing?" "Be my friend on this. Don't mix in it, and don't worry too much about what you hear." Her face was lighted with the late sun's glow over the garden wall. She raised her chin slightly, the way she always did when she was angry. "Dave, you left me. Do you think you should be telling me what to do now?" "I guess not. I survive among these animals because I have to. It isn't fun. I'm on my own, and that isn't fun either. But I handle it." "I guess you do." "Why didn't you marry me?" she said. Her eyes were hot and bright. "You'd have married a drunk. It wouldn't have been a good life, believe me. You don't know that. You don't know that at all." "Yes, I do. I became a full-blown lush. I tried to kill my first wife's lover at a lawn party out by Lake Pontchartrain. Maybe that's what he deserved. I tried to kill him because I had become morally insane. I don't care what you did later in your life. Why'd you close me out, Dave?" I let my hands hang between my knees. "Because I was dumb," I said. "It's that simple?" "No, it's not. But how about suffice it to say that I made a terrible mistake, that I have had regret about it all these years." Her legs were crossed, her arms motionless on the sides of the cushioned iron chair, her face composed now in the tea-colored light. The top of her terry-cloth robe was loose, and I could see her breasts rise and fall quietly with her breathing. "I do have to go," I said. "Are you coming back?" "If you'd like to see me again, I'd surely like to see you." "I'm not moving out of town, Cher." Then her face became soft, and she said, "But, Dave, I've learned one thing with middle age. I don't try to correct yesterday's mistakes in the present. I mark them off. I truly mark them off. A person hurts me only once." "No one could ever say they were unsure where you stood on an issue, Boots." She smiled without answering, then walked me to the front door, put her palms on my shoulders, and kissed me on the cheek. It was an appropriate and kind gesture, and wouldn't have meant much in itself, but then she looked into my face and touched my cheek with her fingertips, as though she were saying goodbye to someone forever, and I felt my loins thicken and my heart turn to water. It was almost dark when I got off the streetcar at the corner of St. Charles and Canal and went into the Pearl and had a poor boy sandwich filled with oysters, shrimp, sliced tomatoes, shredded lettuce, and sauce picante. Then I walked to my apartment and paused momentarily outside my door while I found my key. The people upstairs were partying out on the balcony, and one of them accidentally kicked a coffee can of geraniums into the courtyard. But in spite of the noise, I thought I heard someone inside my apartment. I put my hand on the .25 caliber Beretta in my coat pocket, unlocked the door, and let it swing all the way back against the wall on its hinges. Lionel Comeau, the man I'd found working under his car on the creeper, was in the kitchen, pulling the pots and pans out of the cabinet and placing them on the table. The jolly fat man, who called himself Uncle Ray Fontenot and said he used to play trombone at Sharky's Dream Room, had emptied the drawers in the bedroom and had laid all my hangered clothes across the bed. My .45 lay on top of a neatly folded shirt. Both of them looked at me with flat, empty expressions as though I were the intruder. The fat man, Fontenot, wore a beige suit and a cream turtleneck shirt. I saw his eyes study my face and my right hand. Then he smiled and opened his palms in front of him. "It's just business, Mr. Robicheaux," he said. "Don't take it personal. We've treated your things with respect."
"How'd you get in?"
"It's a simple lock," he said.
"You got some damn nerve," I said.
"Close the door. There's people out there,"
Lionel, the man in the kitchen, said. He wore Adidas running shoes, blue jeans with no belt, a gold pullover sweater with the sleeves pushed up over his thick, sun-browned arms. I could hear my own breathing in the silence.
"Lionel's right," Fontenot said. "We don't need an audience here, do we? Getting mad isn't going to make us any money either, is it?"
I took my hand out of my coat pocket and opened and closed it at my side.
Come in, Fontenot said. "Look, we're putting your things back. There's no harm done."
"You toss my place and call it no harm?" I said. I pushed the door shut behind me. "You knew somebody'd check you out. Don't make it a big deal," the younger man said in the kitchen. He lit a dead cigar in his mouth and squatted down and started replacing the pots and pans in the cabinets next to the stove. "I don't like people smoking in my apartment," I said. He turned his head at me and paused in his work. The red navy tattoo on his flexed bicep was ringed with blue stars. He was balanced on the ball of one foot, the cigar between his fingers, a tooth working on a bloodless spot on his lower lip. Fontenot walked out of the other room.
"Put out the smoke, Lionel,"
he said quietly. His eyes crinkled at the corners.
"Go on, put it out. We are in the man's home."
"I don't think it's smart dealing with him. I said it then, I'll say it in front of him," Lionel said. He wet the cigar under the tap and dropped it in a garbage bag.
"The man's money is as good as the next person's," Fontenot said.
"You were a cop," Lionel said to me. "That's a problem for me. No insult meant."
"You creeped my apartment. That's a problem for me." "Lionel had a bad experience a few years back," Fontenot said. "His name doesn't make campus bells ring for you?"
"No."
"Second-string quarterback for LSU," Fontenot said, "until he sold some whites on the half-shell to the wrong people. I think if Lionel had been first-string, he wouldn't have had to spend a year in Angola. It's made him distrustful."
"Get off it, Ray."
"The man needs to understand," Fontenot said. "Look, Mr. Robicheaux, we are short on protocol, but we don't rip each other off. We establish some rules, some trust, then we all make money. Get his bank, Lionel."
Lionel opened a cabinet next to the stove, squatted down, and reached his hand deep inside. I heard the adhesive tape tear loose from the top of the cabinet behind the drawer. He threw the brown envelope with tape hanging off each end for me to catch.
"We want you to understand something else, too," Fontenot said. "We're not here because of some 50,000 deal. That's toilet paper in this town. But the gentleman we work for is interested in you. You're a lucky man."
"Tony C. is interested?"
"Who?"
He smiled. 5 keys, 10 thou a key, no laxative, no vitamin B12, I said.
12 thou, my friend," Fontenot said. Bullshit. New Orleans is white with it. 10,000 is the discount price. You get that down the line, Fontenot said. And go fuck yourself. Who do you think you are, man? Lionel said. The guy whose place you just creeped? Let's split, he said. I looked at Fontenot. What I can't seem to convey is that you guys are not the only market around. Ask Cardo who he wants running the action in southwest Louisiana. Ask him who punched his wife in a bathroom stall in the Castaways in Miami. There are some people I wouldn't try to turn dials on, Mr. Robicheaux, Fontenot said. You're the one holding up the deal. Give me what I want and we're in business. You can come in at 11th, he said. It's got to be 10. Listen to this guy, Lionel said. The money's not mine. I've got to give an accounting to other people. Well, I can relate to that. We'll call you, Fontenot said. When? How about this time tomorrow? Do you have a car? I have a pickup truck. He nodded reflectively, then his mouth split in a grin, and I could see each of his teeth like worn, wide-set pearls in his gums. How big a grudge can a man like you carry? He asked. What? Nothing, he said, and shook all over when he laughed, his narrowed eyes twinkling with a liquid glee. The next morning I was walking down Chartres toward the French market for breakfast when a black man on a white pizza delivery scooter went roaring past me. I didn't pay attention to him, but then he came roaring by again. He wore an oversized white uniform splattered with pizza sauce, sunglasses that were as dark as a welder's, and a white paper hat mashed down to his ears. He turned his scooter at the end of the block and disappeared, and I headed through Jackson Square toward the Café du Monde. I waited for the green light at Decatur. Then I heard the scooter come rattling and coughing around the corner. The driver braked to the curb and grinned at me, his thin body jiggling from the engine's vibration. "Thibault?" I said. "Wait for me on the bench. I gotta park my machine, me." He pulled out into the traffic again, drove past the line of horse and carriages in front of the square, and disappeared past the old Jack's brewery. 5 minutes later I saw him coming on foot back down Decatur, his hat hammered down to the level of his sunglasses. He sat beside me on a sunlit bench next to the pike fence that bordered the park area inside the square. "You ain't gonna turn me in, are you, Mr. Dave?" he said. "What are you doing?" "Working at the pizza place. Looking out for Jamie Lee Boggs, too. You ain't going to turn me in now, are you?" "You're putting me in a rough spot, Thibault." "I got your promise. Dorothea and Grandmaman done told me, Mr. Dave." "I didn't see you. Get out of New Orleans." "Ain't got no place else to go. Except back to New Iberia. Except to the Red Hat. I got a lot to tell you about Jimmy Lee Boggs. He here." "In New Orleans?" "He left, but he come back. I seen him 2 nights ago, right over yonder." He pointed diagonally across the square. "I've been watching." "Wait a minute. You saw him by the Pontabla apartments?" "Listen. This what happened, Mr. Dave. After he killed the policeman and that white boy, he drove us all the way to Algiers with lightning jumping all over the sky. It made me sit him back with chains on like he a policeman and I his prisoner, in case anybody stop us. He had the radio on, and I was afraid he gonna find out I didn't shoot you. Drive out in that marsh, kill me like he done them poor people in the filling station. All the time he was talking, telling me about what he gonna do, how he got a place in the Glades in Florida, where he say, now this is what he say, I don't use them kind of words, where he say the hoot owls fucks the jackrabbits, where he gonna hole up, then come back to New Orleans, make them Dagos give him a lot of money. Just before we got to town, he called somebody from a filling station. I could hear him talking, and he said something about the Pontable. I heard him say it. He don't be paying me no mind, no, 'cause he say I just a stupid nigger. That the way he talk all the time I be chained up down the back seat. Thibault, are you sure it was Boggs? It's hard to believe you found him when half the cops in Louisiana can't. I found you, ain't I? He don't look the same now, Mr. Dave, but it's him. His hair short and black now. He put glasses, too. But it's Jimmy Lee Boggs. I followed him in my car to make sure. Where'd you get a car? I borrowed it. You borrowed it? Then I put it back. I see. I followed him out to the airline highway to a boxing place. No, it ain't that. They put on gloves, but they kick with their feet, too. What they call that? Full contact karate. I look inside me. Whew, it's stinking there. Jimmy Lee Boggs in long sweatpants, kicking at some man in the ring. His skin white and hard, shining with sweat. I got to swallow when I look at him, Mr. Dave. That man make me that afraid. You did fine, Thibault. But I want to ask something of you. You leave Jimmy Lee Boggs for other people. Don't have anything more to do with this. You gonna get me a new trawl? I'll try. But we have to do it one step at a time, partner. His hands were folded in his lap, and he was bent forward on the bench. His small face looked like a squirrel's with sunglasses on it. Wiry rings of hair grew across the back of his neck. I got bad dreams at night. About the red hat. About they be strapping me down in that chair with that black hood on my face, he said. You killed Hippolyte Broussard, though, didn't you, Thibault? His breath clicked in his throat. I done part of it, but the part I done was an accident. I swear it, 'fore God, Mr. Dave. Hippolyte kept cussing me, told me all the bad things he gonna do to me, do to Dorothea, told me I got jelly in my ears, me, that I can't do nothing right, that I better stomp on the brake when he say, take my foot off when he say. He under there clanking and banging and calling me more names, saying, stomp now, stomp now. So that's what I done. I closed my eyes and I hit on that brake, and I hit on it and pretended it be Hippolyte's face that I smashed it like a big eggshell, me. Then I feel the bus rock and that jack break like a stick. And I know Hippolyte under the wheel now. I hear him screaming and flopping around in the mud. But I scared, Mr. Dave. I be running. Run past the shed, down the road past Hippolyte's house, down past the cane field. When I turn round, he looked like a turtle on its back, caught under that big iron wheel. But I keep on going. I run plumb back to Grandmama's house. She be shucking crawfish. Say, you go wash, Thibault. Put on your clean clothes, you. Sit down with your grandmama and don't tell them policemen nothing, you. Why was Hippolyte always deviling you? I asked. He didn't answer. Was it because he wanted you to pimp for him?
Or make Dorothea get on the bus when he drove the girls out to the camp?
Yes, sir.
But Dorothea said Grossmama Gula wouldn't let men bother her.
Yes, sir, that's right.
That Hippolyte was afraid of Grossmama, that she could put a gree-gree on him.
Yes, sir.
Then Dorothea was safe, really.
What you saying, Mr. Dave?
Dorothea wasn't your main problem with Hippolyte. He looked out at the shadows of the palm fronds on the pavement. It was something else, I said. Maybe not just the pimping, maybe something even worse than that, Thibault. I couldn't see his eyes behind the dark glasses, but I saw him swallow. What was it? I said.
For why you want to study on that? He said. It gonna get me a new trial? It gonna make all them white people believe I ain't knocked that bus on top of Hippolyte? I ain't stuffed no dirty rag down his mouth? I ain't talking about it no more, Mr. Dave.
You'll need to at some point. He looked small inside his white delivery uniform. The sleeves almost covered his folded hands.
Hippolyte was selling dope for Jimmy Lee Boggs. That ain't all they was doing either. They send some of them girls to Florida, to Arizona, anywhere Hippolyte take the bus. Them girls never come back. They families ain't never find out where they at. All I ever done was taking Mr. Dory car, taking old junk fan out his yard, but people be wanting to kill me. I tired of it, Mr. Dave. I tired of feeling bad about myself all the time, too. I took a piece of paper from my wallet and wrote on it. Here's my address and phone number, Thibault, I said. Here's the address and number of a bar where you can leave messages, too. Call me if I can help you with anything. You have enough money? Yes, sir.
Don't look for Boggs anymore. You've done enough, okay?
Yes, sir. You won't know where I'm staying at?
I don't want to know. Give me your word you won't borrow any more cars. He didn't bother to reply. He looked down between his knees and tapped the soles of his shoes on the pavement. Then he said,
You think I ever gonna get out of this?
I don't know.
Grossmama tell Dorothea that Jimmy Lee Boggs gonna die in a black box full of sparks. She say you go in there with him, you gonna die too.
Grossmama's a juju con woman.
She put the gree-gree on Hippolyte. When he in the coffin, his mouth snap open and a black worm thick as my thumb crawl out on his chin. It ain't no lie, Mr. Dave.
I had breakfast at the Café du Monde, then walked back to the apartment to call Minos at the DEA office. Before I could, the phone rang. It was Ray Fontenot.
Your offer's accepted, he said.
10,000 a key, no cut?
What I just said, Mr. Robicheaux.
Then he told me to meet him that afternoon in the parking lot of a bar just the other side of the Huey Long Bridge. You want me to make the buy in the parking lot of a bar? I asked.
We start it from there. Quit sweating it. You're gonna be rich, he said, and hung up.
I called Minos. It's on at 5 today, I said. Where? I told him about the bar. We'll have somebody inside, somebody outside taking pictures with a telephoto lens, he said. But you won't know who they are, so you won't need to look at them. This is what's going to happen, Dave. They'll take you somewhere in their car, or you'll follow them in your truck. At some point, they'll probably check you for a while. We'll have a loose tail on you, but we're not going to get too close and blow it. So when you make the buy, you're pretty much on your own. You nervous? A little. Carry your piece. They'll expect that. Look, you've handled it fine so far. The deal's not going sour. They want you in. This morning I heard that Jimmy Lee Boggs is in town. Where? Somebody saw him around the Pontablo apartments 2 nights ago. Makes sense. Tony Cardo's girlfriend lives there. The same night he was at a full-contact karate place out on the airline. Who told you all this? Guy I know. Which guy? Just a guy in the street. What are you hiding here, Dave? Are you going to check out the karate club, or do you want me to do it? We'll handle it. His hair's dyed black and cut short now, and he may be wearing glasses. Who's the guy in the street? Forget it, Minos. You never change. What if the deal goes sour today? And get the fuck out of there. You don't want me to bust them. You walk out of it. We don't borrow people from other agencies to get them hurt. One other thing I didn't mention to you. This guy Fontenot knows I've got a grudge against Boggs. I get the feeling he'd like to see me go up against him. You know what a yard bitch is in the joint? That's Uncle Ray Fontenot. A fat dipshit who gets off watching the swinging dicks carve on each other. Call me after the score, and we'll take the dope off you. I was nervous. My palms were moist. I walked about aimlessly in the apartment. I burned a pan on the stove. Finally, I put on my gym shorts, running shoes, and a sweatshirt, jogged along the levee by the river, and circled back on Esplanade. I showered, changed into a fresh pair of khakis and a long-sleeved denim shirt. Then I fastened the holster of the Beretta to my ankle, dropped the .45 automatic in the right-hand pocket of my Army field jacket, slipped the brown envelope with the 51,000 bills in it to the left pocket, buttoned the flap, and backed my pickup out of the garage. The sky had turned a solid gray from horizon to horizon. The wind was blowing hard off the Gulf, and I could smell rain in the air. My palms left damp prints on the steering wheel. Rain began to tumble out of the dome of sky through the girders when I crossed the Mississippi on the Huey Long. The river was wide and yellow far below, and froth was blowing off the bows of the oil barges. The willows along the banks were bent in the wind. As my tires whirred down the long metal grid incline on the far side, I saw the low, flat-topped brick nightclub set back among oak trees on the left-hand side of old Highway 90. Jack's and Dixie neon signs glowed in the rain-streaked windows, and when I crunched onto the oyster shells in the parking lot, I saw Ray Fontenot, Lionel Comeau, and a red-headed woman in a new blue Buick. The woman was in back, and Fontenot was in the passenger seat and had the door partly open and one leg extended out on the shells in the light rain. "Park your truck and get in," he said. "Where are we going?" "Not far. You'll see. Get in." I turned off the ignition, locked my truck, and got into the back seat next to the woman. She wore Levi's, an open leather jacket, and a yellow T-shirt without a bra so that you could see her nipples against the cloth. The air inside the car was heavy and close with the drowsy smell of reefer. "Great place to be toting up," I said. "What do you care?" Lionel said. "I care when I'm in your car," I said. "Don't worry about it. You won't be long," he said. "What?" He started the engine, drove the Buick behind the nightclub, and parked it under a spreading oak. "What's the game?" I said. "Show and tell," he said. Got out of the car, walked around, and opened my door. "Step outside, please." "We do the same thing with everybody. Then everybody's comfortable, everybody's relaxed with everybody else," Fontenot said. "I'm not relaxed. Who's the girl?" I asked. "Do I look like a girl to you?" she said. Her eyes were green, the whites tinged red from the reefer hits. "Who is she?" I said to Fontenot. "This is Kim. She's a friend, a nice person," he said. "I'm not fond of standing out here in the rain. You want to step outside, please?" Lionel said. He spoke with his face turned at an angle from me as though he were addressing a lamp post. "What's she doing here?" I said. "Certain people like her. She goes where she wants. Let's get on with the business at hand, sir," Fontenot said. "Boy, talk about a personality problem. Who's he been doing business with?" Kim said. Her red hair was looped over one ear. When she saw me looking at her, she pointed her chin up in the air and lifted her hair off the back of her neck. "He's just a careful man. He doesn't mean anything by it," Fontenot said. "But let's not delay any longer, Mr. Robicheaux." I stepped outside and let Lionel work his hands up and down my body. He pulled my shirt out of my trousers, patted under my arms, slipped his hand down my spine, felt my pockets and along my legs. "You think you're going to need all that firepower?" he asked. "It's an old habit," I said. Fontenot was looking at Lionel's face. "He's cool," Lionel said. "Time to open the candy store," Fontenot said. Lionel got back in the Buick and backed it up to where my truck was parked. I glanced again at the girl. She wore no makeup and her face was hard and shiny. Pretty, but hard. She looked like she had a hard body. Her hands were big and knuckled like those on a cannery worker. "You got something on your mind?" she asked. "Not a thing," I said. "Good. 'Cause I'm not into eye-fucking," she said. "Eye-fucking?" I said. Fontenot was grinning from the front seat. He was always grinning, his teeth set like pieces of corn in his gums. "I have to end our fun now," he said. "I'll hop in your truck with you, Mr. Robicheaux, and we'll be on our way." He headed south of the city into St. Charles Parish. Gray clouds tumbled across the sky in the fading light, and white streaks of lightning trembled on the horizon beyond Lake Salvador. The Buick was a quarter-mile ahead of us on the tar-surfaced road. "I need to take a leak," Fontenot said. I stopped next to an irrigation ditch between two dry rice fields, and he got out and urinated into the weeds. I could hear him passing gas softly. His beige sports jacket with brown suede pockets was spotted with rain. He smiled at me in the wind as he zipped up his pants and got back in the truck, took a woman's compact from his coat pocket, and gingerly scraped some white powder from it with the blade of his penknife. He lifted the knife to one nostril, then the other, snorting as though he were clearing his nasal passages, widening his eyes, crimping his lips as though they were chapped. Then he licked the flat of the blade with his tongue. "You want a taste?" he said. I never took it up. "You think you could take up Kim?" "I just wonder what she's doing here, that's all." "She works in one of Tony's clubs. I suspect he probes her recesses. I know that's what Lionel would like to do." "You know Tony now?" "You're in the business now, my friend.
It's a nice one to be in. Lots of good things to be had. You want to meet him?
Doesn't matter to me as long as I get what I want.
What is it you want?
There were tiny saliva bubbles between his teeth when he grinned. One big score, and then maybe I piece off the action and buy a couple of businesses in Lafayette and Lake Charles.
Oh, you're a rotary man at heart. But in the meantime, how about all the broads you want? Your own plane to fly down to the islands in? Lobster and steak every night at the track? You don't think about those things?
I have simple tastes.
How about squaring the debt? He asked.
With who?
Everybody's got a debt to square. Winning's a lot more fun when you get to watch somebody else lose.
I never gave it much thought.
Oh, I bet.
Fontenot, that's the second time you've given me the impression you know something about me that I don't.
You used to be a cop. That's not the best recommendation. We had to do some homework, stick our finger into a nasty place or two.
Okay.
I'd be mad at somebody who put a hole in me and left me to die in a ditch.
You're right. You know where he is?
I stay away from some people.
Then you don't need to be worrying about it anymore.
Of course.
We crossed the bayou on a wooden bridge and drove across a flooded area of sawgrass and dead cypress. Blue herons stood in the shallows, and mud hens were nesting up against the reeds out of the wind. In the distance I could see the hard tin outline of a sugar mill. Fontenot opened the compact, balanced some coke on the tip of his knife blade, and took another hit. His face was an oval pie of satisfaction.
Are you interested in politics?
He asked. Not particularly.
Tony is. He writes letters to newspapers. He's a patriot.
He smiled to himself, and his eyes were bright as he looked out at the rain through the front window. I thought the mustaches stayed out of politics, I said.
Bad word for our friends.
Why does he write letters?
He was a Marine in Vietnam. He likes to talk about Nape.
Then Fontenot changed his voice, his eyes glittering happily.
5 acres of fucking Nape, climbing up a hill. They smelled like cats burned up in an incinerator. Fucking Nape, man.
He started giggling. I think you'd better not put any more shit up your nose.
Indeed, you are a rotary man.
We passed a gray, paintless general store under a spreading oak tree at a Four Corners, then drove through a harvested sugar-cane field that was covered with stubble, and followed a bayou through a wooded area. The bayou was dented with rain, and I could see lights and fishing shacks set back on stilts in the trees. We came out into open fields, and it began to rain harder. It was almost completely dark now.
There.
Fontenot pointed at a small wood house with a gallery at the end of a dirt road in the middle of a field. This is it?
This is it.
You guys can really pick 'em.
You should be impressed. It's a historic place. You remember when a Union man from up north Tried to organize the plantation workers around here back in the 50s. He was crucified on the barn wall behind that little house. The barn's not there anymore, but that's where it happened. For some reason, the State Chamber of Commerce hasn't put that on any of its brochures.
Look, I want to get my goods and get out of here. How much longer is this going to take?
Kim will fix some sandwiches. We'll have some supper.
Forget the supper, Fontano. I'm tired.
You're an intense man.
You're making things too complicated.
It's your first time out. We make the rules.
Fuck your rules. On any kind of score, you get in and out of it as fast as you can. The more people in on it, the more chance you take a fall. You went out on a score holding. That affected my confidence level here.
If you look around you, you'll notice that you can see for a mile in any direction. You can hear a car or a plane long before they get here. I think we'll keep doing things our way. Kim's sandwiches are a treat. Kim's a treat. Think about it. You didn't see her flex her stuff when you looked at her? Maybe she'd like you to probe her recesses.
His lips were purple and moist in the glow of the dashboard. I followed the Buick down the dirt road to the house. We all went inside, and Lionel turned on the lights. Kim carried a grocery bag into the kitchen, and Lionel started a fire of sticks and wadded up newspaper in the fireplace. "Where are my goods?" I said.
"They're being delivered. Be patient,"
Fontano said. "Delivered? What is this?" I said. "A guy can always find another store if he doesn't like the way we do it," Lionel said. He was squatted down in front of the fireplace, and he waved a newspaper back and forth on the flames. "You've got too many people involved in this," I said. "He's an expert, all right," Lionel said, without turning his head. "When's the delivery going to be here?" I said.
In minutes, Fontano said.
I sat by myself at the window while the three of them ate ham and cheese sandwiches at a table in the center of the room. The house had no insulation except the water-streaked and cracked wallpaper, and the yellow flames crawling up the stone chimney did little to break the chill in the room. The sky was black outside, and the rain slanted across the window. When they finished eating, Kim cleaned up the table, and Lionel went into the back of the house. Fontano opened the compact and took another hit on the blade of his penknife. "I have to use the bathroom," I said. He wet his lips and smiled at me. I walked down a short hallway, opened a closet door, passed a bedroom that was stacked with hay bales, and opened the last door in the hall. Lionel sat on the side of a brass bed with his left arm tied off with his belt, the syringe mounted on a thick purple vein. A lighted candle and a cook spoon with a curled handle lay on a nightstand next to the bed. He'd just taken the hit, and his head was tilted back, his mouth open, his jaws slack as though he were in the midst of orgasm. The flame from the candle flickered on the muscular contours of his body. His breath went in and out with the rush, his eyes trying to focus on me and gain control of his situation again. He set the syringe down, popped loose the belt on his arm, and straightened his back. "What the fuck you want, man?" he said hoarsely. "I was looking for the bathroom." "It's a privy. Out back where a privy is." I closed the door on him, went out into the rain, then walked back through the kitchen. Kim was leaning against the drain board, looking down at the floor. She'd taken off her leather jacket to make the sandwiches, and her breasts were stiff against her T-shirt. "Is it always this much fun?" I said. Always, she said. 15 minutes later, in came the form of a Latin man with a black bandana tied down on his head, beige zoot pants, a canary-yellow shirt unbuttoned to his navel, a soft pad of chest hair on which a gold St. Christopher's medal rested, a leather sports coat that folded and creased as smoothly as warm tallow. He carried a cardboard box wrapped in a black plastic garbage bag. He set the box on the table and removed 5 individual packages wrapped in butcher paper, opened a single-bladed knife, and handed it to me. I cut through the butcher paper on one of the packages and punched through the clear plastic bag inside. I rubbed the white granules between my fingers, then wiped my fingers clean on the paper. "You don't want to taste?" he said. "I trust you." "You trust me?" he said. "Yeah." He looked at Fontenot. "Mr. Robicheaux doesn't have certain vices," Fontenot said. "It's good shit, man. Like Gray ordered, no cut," the Latin man said. The hollows of both of his cheeks were sprayed with tiny acne scars like needle marks. "Where's Lionel at?" "He is a little naughty right now. Must be the weather," Fontenot said. I took the brown envelope with the money out of my left pocket and put it in Fontenot's hand. He counted the bills out on his thigh. "All stiff and green. Can make the ashes in an old man's furnace grow in you," he said. The Latin man looked furtively toward the kitchen, where Kim sat at the table, a cup of coffee balanced on her fingers, her eyes staring listlessly out the window into the darkness. "Jennifer and Carmen are at the bar on the blacktop," he said. "I don't see why they should be left alone," Fontenot said. The Latin nodded his head at the kitchen, his face a question mark. "She's an understanding girl. Maybe she can ride back with Mr. Robicheaux," Fontenot said. I put the 5 kilos of cocaine back in the cardboard box and wrapped the black garbage bag tightly around it. I lifted it onto my shoulder. "And next time you guys cut a deal, why not do it in the Greyhound bus depot?" I said. "Oh, that's good," Fontenot said. I walked outside to my truck, set the box on the floor, and started the engine. The Latin man came out the front door, got in a Trans Am, turned around in a circle, his headlights bouncing up into my face, and headed down the dirt road in the rain. Through the living room window I could see the girls speaking heatedly to Fontenot. I went back up on the gallery and opened the door. "You want to go with me, Red?" I said. "Red?" she said. "Kim?" "Why not?" she said. She was quiet for a long time in the truck. The rain slackened and the moon rose among the strips of black cloud. When we crossed the flooded section of sawgrass and dead cypress, the light reflected off the canals and small bays like quicksilver. I cracked my window, and the wind smelled of rain and moss and wet leaves. "You really a cop?" she said. "Off and on." "Why'd you give it up?" "It gave me up." "They say you were taking juice. Sometimes you get some bad press." "What do you think about that back there?" she said. "I think they're going to do time." "Have you?" "What?" "Done time." "I was in the bag for a little while in Lafayette," I said. "What for?" "Murder." She turned her head and looked at me directly for the first time since she'd gotten in the truck. I was cleared. I didn't have anything to do with it, I said. You don't add up. Why is that? They could have taken you off tonight. You should have known that. I don't figure them for it. What a laugh. You sure you were a cop? They work for Tony Cardo, right? They're not going to burn his customers, are they? I could feel her eyes roving on the side of my face. The raghead who brought you kilos? Yes. He and Lionel did a guy with a piece of piano wire. Stop up there at the filling station after pee. I parked under a dripping oak tree while she went inside. She came back out and got in the truck, and I drove back onto the blacktop. It had stopped raining completely now. The moon was bright in the sky, and when the wind blew through the flooded sawgrass and cypress, the light clicked on the water like silvery dimes. Why does everything down here smell like mold and leaking sewage? Maybe because there's a lot of mold and leaking sewage here. For the first time, she smiled. Who'd they do? I said. Did I say that? I talk funny when my bladder's full. She tied up her hair with a bandana and looked out the window. You know Jimmy Lee Boggs? I asked. The television minister in Baton Rouge? A guy like Lionel doesn't bother me, but Boggs is special. What's it to me? Nothing. I gave you a ride. Expensive ride. You're a tough lady. You look like a nice guy. I don't know what the fuck you're doing dealing dope, but you're an amateur. Do you know where South Carrollton runs into the levee? Yeah. That's where I live. If that's out of your way, I can take the streetcar. I'll drive you home. You live with someone? You mean, do I live with a guy? Sure. Tony C. is interested in broads who live with guys. You're something else. She closed her eyes and went to sleep with the nape of her neck against the back of the seat, her calves resting across the box of cocaine. Her nose had a bump on the bridge like a Roman's. Her face shone with the luminescence of bone in the moon glow. Later, I drove down South Carrollton to the river and woke her up at the end of the street. You're home, I said. She rubbed her face with her hand and opened and closed her mouth. I'd invite you in for a drink, but I have to be at the club at 7 in the morning. The liquor man comes tomorrow. He screws Tony on the bottle count if I'm not there. It's all right. She popped open the door and put one leg out on the street. She was poised against the streetlight, her bandana tied across the crown of her head as in a photograph of a 1940s aircraft worker. Watch your buns, hotshot, or go back on the Bayou where you belong, she said. Then she was gone. When I got back to the apartment, I called Minos at the guest house on St. Charles. I told him the buy had gone all right. We were only about a mile away. You didn't see us? He said. No. You stopped at a filling station on the way back. You had a girl with you. You guys are pretty good. You know anything about the girl? Her first name is Kim. No. What about her?
She seems too smart for the company she keeps. If she's with Tony C's crowd, she's somebody's punch. I don't read her like that. A broad's a broad to those guys. They don't keep 'em around because they have Phi Beta Kappa keys. She said Lionel and the Latin guy who made the delivery killed somebody with a piece of piano wire. I haven't heard that one. But Lionel's got the potential. He was on the boxing team in Angola. They say he did some real damage to a couple of guys. Thanks for telling me, Minos. An agent will pick up the coke about 8:30 in the morning. He'll look like a geek, but he's one of ours. I don't want to make this a permanent job. Let's up the ante now. It went well tonight. Be patient. Let things take their own course. Those guys are dipshits and addicts. The mule talked like a pimp. We're not going to get anywhere dealing with them. Let me take a deal straight to Cardo. Something that'll make him hungry. Like what? Can you shake loose 500 thou? Maybe. But you may still end up dealing with the dipshits. No. I'm going to offer him something he doesn't have. But you've got to give me some more help. Get Purcell in on the sting. No. He's a good man. It's out of the question. Minos, I'm by myself in this thing. I want somebody covering my back. What are you going to offer Cardo besides a buy? Deal Purcell in and we'll talk about it. We don't negotiate at this phase of the operation, Dave. We do. I think you're beat, he said. I think you need to get some sleep. We'll talk in the morning. It's not going to change. Cleet backs my play or it's up the spout. Good night, he said. His voice was tired. I didn't answer and he hung up. Sleep. It was the most natural and inevitable condition of the human metabolism, I thought, as I sat on the edge of my bed in the dark that night. We can abstain from sex and thrive on the thorns of our desire, deny ourselves water in the desert, keep silent on the torturer's rack, and fast unto the death. But eventually sleep has its way with us. But if you're a drunk, or a recovering drunk, or what some people innocently call a recovered drunk, that most natural of human states seldom comes to you on your terms, and you can't explain why one night you'll sleep until morning without dreaming, while the next night you'll sit alone in a square of moonlight, your palms damp on your thighs, your breath loud in your chest. No more than you can explain why one day you're anointed with magic. You get high on the weather. You have a lock on the perfecta in the 9th race, then the next morning you're on a dry drunk that fills the day with monstrous shapes prized out of memory with a dung fork. I could hear revelers out in the street, glass breaking, a beer can rolling across the cement. What was my real fear? Or theirs? I suspected mortality more than anything else. You don't wish to go gently into that good night. You rage against it, leave your shining bits of anger for a street sweeper to find in the early morning light. Kneel by your bed in the moon glow, the scarlet beads of your rosary twisted around your fist. But as always, just before dawn, the tiger goes back in his cage and sleeps, and something hot and awful rises from your body and blows away like ash in the wind. And maybe the next day isn't so bad after all. Chapter 6. The next morning was Saturday. I got up early, and after the DEA agent picked up the coke, invited Bootsy for breakfast at a restaurant on St. Charles. When I picked her up at her house on camp, she had on dark slacks, gray pumps, a white silk blouse that hung over her waist, and a pearl necklace. Her face was fresh and cheerful with the morning, and the dark and light swirls and streaks of gray in her thick hair, which she'd had cut since I visited her, gave her an elegance that you seldom see in maturing Acadian women. I opened the door of the pickup and helped her in. The air was balmy, the street full of blowing leaves, the trees in the yards filled with the sound of blue jays and mockingbirds. "I hope you don't mind riding down St. Charles in a pickup," I said. "Darling, I don't mind riding anywhere with you," she said with the innocent, flirtatious gaiety that's characteristic of New Orleans, and that allows you to never feel awkward or embarrassed with a woman. "Bootsy, you look absolutely great." "Thank you," she said, moving her lips without sound, a smile in her eyes. The restaurant had a domed, glassed-in porch, but it was warm enough to eat at the tables outside. The sunlight looked like bright smoke in the oak trees overhead. The air smelled of green bamboo, gardenias, the camellias that bloomed in yards all along the street, the occasional hot scorch of the old green streetcar that rattled down the esplanade, or what the people in New Orleans call the neutral ground. We ate hot, fresh-baked bread with honey and marmalade, and the Negro waiter poured the coffee and milk from two long-spouted copper pots. I touched Bootsy on the top of the hand. "I'm going back to New Iberia for the weekend," I said. "I have an adopted daughter there." "Yes?" "Do you ever go home?" "Not really. My parents passed away. Sometimes I feel strange back there. New Iberia never changes, but I have, and it hadn't all been for the good. Hey, no beating up on ourselves today, Boots. It's funny looking back at the past, isn't it? That night you asked me to dance under the trees on Spanish Lake, I remember it like a photograph. My back was on fire with sunburn. You brought me a vodka Collins and a handful of aspirin. I thought how kind you were. Then you wouldn't go away. I see. I was the one who put everything in motion." "What are you talking about?" Her eyes were smiling again. "You remember what you did with that vodka Collins? You took the cherry out and bit it between your teeth and kept chewing it while you looked into my eyes. You knew I wasn't going to leave you alone after that." "I did that? Must have been your imagination." "Come back with me today. I still live in my father's old house," I said. Then I added, "We have a guest room." "What are you trying to start, hon?" "I'm in the One Day at a Time Club. Tomorrow takes care of itself. I've got 3 tickets to the LSU Ole Miss game tonight. We'll take Alifair with us and have crawfish at Mulati's, then go on up to Baton Rouge." She didn't answer for a moment. Then she said, "I'm flattered you want me to meet your daughter, but do you think maybe you're trying to fix yesterday's mistakes?" "No," I said, and felt my throat color. "Because if your conscience bothers you, or if you feel that somehow you need to make amends to me, I want you to stop now. It's not that way." "Which way is it, then?" "It's a beautiful day. It's going to be a fine weekend. Why not take a chance on it? You made a choice for both of us 30 years ago, Dave. I didn't have a chance to participate in it. Since then, most of my choices have turned out to be bad ones. Boots, I'll never intentionally hurt you again. We get hurt worse by the people whom we care about, and they seldom mean to do it. That's what makes it so painful, kiddo. At any point you wish, you just say, "Let's go home, Dave. Let's not try to be kids again." It'll end right there. People make lots of promises in the daylight. This time I simply looked back across the table at her. Her hair was so thick and lovely I wanted to reach over and touch it. "Are you sure this is what you want?" she said finally. "I can't think of anything better in the whole world," I said. I dropped her off at her house, went back to the apartment and packed, left a message for Minos on his answering machine. Then 2 hours later, she and I were on our way across the Atchafalaya Basin on a perfect blue and gold fall day, the wind blowing across the bays and sawgrass and dead cypress, the elevated highway like a long white conduit into the past. You never forget an LSU Ole Miss game. The tiers upon tiers of seats filled with people, the haze around the banks of lights in the sky, the thunder of marching bands on the field, cheerleaders tumbling like acrobats, Confederate flags waving wildly in the crowd, Mike the Tiger in his cage riding stiff-legged around the track, the co-eds with mums pinned on their sweaters, their breath sweet with bourbon and Coca-Cola. Then, suddenly, 100,000 people rising to their feet in one deafening roar as LSU's team pours onto the field in their gold and purple and white uniforms that shine with light and seem tighter on their bodies than their very muscles. Alifair fell asleep between us on the way back home, and I carried her into her bedroom and tucked her in. Then I heated some boudin, and Bootsy and I ate it at the kitchen table. Her face was sleepy with the long day, and she smiled and tried to stay attentive while I talked, but her eyes kept shutting lazily, and finally her hand slipped off the side of the table. "I think it's time you went to sleep," I said. "I'm sorry. I'm so tired. It's been a wonderful day, Dave." "It'll be an even better one tomorrow." "I know," she said. "Good night." "Good night. I'm sorry to be so tired." "It's all right. You're supposed to be tired. I'll see you tomorrow." She went into the back bedroom, and I could see the light for a few minutes under her door. I turned on the television set in the living room and lay down on the couch. Her light went off, and I stared at a late show starring a famous actor who had been deferred from service during the Vietnam War because he'd been the sole support of his mother. I didn't blame the actor for his deferment, but I didn't have to watch him either. I turned off the set and lay back down on the couch with my arm over my eyes. I heard the scream of a nutria out in the marsh, the sound of night birds out in the bare sugarcane fields behind my property, the occasional thump of pecans falling to the ground in the front yard. It had been a fine day. Why did I always expect more out of the day than perhaps I'd earned? A few minutes later I heard her click on the bedside lamp. Then she opened the door and stood framed against the light. She didn't speak. Her face was dark with shadow, her body outlined against her white nightgown, her short cropped hair diffused with light. I went into the room with her, and she closed the door as though it were her house rather than mine. She clicked off the lamp, smoothed the pillows, pulled back the covers, then touched my face with her hand,
kissing me on the mouth, lightly at first, then her mouth opening and wet, her face changing the angle, her tongue inside me, her eyes opening and shutting, but always focusing on mine, as though I might somehow elude the moment she was creating for both of us. She worked a nightgown over her head and lay down partially on her side with her knees close together, her palm behind her head, and waited for me. When I lay down beside her, she stretched out against me, breathing on my neck and chest, rubbing her hair against my face as though she were a cat. I kissed her eyes and mouth and breasts and felt the smoothness of her stomach and thighs and the contours of her hips. I brushed her hair with my palm, stroked the stiffness of it where it was tapered at the back of her head, smelled the expensive and delicate perfume behind her ears. Then she took me in her hand, her thighs widening, and placed me inside her. Her lips parted, her eyes closed and opened, and she slipped her arms low on my back and tucked her face under my chin. She didn't speak while she made love. Her concentration and body heat were so intense, the movement of her hands and thighs and stomach so directed and encompassing, the hoarse, regular sounds in my ear so natural and heart-swelling, that I knew she too was back 30 years before on the float cushions in my father's boathouse, the lavender sky streaked with fire through the cracks, the shrimp boat knocking against the pilings, the raindrops dripping like lead shot out of the cypress into the bay. But on Monday, Alifair was back with my cousin Tuta, Bootsy was at work at her vending machine company, and I was talking with Minos in his room at the guest house on St. Charles about New Orleans flake and people who gave you the reason to think that toxic waste had been dumped in the human gene pool. He stood at the ceiling-high window with a coffee cup in his hand, looking down on the courtyard behind the guest house. Banana trees and bamboo grew along the back brick wall, and on the other side of the wall there were garbage cans in the alley. Minos had on tan slacks and a yellow golf shirt with an alligator on it. As always, his scalp gleamed through his close-cropped hair, and his jaws looked as though he'd just shaved. "I understand they're dangerous. You don't have to convince me of that," he said. "But it comes with the territory. I don't think the situation will improve because we make Purcell a player." "You don't have anybody inside. So we bring him in with me. Give the guy a break. He has a lot of qualities." "He worked for the mob, for Christ's sake." "I think he took some of them off the board, too." "That's the last kind of cowboy bullshit we want in this operation." "What's it going to be, partner?" "We did some homework over the weekend. Purcell has some bad debts around town. One of them is to a loan company owned by the Greaseballs. He's also got a reputation for parking his swizzle stick in anything that looks vaguely female." "In or out?" I said. He bit a corner of his lip and continued to look down into the courtyard. He seemed almost as tall as the window. "The money comes out of the snitch fund," he said. "You can tell him whatever you want to, but he's not an employee of the DEA nor its representative." "How much?" $200 a week. "That's an insult." "Too bad." "Listen, Minos, let's stop messing around. You give the guy $500 a week, treat him with some respect, or I'm going to walk out of this." "I'll talk to somebody about it later." "No. Make the call now." I saw him take a breath, his fingers tap on his thigh. "All right. You got my word," he said. "He was a good cop till he had marital trouble and got on the sauce. He'll do fine, you'll see." "I hope so, because if he doesn't, somebody gonna feed your butt through the paper shredder an inch at a time." You really know how to say it, Minos. He picked up a towel from the bathroom floor and started buffing one of his loafers on top of a wood chair. Where'd this broad Kim, the one at the score, tell you she is from? She didn't. What is it? We checked her out. Her last name's Dollinger. She's an assistant manager at one of Cardo's clubs on the airline highway. She hit town about 6 months ago. She tells people she worked at a lounge in North Houston, some dump on Jensen Drive, and we made a couple of calls. They never heard of her. She said something about everything down here smelling like mold and leaking sewage. I don't think she's from Houston. Those kind of broads make up their own dossiers. I got something else on my mind that's giving me this sort of a migraine, Dave. I waited for him to go on. Bootsy Giacano, he said. I had a feeling you'd say that. You have a tail on me? Wouldn't be a bad idea, but we don't. A tap on her phone? What do you think? She was married to Ralph Giacano. Her business partners are mainline greaseballs. She can't get out from under them. Always the humanist. Look, Dave, what you do with your own private life is your business, but if you compromise this operation, it's ours. He sat on the wood chair and threw the towel back onto the bathroom floor. Look, I'm your friend. I got you into this stuff. You think I want to see you hurt? I won't get hurt because of her. You don't know that. He's sleeping with her? I'm going to be on my way now. She'll know you're running a sting. She tips the greaseballs. It doesn't matter how. In some innocent way, we're going to pull you out of Lake Pontchartrain. It's not going to happen. His eyes were level, unblinking, and they stared straight into mine. It did 2 years ago, he said. To a local narc, NOPD got inside. They threw his body off the causeway. 22 Magnum through the mouth, one under the chin, one through the temple. They didn't weight him down either. They wanted to send a floating telegram. You can get the 500,000? Yep. I'm going to try to set up a meeting with Cardo. I'll call you. Let some time go by, Dave. Let him feel more confident about you. You said it yourself. These guys love money. How do they put it? Money talks and bullshit walks. I'm going to play out the hand. If they buy it, fine. If not, I'm going back home. He pulled on his ear and made a snuffing sound in his nose. What I'm saying is we don't know everything we'd like to know about Cardo. He messes around in politics, sends money to right-wing crazies, stuff like that. He was shooting off his mouth around town about bringing Oliver North to New Orleans. He thinks he's a big intellectual because he's got a degree from a junior college in Miami. So he's hard to read. We know there's some guys in Miami and Chicago who think maybe he shouldn't be running things here, that maybe he's crazy, or he keeps his brains in that schlong he's so proud of. Figure it out, Dave. What kind of guy would keep Jimmy Lee Boggs around? You're worrying too much, Minos. Because I've been doing this stuff a long time. I told you it was a simple sting. That's what it should be. But you don't hear me when I say things to you, and I'm bothered by that. I left by the back entrance and walked down the alley to the side street where my truck was parked. I could hear the streetcar clattering down the tracks on St. Charles. The sky was a hard blue, the noon sun bright overhead, and gray squirrels raced each other around the trunks of the oak trees in the street. Now all I had to do was find a way inside the insular and peculiar world of Anthony Cardo. "You just fucking do it, man," Cleet said that same day as we ate lunch at the bar in the Golden Star on Decatur. "The guy lives in a house, right? Not the Vatican. We're talking about a bucket of shit, man, not the Pope. You don't get a number and wait when you deal with a bucket of shit, do you?" He took an enormous bite of his oyster loaf sandwich. His face was ruddy and cheerful, his crushed pork pie hat down low over his eyes, his sports coat as tight as a sausage skin on his broad back. His cigarette burned in an ashtray, and by his elbow was a Bloody Mary with a celery stalk in it. "Call up the cocksucker and tell him we're coming out," he said. "It's not that easy, Cletus." "I don't see the problem." His cheek was as big as a baseball with unchewed food. We were alone at the bar. The walls were covered with the framed and autographed photos of movie stars. "He has an unlisted number. Minos gave it to me, but I don't have a way to explain to Cardo how I got it. I asked Fontenot for it, and he wouldn't give it to me. Said he had to clear it with Cardo first." "Fontenot's the tub? The one with the t-shirt shop on Bayou?" "That's the man." "He wants to control access to the piggy bank, huh?" "Something like that." "Stay here." "Where are you going?" "Remain cool and copacetic, my mellow man. I will be back before you finish your gumbo." "Wait a minute, Cleet." But he was out the door. 15 minutes later he was back, his green eyes smiling under the short brim of his hat. He dropped a slip of paper with Cardo's phone number on it next to my plate. "What'd you do to him?" I asked. "Hey, come on. Fontenot's a reasonable guy. I just explained that you and I are in partnership now. He liked the idea. That's right, I ain't putting you on." "Cleet, if we get into Cardo's, you've got to take your transmission out of overdrive." "Trust me, man." The fingers of his big hands were spread out like banana peels on top of the bar. He grinned at me, squinted his eyes, and clicked his teeth together. "You're looking at a model of restraint. I worked Vice, remember? I know these fuckers. They love having me on board." It was easier than I thought. I called Cardo's house. A maid answered. Then Cardo was on the line. He was polite, even expansive. The accent was typical New Orleans Italian, which sounded like both Flatbush and the Irish Channel. "I've heard a lot about you," he said. "I've been looking forward to meeting you. You play tennis?" "I'm afraid not." "You like to watch tennis?" "Sure." "Where are you now?" "At the Golden Star across from the French Market." "Can you come out in an hour? We'll have some drinks. I'll hit the ball a little bit, and we'll talk." "Sure. I'd like that. Can you give me your address?" He gave me directions to a neighborhood out by Lake Pontchartrain. "How'd you get this number?" he asked. "It came from Ray." "That's strange. Ray usually doesn't give it out." The receiver was quiet a moment. "You haven't been bouncing my help around, have you?" he said. Then he laughed. "Don't worry about it. Ray needs a little excitement. Cleans the fat out of his veins. You didn't hurt him, though, did you?" "I didn't do anything to him." I'd like to bring along a friend of mine. He's going into business with me. That's fine with me. We'll be expecting you. Say, you know that newsstand a few doors down from you? Pick up a copy of the Atlantic, will you? My subscription hadn't come. Sure thing, Mr. Cardo. Hey, it's Tony, or Tony C, or Tony some other things. But nobody calls me Mr. Cardo. Do I sound like a Mr. Cardo to you? I'm looking forward to it. We'll see you in an hour, I said. I hung up the phone and looked at Cleet at the bar. The Atlantic? I said. What? This guy's a beaut. His home was a short distance from the lake. The immense sloping lawn was shaded by live oaks, and the one-story house was long and white, with a wide marble porch, a 3-car garage, and a gingerbread gazebo in a side yard that was planted with blooming citrus trees and camellias. The swimming pool had a colonnade built onto one side like a Roman porch, and behind the pool was a screened-in clay tennis court, and I could see a trim, sun-tanned man in white shorts and a polo shirt whacking balls back at a machine that fired them automatically over the net. The mustaches know how to live, don't they? Cleet said, his tie askew, one arm back on the seat, flipping ashes out the window of the truck. Play it cool on the remarks. Ease up. There are only 2 rules when you deal with these guys. Don't mess with their broads and don't steal from them. These guys just aren't that complicated. What would a guy like Tony Cardo do if he couldn't deal dope? Probably be running a fruit stand. You think a greaseball like that could honestly earn a joint like this? I'll do most of the talking today, all right, Cleet? You got a lot of anxiety over nothing, Mon. But it's your gig, what do I know? He flipped his cigarette in an arc into a flower bed. A Negro man in a white jacket and black pants walked out the side door of the house and stood on the edge of the drive while we got out of the truck. Mr. Cardo wants y'all to come out by the pool, he said. He'll be with y'all in a minute. He couldn't keep his eyes from glancing sideways at the truck. You like it? Dave might part with it for the right price, Cleet said. Mr. Cardo asks you gentlemen if you want a drink, the Negro said. Give me a double blackjack on ice, Cleet said. What do you want, Dave? Nothing. You got a bathroom? Cleet said to the Negro. Yes, sir. Follow me inside. I sat in a beach chair under the colonnade by the side of the pool. The bottom of the pool was inset with a mosaic mermaid that glittered with chips of light. The suntanned man on the court was hitting the ball with his back to me, but I felt that he was aware I was watching him through the myrtle trees that grew along the screens. He stayed on the balls of his feet, the muscles in his brown calves and thighs taut and glazed with perspiration. His forehand shot a white blur across the net. Cleet came out of the side of the house with a highball glass in his hand and sat down heavily in a beach chair next to me. You ought to see the can, he said. Looks like a pink whorehouse. Erotic art all over the wallpaper, a toilet seat inlaid with silver dollars. The colored guy went in after me and started cleaning the toilet with a brush. Should I take that personally? Probably. Thanks. The man on the tennis court turned off the ball machine and walked across the close-clipped lawn toward us, zipping up the case on his racket. He was truly a strange-looking man. His head was long and narrow, his ears tiny and pressed tightly against the scalp as though part of them had been surgically pared away. His hair grew in gray and black ringlets that were tapered on the back of his neck like the flange of a helmet. His smile exposed his long white teeth, and his chest hair was black and slick with perspiration. "Tony Cardo," he said, his hand outstretched like a greeter's in a restaurant. "It's nice to see you, Tony," I said. "This a friend of mine, Cleet Purcell?" "What's happening, Tony?" Cleet said, rising up enough from the beach chair to shake hands. "I remember you from somewhere," Cardo said to him. "You drank vodka Collins," Cleet said. Cardo pursed his lips together in the shape of a tiny butterfly. "You're a bartender in the quarter," he said. "I own the bar." "You were in the Corps." "That's right." "We had some words or something." "No, I don't have words with people." "Yeah, we did. Something about the Corps." "No, something about the crotch, right?" "You got me. I don't argue with people." "Who's arguing? But you said something, almost like getting in the guy's face, then you walked away. I was buying a drink for the gunny." Cleet shrugged his shoulders. "Must be somebody else. I just remember you drank vodka Collins, that's all," he said. "Hey, don't sweat it. You're a diplomat. That's good. Means you're a good businessman." "I got no beef with anybody, Tony." "I like that," Cardo said. "Cleet was my homicide partner a few years ago," I said. I watched Cardo's face. "What made you change careers?" His eyes smiled as though he were looking at a private conclusion inside himself. The black houseman brought out a tray with a Collins and a bowl of chilled shrimp on it and set it on a circular redwood table next to Cardo's chair. "Little trouble in the department, nothing big," Cleet said. "I went down to the tropics for a while to get my priorities straight. Then I got into casino security out in Vegas and Tahoe for Saladillo." "Yeah, Sally D. out of Galveston," Cardo said. "His plane smacked into a mountain out in Montana or somewhere." "Yeah, too bad. He was a great guy to work for," Cleet said. "I always heard he was a prick," Cardo said. "Well, some people had that opinion too," Cleet said. "You're not drinking anything, Dave?" "No, thanks. Can we talk some business, Tony?" "Put on some swimsuits. Let's take a dip," he said. "It's a little cool, isn't it?" I said. "I keep the water at 82 degrees. You'll love it. There's some suits over there in the cottage," he insisted. He went into his own house to change, and Cleet and I walked across the lawn to a small white stucco cottage that was surrounded with palm and banana trees. "He's one slick motherfucker. You won't get a wire into this place, partner," Cleet said. Inside the cottage, we found a cardboard box full of men's and women's bathing suits on top of the bar. Cleet started rooting through them and found only one pair that wasn't too small for him, an enormous pair of red boxer trunks with a white elastic band. "I bet these belong to that blimp who runs the t-shirt shop," he said. He looked at my face. "Not funny, Dave. These guys pass around VD like a family heirloom." He went into the bedroom, found a safety pin in a drawer, and began undressing by the bar. "He really put you under the microscope," I said. "They're all the same, man. They love to peel back your skin." "What do you think all that Marine Corps stuff is about?" "Who cares? Figuring out the grease balls is like putting your hand in an unflushed toilet. I laid my clothes across the back of a couch and slipped on a pair of trunks. Cleet poured a glass of Jack Daniels at the bar and looked at my chest. "That's where Boggs popped you, huh?" he said. "Does it give you much trouble?" "I'm still weak on the left side. Sometimes it throbs a little in the morning." "What else?" "What do you mean, what else?" "Don't try to put on your partner. You remember when that kid planted a couple of 22 rounds in me? I had the nightly sweats for a long time, man." "It comes and goes." "Like hell it does." Then he took a drink and smiled at me. His face looked as big and hard-ribbed as a grinning pumpkin under his pork pie hat. "But don't worry. Before this is over, we're going to cook Jimmy Lee Boggs' hash. I mean, sling some serious shit on the walls you ain't see, old streak." He winked at me and walked duck-footed to the door, with his drink in his hand, his red trunks askew on his hips, lighting a cigarette. "You think he's got any broads around?" he said. I took the copy of the Atlantic out of my coat pocket and followed him to the pool. Tony Cardo hit the water in a long, flat dive and swam with deep strokes to the diving board, blowing water out his nose, then made an underwater turn and pushed off the tiled side and swam into the shallow end. He raked the water out of his eyes and curly hair and spit into the trough that surrounded the pool. "That's a nasty scar on your chest, Dave," he said. "A nasty guy put it there." "Yeah, I heard about that." "He works for you." "That's not exactly true, Dave. He used to work for some people I do business with. He doesn't now. I don't know where he is. I heard Florida." "I wouldn't want a guy like that to blindside me, Tony." "You're an upfront guy, but you got no worries on that. Not in this town." "The people I represent like the quality of your product. They like the way you do business. They've given me $500,000 to work with. I want the same quality goods, same price on the key. Can we do some business today?" "You cut right to it, don't you?" "You're a serious man. You have a serious reputation." "You're talking a big score." "That's why I'm dealing with you. The word is that the Houston people are undependable." "The problem I got sometimes is access, Dave, or what you might call transportation. The product's out there, but there's a lot of nautical factors involved here. You know what I mean? Something happens to the product out on the salt, a lot of people lose money. A lot of people get real mad." "That's the other thing I want to talk to you about. I grew up in the wetlands. I know every bayou and channel from Sabine Pass over to Barataria. I can get through it for you and on a regular basis." "I bet you can," he said. But his attention was no longer on me. His arms were folded on top of the trough, and he was looking across the blue-green expanse of lawn and trees at the front porch of his house, where a blonde woman in a red dress and a hat was counting the suitcases the houseman was bringing outside. A moment later, one of the gatemen walked up the drive and backed a restored 1940s Lincoln Continental convertible out of the garage. It had wire wheels, a deep maroon finish, and an immaculate white top. The gateman and the Negro put the woman's luggage in the trunk. She never glanced in our direction. "What do you think of my car?" he said finally. "Looks great." "Yeah, that's what I think. but his eyes were still concentrated on the woman. He continued to stare as she got into the Lincoln and the gateman drove her down the long driveway toward the street. Then his eyes clicked back onto mine. "Hey, let me ask you something else. Because I like you. I like the way you talk," he said. "What's your attitude about dealing in the product?" "I don't understand." "You're an educated man. I want to know what an educated man thinks about dealing in the product." "I never saw anybody chop up lines because somebody forced him to." "I think that's an intelligent attitude. But I want you to understand something else, Dave. I got lots of businesses. Vending and video machines, restaurant, nightclubs, half of a trucking company, real estate development out by Chalmette, some investments in Miami. This other stuff comes and goes. 5 years from now, the thing might be huffing used cat litter. There's always a bunch of bozos around with money. Why fight the fashion?" His eyes looked at the empty drive and the front gate that was closed once again. "Excuse me," he said, and raised himself out of the pool, walked dripping to the redwood table, and punched one button on the phone. He put his little finger in one of his tiny ears and shook water out of it. At the end of the drive, I saw the other gateman walk to a box that was inset in the stucco wall. "Tommy, get some people over here. Call up the catering service," he said. "I got some guests here. I want to entertain 'em right." "Don't ask me who. I don't give a shit. Get 'em over here." He hung up the phone and looked at me. "I live in a place that costs $1 million, and half the time it's like being the only guy in the fucking Superdome," he said. "Before your friends get here, can we agree on a deal of some kind, Tony?" I said. "There's some people I bring out here like I order lawn furniture. There's other people I invite because I respect their experience and what's in their heads. Don't hurt my feelings," he said. His guests arrived like actors who played only one role, their smiles welded in place, their eyes aglitter with the moment. They were people without accents or origins, as though they'd lived on the edge of a party all their lives. But besides their good looks and their late-season suntans, their most singular common denominator was their carefree trust in the walled-in tropical opulence that surrounded them. They smoked dope by the pool, snorted lines off a mirror in the guest cottage, ate chicken and mayonnaise sandwiches from the caterer's tray with never a sideways glance at gate men who wore shoulder holsters or a thick-bodied silent man in cut-offs who waxed an Oldsmobile in the driveway with such a mean energy that his jailhouse tattoos danced like snakes on his naked back. Even Cleet quickly fell into the ambiance, his arms spread out on the tile trough in the deep end, his pale blue canvas hat low on his brow, a 20-year-old girl hovering within the crook of his arm. Her mouth was red and cold from the whiskey sour she sipped from a glass in one hand, and she laughed at everything he said and balanced herself by cupping his shoulder whenever she started to float away from the pool's edge. I could see her knee rake against his thigh. The air was becoming cooler now, and I treaded water to stay warm. It was impossible to get Cardo alone. He sat at the redwood table in a white terry cloth robe, one leg crossed on his knee, smoking a Pall Mall in a gold cigarette holder, while 4 of his guests sat around him and smiled brightly into his words. I hung from the diving board by one arm and began to think it was better to mark the day off. "How do you like being in the life?" a voice said behind me. She sat on the diving board mat in a light green dress covered with tiny pink flowers. She had tucked her red hair up into a green beret, but one side of it had fallen down on her neck. Her lipstick was bright red, and she wore too much of it. But when she parted her mouth and looked directly at me, she disturbed me and made me keenly aware that there's no safety for the male in either age or pride. "What's happening, Kemp?" I said. "What's happening with you, hotshot?" "Like you say, enjoying the life. You don't want to swim?" "I think I'll pay us. 2 nights ago they were screwing in here." "I beg your pardon?" "You heard me. On a rubber raft with the lights on. What a bunch." I lifted myself out of the pool and walked to the guest cottage to shower and dress. I heard her laugh behind me. When I came back out, she was sitting on a cushioned, scrolled iron chair with her legs crossed. I sat down on the dry mat on the back edge of the diving board. "You're a case," she said. "How's that?" I said, looking toward the shallow end where Tony was tapping a beach ball back and forth with 2 girls. "You make me think of a cat that's trying to like sitting on a hot stove," she said. "Where did you say you're from?" "I didn't. I need to talk to Tony alone. It's hard to do." "You're still out for the big score, huh, hotshot? How about cutting me a little slack?" "All you want, babe." "Are you his girl?" She looked away from me at the trees in the yard, her face cool and sculpted, her hair thick and dark red where it was pinned up on the back of her neck. She touched at an area between her teeth with her little fingernail, then glanced back into my face. Her eyes looked directly into mine, but they were impossible to read. "What?" I asked her. Still she didn't answer, and instead continued to stare into my face. I took a breath. "I think I need to get something to eat," I said. "If you want to see Tony alone, he'll be going up to the house soon to check on his little boy. He always does." "His little boy?" "It's the reason his wife's always taking off. She can't handle it." "What are you talking about?" "Do yourself a favor and go home, Robicheaux." She stood up, tucked her hair under her beret, and walked off alone toward the tennis court. A moment later I saw her leaning on her arms against the wire mesh, looking at nothing, her face wan and empty in the shadow of the myrtle bushes. She was right about Tony Cardo, though. 10 minutes later, when I was about to signal Cleet that it was time to hang it up, Cardo excused himself from his guests and walked across his lawn to a glassed-in sun porch at the back of his house. I went to the side door of the house and knocked. The Negro houseman answered, a polishing cloth in his hand. "I'd like to see Mr. Cardo," I said. "He be out directly." "I'd like to see him inside, please." "Just a moment, sir," he said, and walked into the back of the house. Then he returned and unlatched the screen. "Mr. Cardo wants you to wait in the library." I followed the houseman through a huge gleaming kitchen, a living room furnished with French antiques and hung with a chandelier the size of a beach umbrella, into a pine-paneled study whose shelves were filled with encyclopedias, sets of science and popular history books, novels from book clubs, and plastic-bound collections of classics, the kind that are printed on low-grade paper and advertised on cable TV stations. The chairs and couch were red leather, the big glass-topped mahogany desk one that would perhaps befit Leo Tolstoy.
Tony slid open the far door and stepped inside in his terry cloth robe and sandals. Before he closed the door again, I looked out on the sun porch and saw the back of a wheelchair framed against a lighted television screen. The floor around the chair was strewn with toys and stuffed animals. "I didn't give you your magazine," I said, and took the copy of the Atlantic out of my pocket and handed it to him. "Hey, thanks, Dave. I appreciate it. I have to go, too. I just wanted to tell you I'd like to do business with you, but I have to have something firm. Like this afternoon, Tony. I want you to understand something, and I don't want you to take offense. The house is a family place. I don't do business in it. Call Ray Fontenot tomorrow. We'll work something out. You got my word on it." "All right." "Your face looks a little cloudy." "I don't trust Fontenot. I don't know that you should either." "Serious charge. What'd he do?" "He's an addict, and he looks after his own butt." "They all do." "Well, thanks for having us out." "Wait a minute. Don't run off. I heard you were in Nam." 10 months before it got real hot.
"Those scars on your thigh. You got hit?"
"I'm bouncing Betty on a trail. It was a dumb place to be at night."
"Sit down a second. Come on, you're not in that big a hurry. Then you got to go back to the States?"
"Sure. $1 million wound."
"In the car, unless you got the big one, you got to earn 2 hearts before you skate."
"You were hit?"
"Right in the butt. Zip up in a tree, maybe 300 yards out."
I looked at my watch. I didn't want to talk more about the war, but it was obvious that he'd hit. His eyes wandered over my face as though he were searching for a piece of knowledge there that had eluded him in his own life. Then, because I had to say something, I asked him a question that produced a strange consequence. "What was your outfit?"
3rd Battalion, 7th Regiment, 1st Marine Division,"
he said and smiled. "Oh, yeah. You guys are on Chu Lai." The skin of his face tightened.
"How do you know that?"
he said. "I was there," I said, confused.
"You were in Chu Lai?"
The skin around his eyes and nostrils was white. "No, I mean I was in Vietnam. I knew some Marines who were around Chu Lai, that's all."
"Who were these guys?"
"I don't even remember their names, Tony."
"I just wondered."
"Are you all right, partner?" He widened his eyes and breathed air up through his nose.
"It was a fucking meat grinder, man," he said.
"Maybe it's time to give it the deep six."
"What?"
"We didn't ask to get sent over there. Time comes when we stop dragging the monsters around."
"You saying I did something over there?"
"If you didn't, you saw it done." He looked at me a long moment, his mouth a tight line.
"You're an unusual man," he said.
"I don't think so."
"One day, just kick the door shut on Shitsville."
"You already lived it. Why watch the replay the rest of your life?"
"Some guys say the war's never over."
"It is for me."
"No dreams?"
I didn't answer.
"That's what I thought," he said. His body was deep in a leather chair. He smiled crookedly at me. But my strange afternoon at Tony C's wasn't over. When Cleet and I walked out to my truck, I noticed that my wallet was gone. I looked in the guest cottage and out by the pool, then realized it had probably fallen out of my pocket when I was sitting in the library. The black man let me in the side of the house again. This time the sliding door of the library that gave onto the sun porch was open, and I saw Tony dressing a little boy in the wheelchair, surrounded by a litter of toys. He didn't see me, not at first. The little boy might have been 7 or 8. His face was handsome and bright, but his head rested on his shoulders as though he had no neck. His legs were too short for his truncated body, and his back was deformed terribly. His hair was brown and wet, and Tony Cardo parted and combed it and leaned over and kissed him on the brow. Then his eyes glanced up into my face. "I'm sorry. I dropped my wallet in the chair," I said. He walked to the door and slid it shut. That night it rained. It ran off the roof, the gutters, the balconies, clattered on the palm fronds and banana trees, spun like a vortex of wet light inside the courtyard. Lightning cracked across the sky and rattled the windows, and I slept with a pillow crimped across my head. I didn't hear the lockpick in the door, nor the handle turn when a bolt clicked free of the jamb. Instead, I felt a drop in the room's temperature and smelled leaves and rain. I raised up on one elbow and looked into the face of Tony Cardo, who leaned forward on a straight-backed chair by the side of my bed. One of his gatemen stood behind him, dripping water on the floor. "How scared you ever been?" he said. His narrow, elongated face looked white in the glow of the electric light that shone through the window from the courtyard. "What?" My hand went toward the drawer of the nightstand. "No," he said, took my wrist and pushed my arm back on the bed. "How scared you ever been?" he repeated. His eyes were absolutely black and glazed with light as though they had no pupils. I was sitting straight up now. The front door was halfway open, and leaves and mist were blowing inside the living room. "Listen, Tony, it was after you got hit, wasn't it? When you had to lie in the dark by yourself and think about it." I couldn't smell alcohol on him. Then I looked again at his eyes, the lidless intensity, the heat that was like a match burning inside of black glass. "Admit it," he said. I was scared every minute I was over there. Who cares? You're speeding, Tony. Then I saw him raise the revolver from between his thighs. "You know how you overcome it," he said. I looked at the gateman. His face was empty of expression, beaded with raindrops. "You confront the dragon," Tony said. "Ease up, partner. This isn't your style." "What the fuck you know about my style?" "I didn't do it to you. I don't have anything to do with your life. You're taking it to the wrong guy." "You're the right guy. You know you're the right guy." "Everybody was afraid over there. It's just human. What's the matter with you?" "You buy that? I say fuck you. You stare it in the face. Can you stare it in the face?" His mouth looked purple in the glow from the window. His ears were like tiny white cauliflowers pressed against his scalp. "I think you're loaded, Tony. I think we're talking black beauties here." I'm not going to help you with this bullshit. You go fuck yourself. I could see his thin nostrils quiver as he breathed. He rested the revolver on the top of his right thigh. Then he said, "This is how you do it, my man." He flipped out the cylinder from the frame and ejected 6.38 cartridges into his palm. He clinked them all into his coat pocket except one. He fitted it into a chamber and snapped the cylinder back into place. "Tony, pull the plug on this before it goes any further. It's not worth it," I said. He set the hammer on half-cock, spun the cylinder twice, then brought the hammer all the way back with his thumb and fitted the barrel's opening under his chin. The skin of his face became as stiff and gray as cardboard. His eyes focused on a distant thought somewhere behind my ear. Then he pulled the trigger. "Jesus Christ, Tony!" I heard the gateman say, his breath rushing out of his chest. Tony put an unlit cigarette in his mouth, opened the cylinder again, and fitted the 5 rounds from his pocket back into the chamber. "It wasn't even close. 2 chambers away from the firing pin," he said. "Don't ever let me see pity in your face when you look at me and my little boy again." A solitary drop of water fell out of his hair and spotted the unlit cigarette in his mouth.
Chapter 7. The next morning the streets in the quarter were thick with mist, and I could hear the foghorns of tugs and oil barges out on the river. I had coffee and beignets at a table inside the Café du Monde. Then the sun broke out of the clouds, and Jackson Square looked bright and wet and green after the night's rain. I walked over to Ray Fontenot's T-shirt shop on Bourbon and found him practicing his trombone in a small, weed-grown, rubble-strewn courtyard in back. He wore a purple turtleneck sweater, gray slacks, and shades, even though there was little sunlight in the enclosure. He wasn't a gelatinous man. The rings of fat across his stomach looked hard, the kind your fist would do little harm to. My conversation with him didn't go well.
"So, we're agreed on everything," he said. "You'll bring your boat over from Morgan City, and we'll take a little tarpon fishing out on the Salt. By the way, what's your boat doing in Morgan City if you live in New Iberia?"
"I just had the engine overhauled."
"Well, that's good. And you'll have all the money?"
"That's right."
"Because we want lots of product for all the little boys and girls. It's what keeps everybody's genitalia humming, like little nests of bees."
"Day after tomorrow, 2 a.m. at Cocodrie. Dress warm, it'll be cold out there," I said, and started to leave.
"Thank you, kind sir. But there's one change."
He drained the spittle out of his trombone slide onto the weeds at his feet. "What's that?" I said.
"Your friend, Purcell, isn't going with us."
"He's my business partner. He's in."
"Not on this trip."
"Why not?"
"He hadn't quite learned how to behave. Besides, we don't need him."
"Listen, Fontenot, if Cleet gave you a bad time over Tony's phone number, that's a personal beef you work out on your own. This is business."
"He no player, he no goer."
"What does Tony say?"
"I make the deals for Tony. I make the terms. When you talk to me, it's just like you're talking to Tony."
"You mind if I make a call?"
I wouldn't have it any other way, good sir.
He took off his sunglasses and smiled. His eyes were flat and dead and looked as if they belonged in another face. I used the telephone in Fontenot's office. I could hear him blowing into his trombone.
Hey, good morning. How you doing today?
Tony Cardo said. I'm fine.
Sure?
I'm just fine, Tony.
You don't have a hard-on about last night?
You've got your own point of view about things. I don't want to intrude upon it.
I got strong emotions about family stuff. I get a little weird sometimes. You gotta bear with me.
I respect your feelings, Tony.
You don't rattle, do you?
Morning and night, partner. I got a problem here. Ray doesn't want my friend along on the tarpon trip.
That's too bad.
I think my friend should be able to go.
I can't interfere, Dave. It's Ray's call.
He's got his nose bent out of joint over a personal affront. It's not the way a pro does things.
Indulge the man.
He's a fat shit, Tony.
Hey, catch a big fish for me. And I want you out to dinner this weekend. Bring your buddy, too. I like him.
He hung up the phone. Ray Fontenot stood in the doorway to the courtyard, his eyes filled with merriment, his tongue thick and pink on his teeth. At noon, I went to Cleet's to pick him up for lunch. We drove in his car to a Fat Albert's off St. Charles and ordered paper plates of red beans and dirty rice with lengths of sausage. It was warm enough to eat outside, and we sat at a green-painted picnic table under a live oak whose roots had lifted up the slabs of sidewalk and cracked the edge of the parking lot. Out on St. Charles, I saw the old iron streetcar rattle past the palm trees on the esplanade. I told Cleet about my conversation that morning with Fontenot. He chewed quietly without speaking, his green eyes thoughtful. I waited for him to say something. He didn't. Anyway, he says you're out, and Cardo backed him up. He wiped the juice from his sausage off his mouth with a paper napkin, then sucked on the corner of his lip. "I'd be careful," he said. "What are you thinking?"
"He's up to something."
"I think he just doesn't like you." "What'd you do to him to get Cardo's phone number?"
"Nothing."
"Cleet?"
"I told him I wouldn't leave until I got the number. I made a little noise in front of his customers. I didn't touch him."
"It surprises you he doesn't want to see you again?"
"What if I have another talk with him?"
"That's out. The deal has to go through."
"I'm worried about you, Mom. You're not saying things straight. You're doing the grunt work for the DEA. They take the glory. There's something else to think about, too. How's a drug buy out on the salt going to put Cardo away?"
"I've got to get next to him with a wire."
"Why not get a pap smear while you're at it?"
He lit a cigarette and blew smoke off into the dappled sunlight.
"We used to call the FBI Fart, Barf, and Itch, remember? Why do you think these DEA cocksuckers any different? If you ask me, this deal down at Cocodrie stinks."
There was no point in arguing. I also felt that he was more disappointed in being cut out of the sting than anything else. But his eyes continued to wander over my face while he smoked.
"For God's sake, what is it?" I said.
"I don't know if you need this right now, but a colored kid was in the bar looking for you this morning. Wouldn't give his name.
but I have an idea who he is. Oh? That kid from New Iberia you were taking up to Angola with Jimmy Lee Boggs. What'd he say? Tell Mr. Dave I seen Jimmy Lee yesterday on Bourbon. Cleet continued to look at my face. I'm right. That's the kid who got loose from you? Yes. You're in contact with him? More or less. Are you out of your mind? Does he look like a dangerous and violent man to you? You think I ought to send him to the chair? I think you ought to watch out for your own butt once in a while. What else did he say? Nothing. Weird kid. If a black ant wore a pizza uniform, that's what it'd look like. You really think he saw Boggs? I don't know. Why would Boggs be walking around on Bourbon? I don't know, Cleet. Come on, don't look so disturbed. Kid's probably imagined it to you. Then he pressed his lips together in a tight line. Listen, Dave. Keep your attitudes simple about this guy. You see him, you smoke him. No warning, no talk. You just blow his fucking head off, case closed. I didn't finish my plate. I rolled it up, dropped it in a trash barrel, then sat back down at the wood table under the tree. Cleet kept pushing a ring around on his index finger while his eyes studied me. You think you lost your guts? He said. No. Like Boggs has got the Indian sign on you or something? I'm cool. Don't worry about it. You bothered because you want to do this guy? No. You listen to me. It's a perk when you get a chance to grease a guy like that. You take him off at the neck and the world applauds. But he saw his words were having no effect. What happened in that coulee? I thought my clock had run out. I don't think I behaved very well. I always thought I would do better. Nobody handles it well. They cry, they call out for their mother. It's a bad moment. It's supposed to be. You don't feel the same about yourself later. He picked at the calluses on his hands, his eyes downcast. My noble grieving man, he said. Look, Cleet, I appreciate. You know what I think all this is about? You want a drink. Whenever I went out on the edge of the envelope, I'd mellow out with some skull-fucked Muta and J.D. on the rocks. You can't drink anymore, so you walk around with this ongoing horror show inside you. How about we put a cork in the five and dime psychology? Look, I think Cardo's heavy into crank. He's a speed freak. He came into my apartment in the middle of the night and snapped a revolver under his chin. Cleet grinned, shook his head, and rolled a matchstick across his teeth. What's funny? I said. And this is the guy you're going to get next to you with the wire? And you worry about Boggs or whether you still got your guts? Streak, you're a pistol. I talked with Minos Dotriev that afternoon and made arrangements to have my converted jugboat moved from Morgan City to a commercial dock at Cocodrie, near Terrebonne Bay. Over the phone, I sensed a fine wire of anxiety in Minos's voice. What is it? I said. It bothers me they don't want for sale with you. He got in Fontenot's face. Cleet has a way of scaring the hell out of people he doesn't like. Maybe. Are you worried about the $500,000? I'm worried about you. But some other people are having misgivings about the operation. It's a big expenditure. Cardo's not getting brought into things the way he should. I can't help that. They're thinking about their own butts. They don't want to get burned. But that's not your problem. The Coast Guard's going to track the mother boat and nail it after you're gone. So the government will get its money back. I don't know why these guys are sweating it. They piss me off. Run Cardo's military record for me. What for? Something about Vietnam is eating his lunch. What's new about that? I think he's a complex man. You didn't tell me about his son. Yeah, that's a sad case. Evidently, he really looks after him. The phone was silent a moment. Cardo's a drug dealer, and his hired shitheads kill people. Anything else is irrelevant. It's important to understand that, Dave. I'm just saying you can't dismiss the guy as a geek. Right. He hires them instead. Like Jimmy Lee Boggs. Get your head on straight. I'll be back with you later. Carry your piece out there on the salt. I want your ass back home safe on this one. He hung up the phone. That night I wanted to take Bootsy out for supper, but she had to work late at her office, and when she finally finished, it was after 10 o'clock. So I read a book in bed and went to sleep sometime after midnight with the light on and a pillow over my head. The twilight is purple, and the willow trees along the banks of the Mississippi are filled with fireflies when they take the black kid out of the van and walk him inside the Red Hat House in a waist chain. His hair has been shaved down to the scalp, and his ears look abnormally large on the sides of his head. The wind is blowing off the river, ruffling the corn and stalks of sugar cane in the fields. But his face is dripping with sweat as though he's been locked inside an iron box. He smokes an unfiltered cigarette without being able to take it from his lips because his hands are manacled at his sides. Before they go inside the squat, off-white concrete building, a gun bull takes a cigarette out of the boy's mouth and flips it into a pool of rainwater where it's suddenly extinguished. Inside, I sit on one of the wood benches with the other witnesses, television and newspaper reporters, a medical examiner, a Negro preacher, and the parents of the girl the convict shot to death in a filling station robbery. They're Cajuns from New Iberia. They sit rigidly and without expression, their eyes never quite focusing on the boy while he's being strapped arm and leg to the electric chair. The woman keeps twisting a handkerchief in her fingers. Finally, her husband wipes his hand across his mouth and puts a cigarette between his lips. But he looks at the gun bowl and doesn't light it. Through the barred window, the tip of the setting sun is crimson above the green line of willow trees on the river. Then suddenly the boy begins fighting. It's the moment that no one wants, that embarrasses and shames. His terror has eaten through the thorazine he's been fed all day, and he gets a foot loose and kicks wildly at a guard. But the guard is a professional and knows how to grab the ankle and calf and use his weight to press the leg firmly back against the oak chair and buckle the leather strap quickly across the shin bone. The heat and humidity inside the room are almost unbearable. I can smell my own odor and the sweat and the clothes of the people around me. The mother of the murdered girl is looking at the floor now with one white knuckle pressed against her teeth. No one speaks.
and I hear the boy's breath sucking in and out of his throat. His eyes are bloodshot and wide, his mouth quivering, and his neck so swollen with fear and blood that it looks as rigid as a fire hydrant. Before the cloth hood and metal skull cap go down over his head, he stares straight into my face. An unanswered expectation bulges from his eyes. I nailed him in New Orleans. Busted him in a Negro hot pillow joint off Magazine, took a .32 automatic and a straight razor off him and dropped them in a toilet bowl, while a half-dozen of his friends watched, threatened, and finally did nothing. Later, I escorted him back to Iberia Parish for trial. For some reason, he's asked me to be here in the Red Hat House. I think he's a borderline psychotic or retarded, or perhaps he simply melted down his head with cocaine. But I'm convinced that in these last few moments he believes I can wave a wand over his circle of torment, pop the straps and buckles loose from his body, and lead him back outside into the wind, the ruffling sugar cane, the smell of distant rain. When the voltage hits him, his body leaps against the straps, stiffens, trembles violently with a life of its own, like that of a man having a seizure. A curl of smoke rises from under the face-cloth. They hit him again, and we can hear the leather straining against the oak arms and legs of the chair. The smell is like the electric scorch of a streetcar, like the smell of hair burning in a barbershop trash barrel. A newsman next to me puts his handkerchief in his mouth and begins gagging. Later, I'm in a bar 1 mile down the road from Angola Penitentiary. The bar is in a remote and thickly wooded area, and the few people who drink in there either work at the penitentiary or in a piney wood sawmill nearby. It's a joyless place where personal and economic failure and institutional cruelty are not made embarrassing by comparisons with the outside world. The light in the bar is hard and yellow, the wood floor scorched with cigarette and cigar burns. Dry lightning leaps outside the window and turns the oak trees white. I order a schooner of Jack's and a shot of Jim Beam. I lower the jigger into the schooner, release it, and watch it slide down the side of the glass to the bottom. The sour mash rises in a cloud and turns the beer from gold to amber, and I cup the schooner with my fingers and drink it empty with one long swallow. "You were up at the Red Hat tonight?" the bartender asks. He's a barrel-chested man with gray hair curling over his shirt lapels. A blue chain is tattooed around his thick neck. "Yeah." "What's a guy think in those last few seconds?" He begs. "I wouldn't do that. Would you?" I don't answer. "Would you?" he says again. I tell him to hit me again. He refills my schooner and pours another shot of Beam on the side. I empty the jigger into the beer and raise the schooner to my mouth. In the bar mirror, the cloud of whiskey floating in beer is the color of blood that has dried in the sun, that's been burned with an electric arc. I can feel the glass begin to boil in my hands. Lightning explodes in the Shell parking lot outside, illuminating the battered cars and pickup trucks and racist bumper stickers. The air is filled with a wet, sulphurous smell. My ears ring with a sound that's like a scream muffled under a black cloth. It was 2 a.m. when I awoke from the dream and sat listlessly on the side of the bed. What did the dream mean?
Was it simply a replay of the electrocution that I'd in fact witnessed when I was a newly promoted detective with the New Orleans Police Department? Old-timers at AA would probably say it had to do with fear, which they believe is the cause of all the problems of alcoholics. Fear of mortality, fear that we'll drink again, fear of the self's dark potential. And for an alcoholic, fear is the acronym for fuck everything and run. Clete had his hands on it. I had loved bars and busthead whiskey with the adoration and simple trust of a man kneeling before a votive shrine. That kind of emotional faith in addiction dies no less easily than one's religion. The phone rang at 1 the next afternoon. It was Kim Dollinger.
"I want to talk to you," she said.
"Go ahead."
"No. Come down to your buddy's place and buy you a drink."
"What is it you want to tell me?"
"What's the matter? Your social calendar all full?"
"No, I just..."
"Then come on over, hotshot."
"I'm not up to nicknames today. My name is Dave. To tell you the truth, Kim, you sound like you got started a little early today."
"Then buy me a cup of coffee."
You had that paternal quality.
You coming or not?
10 minutes later, I was at Cleet's club. Cleet and his black helper were filling the beer coolers, and she was at the far end of the bar. She wore black stockings, a denim skirt, and a sleeveless orange sweater, and she had had her hair cut so that it was short and thick on her pale neck. "I want to tell you something before you leave," Cleet said to me as I passed him.
"What is it?"
"Later, nobleman." I sat on the stool next to Kim. She had a gin gimlet wrapped in a napkin in front of her.
"You want one?"
she asked. "No, thanks."
"You don't go to a whorehouse to play the jukebox, do you?"
"I joined the Dr. Pepper crowd a few years ago."
"Too much. You want to be in the candy business, but you won't touch the juice?"
"How about holding it down?"
"You sure you're not just a big put-on?"
"What do you mean?"
"I think somebody shook up your puzzle box, that's what I mean."
"How about I buy you some gumbo?"
"I think you're weird. Do people in the Bayou country grow up weird and think they can make big money in the city dealing with somebody like Ray Fontenot? Are you that dumb?"
"What is it you want to tell me, Kim?"
"I don't know what I want to tell you."
She looked away into space. The green and purple neon tubing on the bar mirror glowed on her face.
"You don't listen to people.
Back there where you come from, don't you have something better going than this stuff in New Orleans? You won't risk it for a score with a bunch of dipshits who wouldn't take a leak on you if you were burning? Why all this concern for me?"
"Because you didn't try to put moves on me."
"Because there are things about you that are nice."
"Also because I think you're a fish."
"I look like a fish?"
"I know you're a fish, hon."
She finished her gimlet and signaled the black barman for another. He took her glass away and filled a fresh one from the blender. The color in her green eyes deepened when she sipped from the glass. "Is there something I should know, Kim?" I asked.
"You're a big boy. Make up your own mind. Look at the flamingos."
"What?"
"Painted on the edge of the mirror. The pink flamingos. When I was a little girl, we lived in Miami. My father was the guy who took care of the flamingos at the Hialeah racetrack. Before the 7th race, he'd chase 'em with a broom in the center ground, make 'em fly high above the stands. That was his job. He thought it was a real important job. She drank again from her glass and closed and opened her eyes slowly. Her mouth was bright red. "I see," I said. "One morning, he took me to work with him, and he told me to sit on this wood bench by the finish line while he picked up a paper from the track with a stick that had a nail in it. But I wandered out in the center ground and started feeding the flamingos. There was a bucket of ground-up shrimp by the lake, and I was throwing handfuls of it at these big, beautiful pink birds. I didn't see or hear him come up behind me. My hair was long then, and he twisted it in his hand and jerked it against my scalp like he'll snap a rope. He pulled me back to the bench and told me if I cried any more, I'd get it again when I got home. Then this horse trainer walked up and shook his finger at my father and said, 'Don't you hate that little girl, Bill. She ain't mean no harm.' He picked me up in his arms like my father wasn't there and carried me to his car. 'She don't belong out here. I'm going to take her to the zoo. You go on about your work,' he said. 'I'll bring her back to your trailer later. Don't be giving me any trouble about it either, Bill.' He drove me down to Crandon Park to see the flamingos. He said my father wouldn't hurt me any more, not as long as he was around. Then he bought me some ice cream and parked the car in some palmettos. Sat me in his lap. Then he unbuttoned my blouse. I've always thought of it as my morning for flamingos. That's a bad story, Kim. You learn early or you learn late. What difference does it make? Are you really that hard? No. I just like hanging around people like Ray and Lionel and the Raghead for kicks. You'll see. It's a great life. She finished her drink, went to the women's room, and came back. I could smell mints on her breath. The Negro barman started to pour her another gimlet from the blender, but she shook her head negatively. Somebody had put on an old recording of Please Don't Leave Me by Fats Domino on the jukebox. "Dance with me," she said. It was dark, and the vinyl booths were empty at the back of the dance floor. She felt light and small in my arms, and her head rested against my chest. I felt her hair touch my cheek. "Look, Kim, let me buy you some gumbo at the Golden Star," I said. She didn't answer. I could feel her stomach and breasts against me, and I was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. "Hey," I said, and looked at her and smiled. "I'm an over-the-hill guy who doesn't deserve the kindness of a pretty young woman. Tony lets me use his beach house in Biloxi. Come with me there today? Sounds like a good way to end up in an oil barrel. He won't hurt you. He likes you. I don't think Tony's going to be around much longer anyway." "Why not?" "People in Miami and Houston want him out of the way. He keeps breaking all their rules. Sometimes I feel sorry for him." "Will you come with me?" "I'm involved, Kim. You're sure a big temptation, though."
Her feet stopped moving and her hand rested on my arm. She looked out at the light from the open front door. A lock of her hair hung down on one eyebrow. Her face had the same wan expression on it that I'd seen when she'd been staring out at Tony Cardo's empty tennis court. Then she touched my throat with her fingers. "So long, hot cakes. Don't think too bad of me," she said. She left me on the dance floor, picked up her purse from the bar, and walked through the brilliant square of light at the front onto Decatur Street. Cleet parted the window blinds with his fingers and squinted out onto the street. "Yep, there he goes," he said. "Who?" "Nate Baxter, my man." "Nate Baxter?" "Yeah. I didn't think you'd forget him. The one genuine son of a bitch from the first district. I saw him watching her from under the colonnade across the street when she came in. A car just picked him up when she left." "Why is a guy from Internal Affairs interested in Kim Dollinger?" "He's not in Internal Affairs anymore. He's Vice. The perfect guy for it, too. A prick from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. What's going on, Dave?" "I don't know." "Some sting. Half the city of New Orleans seems to be in on it. Listen, get out of that gig at Cocodrie. I got a real bad feeling on this one. Those are the ones you skate through. You buy it when you've got your pot off and you're reading a newspaper. You know that." I winked at him. "Save the little orphan Annie routine for someone else, Drake. When my ovaries start tingling, I listen to 'em. Anytime you see that butt-wipe Baxter, it's bad news. You can count on it." Back at the apartment, I called the commercial dock at Cocodrie to check on my jugboat, then called Minos at his office to confirm the pickup of the $500,000. "Our special delivery man will be there with your bus locker key in about 2 hours," he said. "Did you know $500,000 in $100 bills weighs exactly 11 pounds? "No, I didn't know that." "Don't drop it overboard. As I mentioned before, some of my colleagues are a little anxious about this one." "I'm tired of hearing about your colleagues' problems." "Your voice sounds funny." "I've been doing push-ups. I'm still out of breath." "Yeah? Sure. I'm all right. When I was undercover, I'd wake up with my heart racing. I'd smoke a pack of cigarettes before noon sometimes. My ears keep popping, like I've been on an airplane." "Dave, you can throw it in any time you want, and nobody'll think less of you for it." "I'm copacetic. Don't sweat it. Remember, we're never going to be too far away." Then I told him about Nate Baxter's surveillance of Kim Dollinger. "They're interested in Cardo, too," he said. "They're probably keeping some strings on his entourage." "Why her? She's no dealer." "Well, check. They're supposed to coordinate with us anyway." "Have you got some kind of personal involvement with this guy Baxter?" "He tried to get me fired from the department when he was in Internal Affairs." "So?" "It didn't end there." I split his lip in the squad room in front of about 25 cops. "Dave, you never disappoint me," he said. I rode the streetcar down St. Charles to Bootsy's house that evening, and the wind through the open window was cool and smelled of old brick
wet moss and moldy pecan husks. But I couldn't concentrate on anything except my anxieties about the buy out on the salt, and my questions, which I couldn't successfully bury, about Bootsy's involvement with the mob. How did an intelligent and educated woman from a small Bayou Teche town like New Iberia marry a member of the Chicano family? I tried to imagine what he must have looked like. Most of the Chicanos were built like piano movers, notorious for their animal energies, their enormous appetites and bovine behavior in restaurants, their emotionalism and violence. Their weddings and funerals were covered by local television stations with the same sense of mirth and expectation that people might have when visiting an amusement park. The image just wouldn't fit. But the image of her first husband sure did. He was a helicopter and pontoon plane pilot for Sinclair Oil Company, and I remembered him most for his sun-tanned, blonde good looks and the confident, unblinking light in his blue eyes. In fact, I could never quite forget the night I met him at a dance at the Frederick Hotel in New Iberia, right after I'd been released from an army hospital. I was on a cane then. It was 1965, when the war was just heating up for other people, and it felt funny to go to a dance by myself and to discover that I was alone in more ways than one. That I was already used up and discarded by a war that waited in a vague piece of neo-colonial geography for other boys whose French names could have belonged to legionnaires. Then, through the potted palm fronds and marble columns, I saw her in a pink organdy dress, dancing with him in her stocking feet. Her face was flushed from the champagne punch, and strands of her hair stuck damply to her skin like wisps of honey. They walked toward the punch table where I was standing, and I saw her gaze focusing on me as though I'd stepped unexpectedly off a bus into the middle of her life. Then I realized she was drunk. She started blowing air up into her face to get her hair out of her eyes. "Well," she said. "Hello, Boots," I said. "Well," she repeated, and blew a web of hair out of her eyes again. "John, this is Dave Robicheaux. It looks like Dave has come back to visit New Iberia. What a wonderful event. Maybe he can come to our wedding." He smiled with his white teeth when he shook hands. His eyes went back and forth between us, and I could see the recognition grow in them. "It's nice to meet you, Dave. And the wedding is Saturday at St. Peter's," he said. "Please come if you feel like it." "Thank you," I said, and I cleared my throat so they wouldn't see me swallow. Bootsy blew more gusts of air up into her face, and her eyes became brighter, as though a generator were gaining momentum inside her. "I could have told you I was pregnant. That would have blown your mind, wouldn't it?" she said. "What?" I felt my mouth hang open, because in New Iberia at that time it was unthinkable to talk like that in a public place. "But that would have seriously screwed you up," she said. "You would have ended up a family guy with kiddies, and you couldn't go off to war, then come home and stand around on a cane like an F. Scott Fitzgerald character." "The pose is perfect, Dave. You look so absolutely sad and wounded. We wouldn't rob you of it for anything." "I think you're being pretty rotten," I said. "Hold on now," her fiancé said. "No, rotten is when you put it in without a rubber, because you're really promising that person you're going to marry her. Then you leave her like she's yesterday's backseat hand job." The band had stopped playing, and her words carried out to the edge of the dance floor. People stared at us with their smiles suddenly frozen on their faces.
Bootsy's eyes were watery and shining, and there were beads of perspiration on her upper lip. In the silence I could feel the skin of my face tighten and flex against the bone. When I woke in the morning, a note folded inside an envelope was stuck in my screen door. It read, "I'm sick and trembling with a hangover this morning, and I guess I deserve it. I'm sorry for what I was to you last night. I shouldn't apologize to you, but I do anyway. But tell me this, Dave. Please, please, please tell me this. Why did you push me away? Why did you destroy it for both of us? Why did you ruin everything we'd shared together that summer? Tell me in the name of suffering God why you did it, Dave. Love, Bootsy." P.S. On second thought, it's probably better that you don't answer this note. I'm going to be married to John, and the past is the past, right? If I say that enough, it'll finally be true. I hope you have a good life. I really mean that, even though I think you were a bastard. But as she'd said, the past was the past. And after we had dinner, we washed the dishes, put them away, and went upstairs to her bedroom. It was misting outside, and the sky was a soft gray, the sun a low red ball on the western horizon. The long strips of pink cloud above the trees reminded me of flamingo wings. I took off my shirt, then sat on the side of the bed to remove my shoes. She sat next to me in only her bra and a half-slip and put her hand on my back. "Your skin's hot," she said. "It happens when I'm with a certain lady," I said, and tried to smile. "No. Your muscles are as tight as iron. What is it, Dave?" "I just have a couple of things on my mind right now. There's a big buy going down in there." "Why do you think that?" "I always know. I hear people talking on the phone. A lot of money gets transferred around." "Dave, are you still a cop?" "No questions tonight, Boots." "They'll catch on to you eventually. What you don't understand is that the narcs who get inside the organization are like them. You're not. It's a matter of time before they'll see that. Let's not talk about it anymore." "All right. That's what you want. But at some point you'll have to confide in me. If not now, later. You know that, Dave." I touched her lips with my fingers. "It's going to rain," I said. "Remember when we used to go to my father's boathouse in the rain?" She laid her cheek against my bare shoulder and rested her hand lightly on my arm. I finished undressing, and she pulled her slip up over her thighs and sat on top of me. I felt myself go deep inside her, felt her heat and wetness spread across my loins. Her face became round and pale in concentration. She made love with the confidence and knowledge of an older woman, and when she came, she pressed my palm hard against her breast, as though she were forcing me to share the whirrings of her heart. It was dark outside, and the rain was slanting against the French windows. An oak tree raked wetly against the side of the house. She lay inside my arm with her hand on my stomach, and I could smell the rose-scented shampoo in her hair and taste the thin film of perspiration on her forehead. Then, as though determined to pass on all my anxieties and fears to someone else, as though I had to hurt her again as I had many years before, I asked her the question that had bothered me since I'd first gone to her house on Camp Street. Why don't you get out from under them? I told you why. You said you didn't know your husband was in the mob when you married him. I never knew one of them wasn't obvious, Boots. I wasn't very careful, I guess. Bootsy, you had to know. He was good-looking and well-mannered. He said he had a degree from Tulane. He smiled all the time. He was fun to be around, eh? All those game room machines you distribute are made by a Mafia front in Chicago. You're into it big time, old pal. Her hand left my stomach, and she sat up on the side of the bed and looked out at the wet treetops. Then she walked barefoot in her bra and half-slip to a cabinet above a small desk, her hips creasing softly. I could see the dark outline of her sex through her slip. "I'm going to have a glass of cream sherry," she said. "You don't mind, do you? It helps me to sleep sometimes. I always have trouble sleeping when it thunders. It's a silly way to be." She kept her face turned toward the French windows, but I could see the wet shine on her cheeks. Chapter 8. It was black and raining hard when I guided the jugboat from the dock down the canal toward open water. The boat was built to float high up in the water, but the tide was out, the canal was shallow, and yellow mud and tangles of dead hyacinths boiled up under the propeller. The long expanses of sawgrass on each side of us were bent in the rain. Ray Fontenot and Lionel Comeau both wore yellow raincoats with hoods and sat hunched forward in their chairs by my small butane stove, which held a pot of coffee. The weather had turned cold, and their faces were morose and irritable. When we hit open water, I pushed the throttle forward and felt the engine surge and the bow lift into the waves. The coastline became gray and indistinct, then dropped behind us altogether. In the distance I could see a gas flare burning on an offshore oil well. "Turn off your running lights," Lionel said. "There's a fog bank up there." "I don't care. Turn off your lights." "Look, if you're worried about the Coast Guard, it monitors the traffic by radar. You don't become invisible by turning off your lights." He got up from his chair, walked to my instrument board, and clicked off the two toggle switches that controlled the red and green running lights on the stern and bow. I pulled the throttle back to idle and cut the ignition. Suddenly it was quiet, except for the rain against the roof and the glass. The jugboat pinched in one trough and then slid over the top of a black wave into another. The coffee pot crashed on the floor. "These are the rules, partner. There's one skipper on a boat," I said. "You're looking at him. If that doesn't sit right with you, we'll turn it around here." "We've made this run a dozen times." "You don't advertise," Lionel said. "What's the matter with you?" I said. "The best way to attract attention is to do something stupid like run without lights. It's your first time out. I'm trying to be helpful." "What's it going to be, Fontenot?" "Much ado about nothing," he said from his chair. "Let him have his lights, Lionel." I hit the starter and pushed the throttle open again. We hit a cresting wave and a shower of foam, then flattened out in a long trough. The water was black and rolling and hammered with raindrops. Then the fog bank slipped over the bow, and the pilot house, as cold and damp on the skin as a gray, wet glove. "What's Tony going to get out of the score?" I asked Ray Fontenot. "What do you mean?"
It's my buy, my stash. What's the profit for him? He gets a cut from the Colombians. The action gets paced off all the way back to Bogota. Where's your piece come in? We're doing it as a favor. No kidding? I said. We like you. He smiled from under his yellow rain hood. Lionel rubbed the moisture off the window glass with his palm. There it is, he said. A shrimp boat with its wheelhouse lighted rose in the swell, then slipped down below a long sliding wave. How do we make the exchange? I said. I'll take the money on board and come back with the stash, Lionel said. They're shy, I said. You don't want to meet 'em, Fontenot said. They're not a nice group, our garlic-scented friends. They seem to like Lionel, though. The colored woman who cooks for them likes him very much. Lionel had a big change of luck at the track after he met her. You ought to get laid more, Ray. You wouldn't have all these cute things to say, Lionel said. I saw the shrimp boat drift to the top of the swell again. Its white paint was peeling, its scuppers dripping with rust. Lionel had taken off his raincoat and was putting on a life jacket. You should appreciate Lionel's efforts on your behalf, Fontenot said. Forget the appreciation. Just put it hard against the tires and keep it there till I'm on the ladder, Lionel said. He laced the life jacket under his chin, then slipped a rope through the aluminum suitcase that contained the money and tied it crossways on his chest. I go between the hulls and you're out $500,000, he said. We can make the exchange without you getting on their boat, I said. There's a 30-foot coil of rope in that forward gearbox. Tie it onto the suitcase, throw the other end on the shrimper, and we'll get the stash back the same way. I gotta check it. We'll check it when it's on board. You don't inspect the goods after the fact when you deal with spics, he said. And let's not have discord on the Melody Ranch, boys and girls, Fontenot said. Lionel's an old pro at this, Mr. Robicheaux. He's not going to drop your money. I'm going in on the swell, I said. Get ready. 2 deckhands came out of the wheelhouse and stood by the gunwales in the rain and wind. They were unshaved, and their black hair and beards dripped with water. I came in on the lee side of the shrimper, gunning the engine in the trough, and bumped against the row of tires that were hung along the hull. Lionel grabbed the rope ladder, pushed himself with one foot off the handrail of the jugboat, and scampered on board the shrimper, the aluminum suitcase banging across the gunwale with him. What are you going to do with all your money, Mr. Robicheaux? Fontenot said. He had a lit cigarette cupped on his knee, and he was looking out indifferently at the glaze of light from the shrimp boat on the water. Why is it I get the feeling you're not interested in the questions you ask other people? I said. Oh, forgive me, good sir, if I ever convey that impression. That would be a terrible sense to give someone, wouldn't it? I'm going back through Atchafalaya Bay, not to Cocodrie. I can put you guys ashore at several places. You tell me where. Not to Cocodrie, but our car is there, he said. And he said it in a whimsical manner, his eyes still fascinated with the patches of yellow light on the waves. I think it's smart to offload in a different spot. I told Tony I've got the access he needs, a couple of bayous nobody uses except in a pirogue. I'm sure he'll be intrigued. I looked at the side of his face in the glow of the instrument lights. Then I saw the color in his eyes brighten and the corner of his mouth twitch in a grin when he realized that I was staring at him. "Excuse me if I don't bubble up at the perfection of it all," he said. "I'm afraid it's my fate to simply be an old mule. But Tony will love a tour through the bayou. You two can talk about Nape." I continued to stare at him. "What are you wondering, kind sir?" he said. "Why he keeps you guys around?" "We don't measure up, do we? Listen, you lovely boy. We take the risks, but Tony gets the big end of the candy cane. Some might think he's done very well by us. Would you like to jump between boats like Lionel just did? I don't think Tony would." "My impression is the guy can handle the action." "Oh, you must tell him that. He loves that kind of big dick talk." "I don't know what's bugging you, Fontenot, but I think this is our last run together," I said. "You can never tell," he said, and grinned again and puffed on his cigarette in the luminescence of the instrument panel. 10 minutes passed, and I kept the jugboat steady in the trough so it wouldn't slam up against the hull of the shrimper. Through the rain I could see the silhouettes of several people in the wheelhouse. Then I saw Lionel talking, but his face was turned toward the front glass, not toward the people around him. I squinted hard through the rain. "He's talking on the short wave," I said. "Who?" "Lionel. What's going on, Fontenot?" "Nothing." "Don't tell me that. Why is the man on the radio?" "I don't know. You think he's calling the Coast Guard? He uses your judgment, sir. Fontenot, if you guys—" "I'm not up to any more words of assurance tonight, Mr. Robicheaux. I don't believe you belong in our business, to tell you the truth. It isn't the Rotary Club. It isn't made up of nice people. I've grown a bit weary of you wrinkling your nose at us." The two deckhands carried 2 wooden crates out of the forward hatch and set them inside a cargo net that was slung from a boom. Lionel stepped out of the wheelhouse and waved for me to bring the jugboat alongside again. I waited until the shrimper dipped into the trough, then bumped up against the row of tires. When both boats rose with a swell, Lionel sprang from the shrimper onto my deck. His jeans and denim shirt and canvas life-preserver were dark with rain. One of the deckhands operated the motor on the boom and swung the cargo net out over the jugboat, letting the net collapse in a tangle, with the 2 crates inside on the deck. Lionel pulled the crates free, and I put the engine in reverse and backed away from the side of the shrimper. The empty cargo net swung out in open space and cut through the tops of the waves. I shifted the engine forward again and turned the bow toward the southern horizon. "I'm going to help him stow it," I said. "Hold the wheel and keep it pointed into the waves. The throttle's set, so you don't need to touch it." "Really now?" Fontenot said. Outside, the rain was cold and stung my face and hands, and the waves broke hard on the bow and blew back across the deck in a salty spray. I unlocked the forward gearbox and lifted one of the wooden crates inside. It was heavy, and the sides were stamped with the name of a South American cannery. Lionel swung the second crate up on the edge of the gearbox. "What were you doing on the radio?" I said. "What?" He wore long underwear buttoned at the throat under his denim shirt, but he was shivering with the cold. "You heard me." "I wasn't on the radio." "You had the mic in your hand, partner."
He wiped the water out of his eyes, then focused on my face again. Maybe I got a weather report. Maybe I moved it to pick up my coffee cup. Maybe you need glasses. He dropped the crate on top of the first one. Doesn't matter. Tony C. cut you in as a favor. If you want to know the weight and the quality are right, you got a sweet deal, man. I don't think you deserve it. He flipped the top of the gearbox shut and walked away toward the pilot house, balancing himself against the roll of the deck. It had stopped raining, but the fog was thick and white on the water, and I could hardly see the bow of the jugboat. This stuff will probably start to lift with first light, I said. When we come out of it, I'm going to turn northwest for Atchafalaya Bay. Where do you guys want to go ashore? Lionel was looking out into the fog through the front glass. His eyes were narrowed and red-rimmed with fatigue. Where do y'all want me to put you off? I repeated. We passed a shut-down oil platform. The waves were black and streaked with oil as they slid through the steel piling. Still, neither Lionel nor Fontenot answered me. Then I heard a boat engine out in the fog before I saw its running lights. Fontenot looked up from his cup of coffee. I turned to port, away from the sound of the engine, just as the hull of a 30-foot white cabin cruiser came out of the fog bank. I could see the silhouette of a solitary figure at the wheel. I turned to look again at Lionel and Fontenot, as though all the frames in a strip of film negatives had suddenly made sense, and I guess my right hand was already moving toward the .25 caliber Beretta strapped to my ankle, but it was too late. Lionel had taken a 9mm automatic from the canvas carry-on bag at its foot, and he placed the iron sight hard behind my ear. His free hand went down my right leg and pulled the Beretta from its holster. "Cut the engine," he said. I didn't move. "It's not a time for thought," he said. I heard his thumb cock the hammer. I turned off the ignition switch, and we drifted sideways with the waves and dipped down breathlessly into a trough. "Oops," Fontenot said, and his mouth made an O inside the yellow hood of his raincoat. "Go forward and throw out the anchor, Ray," Lionel said. "We'll swing tight against the rope, and he can come around and tie on the stern." "I think we're doing it the hard way," Fontenot said. "It's the way he wants it. I ain't arguing with him." "The tropics beckon, Lionel. We don't want to waste time out here." "Tell him that. The guy's got a heart on him about our man here. It's like talking to a vacant lot." Fontenot got up from his chair and made his way along the deck, holding on to the rail, his yellow raincoat glistening in the turning fog. I heard the clank of the chain and the X-shaped welded pieces of railroad track that I used for an anchor as he pitched them off the bow. The jugboat swung with the incoming tide toward the coast and straightened against the anchor rope. The cabin cruiser idled past us, then turned in a circle and came up astern. It was a Larson, built for speed and comfort, its paint as white and flawless as enamel. "I want you to know something before all this goes down," Lionel said. I started to turn my head toward him. He nudged the automatic against my ear. "No. Keep your eyes straight ahead," he said. "I want you to know it's not personal. I don't like ex-cops. I don't think they should have ever let you in on a buy, but that's got nothing to do with this. We've been somebody's fuck too long. It's time we got what was ours. You just came along at a real bad time." I heard the engine of the cabin cruiser die. Then somebody threw a knotted rope from the bow onto the roof of the jugboat's pilot house. "That other thing," he said. "That other thing I didn't have anything to do with." From the direction of his voice, I could tell that he was now looking toward the stern. "What other thing?"
I said. Then his voice came back toward the side of my face. You kidding, man? You were taking the guy up to Angola to fry. What do you think a guy like that feels about you? I'm sorry for you, man, but I got nothing to do with it. I didn't care about the pistol behind my ear now. I turned woodenly in the pilot seat and looked up at the bobbing moored bow of the cabin cruiser. As T-Bow had said, Jimmy Lee Boggs had cut his hair short and dyed it black. But every other detail about him was as though he'd walked out of a familiar dream. The mannequin-like head, the pallid skin, the lips that looked like they were rouged, the spearmint green eyes with a strange light in them. He wore rubber-soled canvas shoes, dungarees, a heavy blue wool shirt with wide gray suspenders, and when he stepped from the cabin cruiser onto the back rail of the jugboat and grabbed Ray Fontenot's hand, his forearm corded with muscle and his stomach looked as flat and hard as boilerplate. He put one hand on the edge of the pilot house's roof and leaned over me. Salt spray dripped from his face, and I could smell snuff on his breath. "Been thinking of me?" he asked. "I thought maybe you couldn't find us," Fontenot said. "It's thick out there. Lionel told me on the radio y'all would be coming past an oil platform," Boggs said. "I just lay south of the rig and listened for your engine. This thing sounds like a garbage truck." Then Boggs looked down at me again. I still sat in the pilot's seat. His wrists looked as thick as sticks of firewood. "This guy give you any trouble?" he said. "Not really," Fontenot said. He'd removed his raincoat and was putting on a life jacket. "You guys get the stuff on board. I'll take care of it here," Boggs said. He took the 9mm from Lionel's hand. Fontenot cleared his throat. "We wonder if we really need to do that, Jimmy Lee," he said. "You got a problem with it?" Boggs said. "The man isn't likely to call the law," Fontenot said. "You got that right," Boggs said. "I don't see the percentage," Fontenot said. "Right now, we're simply transferring some product. Why complicate it?" "I ain't telling you what to think, Jimmy Lee," Lionel said, "but the guy's not going to do anything. He's a fired cop, a drunk. If he tries to make any trouble later, you can have him hit for $500. I don't pay to clip a guy. Besides, you did a guy with piano wire, Lionel. Why are you giving me this bullshit?" "I got out of it, too. I don't want to go that route anymore," Lionel said. "Look, he's an amateur. You let the amateurs slide, Jimmy Lee. You whack out an amateur, their families make a lot of trouble." Lionel blew out his breath. The fog was white and so thick you could lose your hand in it as it rolled off the water and across the deck. "I don't want to have to lose my piece. I just bought it," he said. "Get the coke on board and bring me the shotgun. It's clipped under the forward hatch," Boggs said. "You guys got to deal with Tony," I said to Lionel and Fontenot. "Good try, prick. But Tony's history. You just don't know it yet," Boggs said. "Sorry, Mr. Robicheaux," Fontenot said. Then he looked at Lionel and said, "See no evil." The two of them started up the deck toward the forward gearbox, where the 2 crates of cocaine were stowed. I was sweating heavily inside my clothes, and my breath was coming irregularly in my chest. The jugboat dipped in the groundswell, and the barrel of the automatic touched the side of my head like a kiss. "I'll say it once, and you guys can believe it or not," I said. The front glass of the pilot house was pushed ajar, and they could hear me out on the deck. "I'm still a cop. I'm undercover for the DEA. We're on Coast Guard radar right now." I saw Lionel and Fontenot stop and turn around. The fog drifted across their bodies like strips of torn cotton. They started back toward the pilot house. "It's all a sting," I said. "Minos Dotriev's been running it from the start. You know who Minos Dotriev is, right?" Boggs' fingers laced in my hair, then he slammed my head forward on the instrument panel. I felt the skin split above my right eye, and the blood and the salt water leaked down across my eyelid. "Hold on. Listen to him," Fontenot said. "You guys rattle too easy," Boggs said. "Dotriev's a narc out of Lafayette," Lionel said. "So he knows that," Boggs said. "Cleet Purcell is DEA Undercover too," I said. "You clip me, he'll even the score. Ask anybody in New Orleans. Check out what he did to Julio Segura." Boggs held the automatic by the barrel and raked it across my mouth as though he were wielding a hammer. My bottom lip burst against my teeth, and a socket of pain raced deep into my throat and up into my nose. I leaned forward on the wheel with my mouth open as though my jaws had become unhinged, while a long string of blood and saliva dripped between my legs. "This deal's going sour," Lionel said. "There's nothing wrong with the deal." "Stop acting like a cunt," Boggs said. "I ain't going back to Angola," Lionel said. "I ain't going down for snuffing a cop, either." "This guy is shark food, count on it. He don't have to be the only one to go over the gunnel, either." "You getting my drift?" Boggs said. "You got nothing to lose, Jimmy Lee. We do," Lionel said. "You got a lot to lose, man. It's important you understand that," Boggs said. He'd shifted the barrel of the automatic so that it now hovered between me and Lionel. "We just wanted to hear a little more of what Mr. Robicheaux had to say," Fontenot said. "I'll show you what he's going to say," Boggs said, and he knotted my shirt in his fist at the back of my neck, pulled me erect, and pushed the barrel of the automatic hard into my spine. "He's going to say, 'Please,' and he's going to say, 'I'll pay you money,' and he's going to say, 'Mr. Boggs, I'll do anything you want if you don't hurt me.'" He pushed me ahead of him on the deck, his clenched hand trembling with energy, then stomped on my leg just above the calf as though he were breaking a slat, and knocked me over to my knees. He let the automatic swing loosely over the back of my neck. In the reflection of the running lights, the blood from my mouth looked purple on the backs of my hands. My ears were filled with sound, the waves bursting against the bow and hissing back along the hull, Jimmy Lee Boggs' heated breathing, a buoy clanging somewhere beyond the oil platform, a thick, obscene noise like wet cellophane crackling when I tried to swallow. "Lionel, you got 2 minutes to load the stash and come back with my shotgun," Boggs said. "Don't fuck up my morning." "We'll transfer the goods. There's no problem, Jimmy Lee," Fontenot said. "I didn't think there was," Boggs said. Out of the corner of my vision, I could see Fontenot and Lionel carrying the crates back to Boggs's boat. Their rubber-soled shoes squeaked on the deck. "I'll hand it up to you," I heard Fontenot say. "Why don't you take swimming lessons? Go to the Y," Lionel said. "You know why I like a shotgun?" Boggs asked me. His dungarees were bell-bottomed and dark with water above his white socks. No hands, no face, he said. Think of a broken cherry pie. The jugboat dropped off the edge of a big wave and slapped hard against the water. Then I heard someone behind me. Here it is, Lionel said. Thank you, my man, Boggs said. What do you want to do with this boat? Lionel said. I'll open up the cocks, and down she goes. Hurry all this up, it's going to be light. Just get the fat man on board and let me worry about the rest of it. Lionel walked away toward the stern, and I saw Boggs's feet and legs move in front of me. I heard him rack a shell into the chamber of a shotgun. Would you look up here so I can have your attention a minute? He said. I raised my head slowly, my eyes traveling over his thighs, which were tensed against the roll of the deck, his flat stomach under his gray suspenders, his sawed-off pump shotgun with a stock that had been wood-rasped into a pistol grip, his red mouth crimped in expectation, as though he'd just sucked on a salted lime. My split eye throbbed, blood and saliva ran off my lip, my pulse roared in my ears. Boggs, I said. He didn't answer. Boggs. I opened my mouth to let it drain. I spit on myself. Boggs. What? He said. You'd fuck up a wet dream. Shoot and be done with it. I saw his eyes narrow. They were liquid and rheumy like a lizard's, the whites flecked almost entirely red with broken blood veins. His right hand, wrapped around the trigger guard, was white and ridged with bone. The edges of his eyes trembled with anger. His tongue tasted his lip, and he looked like a man whose sexual satisfaction was about to be denied him. We gotta go, Jimmy Lee, Lionel said from the stern. But Boggs's attention had shifted. He stared out into the fog, the shotgun at port arms, his dyed thread-like hair wet and stuck against his scalp like a duck's feathers. Then I saw and heard it too. The glow of running lights in the fog, the drone of a big engine, of boat screws that cut a deep trough in the water. Suddenly no one was interested in me. I raised up slowly from all fours and sat back on my heels. Lionel had been trying to push Fontenot's huge weight up onto the bow of the cabin cruiser, but they were both frozen now on the stern of the jugboat. Fontenot's neck looked like a turtle's inside his life jacket. The electric arc of a searchlight burst through the fog. It was hot and white and blinding to the eyes, and now the jugboat and the green, white-capping waves had the strange luminescence of objects lighted by a pistol flare. A man's voice boomed through a bullhorn across the water. This is the New Orleans Police Department. You're under arrest. Put down your weapons and lace your hands on your head. Lionel's arm went up, and he aimed the 9mm across the roof of the pilot house. No! Fontenot shouted. Then he shouted it again. No! His face was round and soft and full of disbelief. But it was too late. Lionel and Boggs were both shooting now, the muzzle flashes from their guns almost lost in the searchlight's hot glare. I could hear the brass hulls from Lionel's pistol clinking on the pilot-house roof. Then the searchlight glass shattered, and almost simultaneously 2 kneeling figures on the bow of the police boat, bill caps turned backward on their heads, began firing M16 rifles on full automatic. They blew wood divots out of the deck and pilot-house, exploded my instrument panel, rang metal-jacketed bullets off the deck rails, gearboxes, pots and pans and stove in the galley, scissored through the tin side of a bait well, and trapped Ray Fontenot helplessly against the back rail of the jugboat. He tried to crouch down behind the corner of the pilot-house, his mouth wide and pink with words that no one could hear. His fists were balled, his wrists crossed in an X in front of his eyes.
Then the bullets danced across his life jacket, split the canvas like dry blisters popping, and his throat and great heaving chest erupted with red flowers. His mouth hung open as though he'd swallowed a chicken bone. I lay flat on the deck, my arms folded across the crown of my skull. Boggs was hunkered down behind the iron gearbox, and the M16 rounds whanged off the top and the sides and sparked in the darkness. But he didn't wince. He kept firing, pumping the empty shell casings out on the deck, his body small and constricted with muscle like a rifleman's. His shotgun must have been loaded with double-aughts or deer slugs, because I could hear the damage to the police boat, the glass breaking, the hard slap of heavy shot across wood surfaces. Then the police boat veered back into the fog, turning into its own wake, but not before one of the kneeling figures on the bow emptied its clip and bit into the auxiliary gasoline drum welded against the jugboat's deck rail. The gasoline gushed across the deck and drained into the engine well. I don't know what ignited it, a spark jumping off a metal surface, shorted wiring, or an exploded starter battery, but suddenly the deck was flaming. The gas drum was ringed with fire. Then it blew with a whoomph, like a large furnace kicking on deep in the bowels of a tenement building. I crawled across the deck, squeezed under the bottom rail, and rolled over the side. I couldn't see the police boat now, but before I dropped into the water I saw Jimmy Lee Boggs running for the stern, his hard, lean body silhouetted among the flames. Lionel was on his knees by the pilot-house, his hand pressed against a hemorrhaging wound in the center of his throat. His shoulders shook and convulsed as though he were trying to expel a piece of angle iron from his chest. He tried to catch Boggs's dungarees with his fingers as Boggs went past him. The back of Lionel's hand was scarlet and shining in the fire's light. But Boggs pulled the mooring line free, jumped from the stern rail onto the bow of his boat, and in seconds started the engine, opened the throttle full out, and spun on the back of a breaking wave into the fog. I treaded water and drifted away from the jugboat. It was burning brightly now, from bow to stern, and when the anchor rope burned through, it floated sideways in the swell, and a big wave broke against the pilot-house and turned to steam. The water was cold and smelled of oil and gas. In the distance I could hear the thinning sound of Boggs's cabin cruiser and the police boat in pursuit. I tried to save my strength and float on my back, but each time I rose with a wave, the water broke across my mouth and nose, and I had to right my head and churn with my hands and feet again. The tide was coming in, and I couldn't swim against it to the oil platform. The Coast Guard was out there somewhere, but it had probably become occupied with the shrimper. The jugboat was only a red glow in the fog now. I heard another whoomph, a sound like boiling water, a rush of air bubbles, the hiss of steam rising from heated metal. The red glow died, and the fog bank was absolutely white. A few minutes later it began to rain again. The rain danced on the water, drummed on my head, beat in my ears. So this is how your death comes, I thought. You don't buy it with the enemies of your dreams, the black-clad toy men whose breath, even in your sleep, stunk of fish. A psychotic killer of children who tried to push an ice pick behind your ear. The Vegas hitman who handcuffed you to a drain pipe, taped your mouth, and spoke compassionately to you about the means of your execution while you stared helplessly at the white threads of light in his vacuous blue eyes. Instead, you slip down into a cold green envelope beneath the roll and pitch of the waves. You drift and bump across the sandy Gulf floor, your clothes stringing bubbles to the surface, your eyes a feast for crabs and eels. Then the fog began to flatten on the water and break up into turning wisps and wraiths that hovered just above the waves,
and the eastern sky went gray. A soft rose-colored light broke on the horizon, and I saw the quarter moon for the first time that night. 50 yards away, a round shape like the back of an enormous sea-going turtle floated in the swell. I swam to it, one long stroke at a time, breathing sideways, blowing water out my nose, until finally my hand struck the life jacket that was wrapped around the chest of Ray Fontenot. I had to roll him over to get to the laces. His body was strung with kelp, his skin blistered with burns and streaked with oil, his sightless eyes poached in his head. I jerked the jacket free and put my arms through the openings and felt the tension and ball of pain go out of my lower back as I was suddenly made weightless, bobbing along in a cresting wave that swept me toward the Louisiana shore. For a short time I fell asleep, then awoke to the sound of seagulls, the shadows of pelicans gliding by overhead, the heavy feckin smell that speckled trout make when they school up, the early sun like a red wafer over the long green roll of the Gulf. 5 minutes later, I heard an outboard engine, and I tried to wave my arms above the waves. Then he saw me and turned his engine so that he made a wide circle and approached me with the waves in his stern. It was a bass boat, a long aluminum flat-bottom boat designed for freshwater fishing, not for weather or being any distance from land. The man, sitting at an angle in the stern with the throttle of an Evinrude in his hand, wore Marine Corps utility pants, a gold and purple LSU jersey with Mike the Tiger on the front, a pale blue pork pie hat mashed down on his big head. He cut the engine, drifted into me, then reached down and grabbed me by the back of the life jacket. His face was round and flushed red with windburn and the strain of lifting me. "What's happening, Streak?" Cletus said. I lay in the bottom of his boat, my skin numb and dead to the touch and wrinkled with water soak. I could see the coastline and the tide breaking across the sandbar and white cranes rising from a cypress swamp. "You went out after me in this?" I wanted to say, but I was breathless with cold and the words wouldn't come. "How you like civil service with the DEA?" he said above the engine's roar. "Those babies really know how to take care of you, don't they?" "Yes, indeedy, they do." Chapter 9. Through my hospital room windows I could see the tops of oak trees, a pink 2-story house with iron grillwork across the street, palm fronds on the esplanade, and where the side street fed into St. Charles, the big green iron streetcar when it passed. My room was white, and the sunlight was bright above the oak trees outside. My right eye was crimped partly shut by the tape that covered the stitches in my eyebrow. There were 4 stitches in my lip, and they felt like a large plastic insect when I moved my tongue across them. I slept through most of the morning, and at noon I ate a lunch of mashed potatoes, baked chicken, early peas, and Jell-O, and fell asleep again. 2 hours later I was awakened by Minos' phone call. "What happened out there?" he said. I told him. "How'd you know which hospital I was in?" I asked. "Your buddy Cleet called me. Look, I'm sorry about this, Dave, I really am. And there's always risk in undercover work, but we usually do a better job of protecting our people." "How did New Orleans Vice get in on it?" "I don't know. I talked to this character Nate Baxter. He's a nasty sumbitch, isn't he?" "You got it." "He stonewalled me. Said he couldn't talk to me without clearance. Said he wasn't even sure who I was." "Did you mention my name?" "Course not." "Don't tell him anything about our operation. He'll divulge it or use it in some way for his own ends. In the meantime, call his superiors." already have a call in, but I appreciate you telling me how to do these things. You sound a little irritable this afternoon. Your busted head and the loss of your boat weren't the only problems that developed out there. Wait a minute. They got Boggs, didn't they? No. What? Boggs got away with 50 keys of pure flake. I can't believe it. Evidently, he went between two sandbars and they went over the top of one. At least that's what the Coast Guard says. Our man Baxter has no comment. You got the shrimper, didn't you? We got the shrimper, but no dope. No money either. They dumped it all overboard. I could almost hear him swallow when he said it. It all went for nothing? That's what a few people have been telling me today. What about my boat? We'll see what we can do. Listen, Minos, it'll take me $30,000 to replace it. People down here are not sympathetic to my point of view right now. $500,000 of DEA money is at this moment bouncing along the bottom of the Gulf. Your friends have an interesting attitude about personal responsibility. Nobody here wants to spend the rest of his career in western Nebraska, but it happens. Give me a little time. I mean it, Minos. That's a big part of my livelihood that went down out there. I want it back. You made your point. One other thing. Boggs said something about Cardo's being history. Is there a whack out on him or something? It's funny you say that. We heard rumors like that from both Houston and Miami just the last 2 days. A nurse came in to take my temperature, and I started to say goodbye to Minos. How close did it get out there, Dave? He said. Down to the wire. Are you all right? It's just a few stitches. They're keeping me a day or so because I got some water in my lungs. Sometimes that can cause pneumonia. No, I mean, are you all right? I'm fine. And I looked out at the sunlight on the trees and realized that I meant it. I think we're going to pull you out of this thing. Went out of control. Wasn't anybody's fault. It just happens. But you've done enough. I'll be back with you tonight. After he hung up and the nurse had taken my temperature, I used the bathroom, then walked to the window and looked down the side street toward St. Charles. The streetcar rattled down the esplanade under the massive canopy of oak trees, the wood seats filled with Negroes and working-class white people. Down below, the gutters were full of pink and blue camellias from the previous night's rain, and the wet stone was streaked with color like dye washed out of paper flowers. 10 minutes later, Cleet walked through the door with a pizza in a flat box, a can of Jack's in one coat pocket, and a Dr. Pepper in the other. His pork pie hat was tilted down on his forehead. He sat on the side of my bed and flipped open the top of the box, his intelligent green eyes smiling at me. Hospital food usually tastes like a cross between spit and baby pablum, he said. So I brought you a dynamite combo of anchovies, sausage, pepperoni, and double cheese. How do you like it, my nobleman? How about some peanut brittle? It goes great with stitches in the mouth, too. He ate a huge wedge and popped open the can of Jack's, drank it half empty, then picked up another wedge and started chewing, smiling all the time. There were flecks of pizza sauce on his mouth and shirt. Next time, I'll cover your butt from Jump Street, he said. All right. The feds don't send out my own partner on any more Lone Ranger jobs. Okay, Cleet. 'Cause you can't depend on these white-collar dickheads. I got your drift. Did that pencil pusher call you yet? Minos? Yeah. About 10 minutes ago. His stang is turned to shit. He's not too happy. I told him they took a hell of a lot of risk with a guy they recruited from outside their agency. He didn't seem to like that. Minos is all right. How do you think New Orleans got in on it? Maybe a wiretap, maybe a snitch. Who cares? They saved your tuchus, didn't they? Not intentionally. You remember what it was like when somebody opened up on you with an M16? Maybe we ought to front Nate Baxter about it. Sometimes he comes into my club after work. I've always thought his head would make a good toilet brush. He continued to study my face. What are you thinking about? He asked. It wasn't a tap. The DEA would know about a tap. Somebody dropped the dime on the buy. Who knew about it? Cardo, Fontenot, Lionel, obviously Boggs. Why you got that big wrinkle between your eyes, Streak? I'm involved with somebody. She knew about it, too. That's great. Why don't you run an ad in the Times-Picayune next time out? I didn't tell her. She picked up on it somewhere else. What's her name? Bootsy Giacono. Oh, man. I don't believe it. You're in a sack with one of the Giaconos? She's an old friend from New Iberia. She married into the family. Probably like one of Charlie Manson's people, just a casual member of the family. Knock it off, Cleet. He grinned and squinted at me. The other one that bothers me is Kim Dollinger, I said. She was trying to tell me something in your club. I thought she was just bombed. She is one tough, badass broad, isn't she? I'd like to get to know her a lot better. I get the feeling you're not too serious about any of this. Why should I be? The whole sting was put together by clowns, if you ask me. They almost got you killed out there. I don't like federal forts doing that to my Podjo. I think you need to broaden your attitudes, Cleet. He opened my can of Dr. Pepper, poured it in a glass with ice, set a straw in it, and put it in my hand. Drink your pop, he said. Hey, you know who I got the pizza from? Don't tell me. You got it, Ma. That strange, bug-like colored kid. He works in that pizza joint right across the corner from the Pearl. Hey, Mon, it's time to get out of this G-Man bullshit. Let them clean up their own mess for a while. If you still want to square the beef with Boggs, you and I'll do it together with no forms to fill out either. You know what I mean? I'll let you know. Something happened out there, didn't it? He said. What do you mean? The dragon went away. Something like that. It's a rush, isn't it? I nodded and looked out the window at the tops of the trees moving in the sunlight. Yeah, a real high, he said. Maybe one a guy doesn't always want to turn loose of. Almost good as a glass of blackjack on ice with a Tuborg chase at home. Think about it, Dave. The time to go is right after you hit the daily double. He folded the pizza box shut and looked directly into my face. His weight made a big dent on the side of the bed. His face was as flat and round as a cake pan. Later, I phoned New Iberia to check on Alifair. Then I called Bootsy to apologize for the things I'd said to her. I hadn't changed my mind about her. If she was involved with the mob in New Orleans, she'd become a willing victim.
But what right did I have to judge her and wound her again after all these years? It was a difficult conversation because I knew her phone was tapped, and I didn't want her to compromise herself. But I did apologize. "It's all right, Cher," she said. "I haven't told you everything. Sometime I will." I was silent. "You came to some conclusions that most people would," she said. "Can you come up here?" "Any time for you, darling." "Not today, though. Tomorrow morning. I've got the bed spins now. I guess I had a big drop in body temperature out there. I don't look too good, either." "I'll drop by around 9. "Boots?" I said. "What?" "Boots." And I wanted to ask her if she knew how it had gone sour out on the salt. "Yes." "I always loved you. All these years I never forgot that summer of 1957. "I didn't either, Dave. Who could? You get one like that in a lifetime." That evening I ate supper from the tray on my bed and watched the light fade above the trees and roofs of the houses. Then it was dark, and when people turned on their porch lights I could see the black outlines of the palms and philodendron and stands of bamboo in their front yards, and then the iron streetcar clattering by on the St. Charles Esplanade, the closed windows filled with the purple and green neon glow from the Katz and Betzoff drugstore on the corner. I fell asleep and dreamed that I was sliding down a wave into a great slate-green trough. The horizon was tilted, the sky a dirty veil of gray like incinerator smoke. My ears were filled with the hiss of water and wind humming in a seashell. My legs were atrophied, bloodless with cold, but I knew there were makos and hammerheads